Warcraft.
TNC's turn to pick.
Slada.
TNC's
Dark Seer.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Magi!
TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Weaver.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
TNC's turn to pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Facing off against
why you don't sound excited at all, because this is
What do you mean?
this is do or die situation for TNC or Clutch Gamer. They win this best of 3, they get to go on and face Mineski for a shot at a spot at Kiev. And if they lose, they are out.
Yeah, it's a little bit
High
intense.
stakes.
Sorry, I was trying to fix some production things that are going on right now.
Don't try to fake hype.
What do you mean trying to fake hype? I'm not trying to fake hype. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. And it looks like I have already fixed it all out. So we're good to go. But yeah, TNC Pro Team, they have not looked good the first day. They looked a lot better the second day. And then the third day, they put on a great showing against Faceless. We're almost able to take them down, but it didn't quite end up working out into their favor. Clutch Gamers, on the other hand, they had a great first day, kind of a middle-of-the-road second day. They still ended up finishing top of the group, but then they ended up looking quite rough against Mineski. Do you think that was like a play-style thing for them, and the reason they ended up kind of getting hemmed in, or do you believe that it was more just that this is a team that is going to struggle to deal with TNC Pro Team?
I think without knowing the teams personally, it's really hard to say, because a lot of the panels are saying, you know, are they doing well because it's a best of 1 format? Or are they doing well because they're relatively unknown and people aren't scouting for them, like the way that they were preparing for TNC or Mineski teams that are, you know that are going to do well. So I think it's probably a mixture of all of that. My kind of big takeaway yesterday is that Clutch Gamers did not look like the Clutch Gamers on day 1 and day 2. I think their tried and true like teamwork just didn't come through. Like, they lost a lot of team fight against Mineski, which, honestly, if they executed the way that they did in day 1 and day 2, they would have won those games.
Right.
So, to me, Clutch Gamer had, 24 hours to gather themselves, look at each other in their face, and be like, are we gamers? We're gamers. Let's go.
Are we gamers or are we Clutch Gamers? Let's make it happen, boys. Yeah, I can understand that. That's pretty cool. TNC Pro Team, they do manage to steal away the Darkseer, but Clutch Gamers, with the first pick overall, they decided to take the Centaur War, and are now with their last pick. We're going to have something to round this out. Safe lane carry, most likely. I'd really like the Vengeful Spirit Band. I feel like that would have been quite nice in this lineup.
Yeah, so I think the range core is what looks like it's what we're leaning towards too, because Slaughter Darkseer is going to pressure melee cores very heavily. You already have a very weak laner in the form of Rubik, and we're going to go with the Gyro. We've seen Black play a ton. Do you honestly think Gyro is worth all the hype, or do you think everyone's just picking a bad carry because Faceless is picking it?
I think that if you fit it within the context of a nice draft, then it looks really well. Like, you look at this lineup. All right, let's say that somebody happens to dive OD a little bit too deep in a mid lane situation. You get a Gyrocopter TPing in level 6. Suddenly you have a big team fight on your hands. Likewise, you have something like people diving the Centaur Warrunner, or rather diving the Gyro. Centaur Warrunner has Stampede to get away. It feels like these heroes from Clutch Gamers cover each other well and have different ways to either turn around a fight through big team fight ultis, or save with OD, or save with Stampede. I like their lineup.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They're not really particularly weak at any stage of the game. If I have to make one gripe about this particular draft, it's the fact that they don't take buildings that efficiently.
Right.
I don't think OD or Gyro are excellent pushers, but apart from that, I think they're well-rounded. And now TNC is going to end up with one of their... Surge Iron Shao TA is a scary thing, man.
No, absolutely. And I think that you could kind of level some of the same accusations at TNC Pro Team. Like, Slardar, he's going to be able to kill off heroes pretty quickly. TA can kill heroes pretty quickly. Weaver, like those, TA and Weaver are probably the 2 best building hitters. And it's not like that's what they're known for necessarily either. Like, Weaver maybe known more for split pushing and being able to take it in that fashion. But DG might be a little bit of a different story, depending upon how this ends up looking. But we are getting ready to go into this, our game number 1, in the lower bracket. And who are you feeling like is going to take it after this? After the look at the draft?
Based on the draft, I think TNC has the stronger draft, and I think a draft that fits their playstyle more. From what I've seen yesterday and a couple of days before, TNC is a team that likes to take the aggression. They're not similar to Faceless, where they take it slow, they beat you late game. TNC, they push the button whenever they can. Look at their heroes. They have the heroes that could either take towers, like you mentioned, or Roshan. Let's not forget, you can put that TA trap inside it. You have the amplified damage for Roche. So I think they're just well favored in their playstyle, and more importantly, in their lineup against Clutch Gamers.
Okay. Well, we'll see if TNC are going to be able to live up to all the hype you're bringing on them. I'm excited to see it. Interesting little movement here. We saw the Darkseer go out with no items, smoked, just scouting to see if he can find a ward. And meanwhile, there was one ward that was placed mid lane in a little bit of a sneaky spot as well, right over there by the little flag. Depending on the angle, I might not even end up seeing that one. And another ward placed over here by the Radiant team.
Actually, that dire ward doesn't see too much of... I mean, it peaks a little bit more over the cliff.
Yeah.
But it's honestly not a really good ward, but, you know. It's all good.
I guess just wanting to ensure that Cuckoo has an okay time, doesn't get...
It's more when they were placing it, they didn't want to like walk across the river. Maybe they were expecting their smoke to break, that kind of stuff. It doesn't see much, but the risk of placing that ward is also very low.
Okay. Now, Gyrocopter, this is the build that I think we've been seeing more often than not. The tangos, and then just fill up your inventory with ironwood branches to get some more value out of that. So already 8 tangos on the gyro, and then is going to be able to continue to survive and spam heals against the Darkseer. This feels like it makes a lot of sense. How do you feel like it matches up here, a Darkseer against a Rubik and a gyro lane?
Yeah, I think it's going to be fine for clutch gamers. If TNC wanted to push the button a little bit more, they could have put the Slaughter there as well, but instead I think they're going to make sure that their safe lane is, or mid lane rather, is going to be okay.
You mentioned that was kind of a safe ward, but unfortunately it already gets taken out already by Armel, so they're going to get one of the D wards, and it does not look like TNC are going to find a D ward in return. So a little bit unfortunate there. Some possibility of good luck or scouting ends up coming to the tune of Clutch Gamers getting that in the mid.
Yep. We're going to see Boom back here. Actually, now that I think about it, that ward on the ramp is terrible. Here's the reason, right?
Okay.
You have a TA, they have an Ogre.
Yeah.
Ogre is going to come in to ignite you. He's expecting you to take meld to dodge the ignite. So to one-up that, he's going to bring sentries, and he's going to put it in the mid-range, right? That's the reason why they dewarded it. Not because they scouted it, because they were preparing to ignite him. And they just so happened to put the observer there. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, that definitely did. That makes a lot of sense. And
then that ward on the ramp is just like free 100G on the other side. It's just not good.
Rough. And you can see also Ogre continuing to go in there, and with the Orb of Venom as well as the Ignite, just constantly spam out the harassment against Cuckoo. Not a great lane. We haven't talked a whole lot about what was going on up in the top side, and Hana took a good bit of harassment from the Weaver as well as Rior playing on this Crystal Maiden. Needs to be careful, although you don't have the CM aura yet, so not going to be able to spam that as effectively until he gets that level 2.
Gonna make sure that this pull does not happen. Honestly, like, he's got boots. Honestly, he will not die here. And I don't think CM harasses. Like, look at him. She's just running away. There's no way that a CM by himself could actually drive away a Centaur. I think even with the Weaver coming in, unless the Weaver is like 4 or 5,
right?
I think the Centaur should be fine.
Okay. We'll keep our eyes on that one. See
but if Tim's comes in with haste rune, that's a different story.
Nice rapping. I do believe that they scouted him, though. And yeah, he's just going in for the pickup of the bounty rune along the way, runs into Bombax, the Ogre, and is going to go for a wraparound. Isn't going to be able to make anything happen here against Armel. He's been having a good time so far for himself. 13 and 10 in comparison to the 5 and 3, and Cuckoo, very far forward, is going to be slowed by this. If they can get into range for an Astral in just a couple of seconds, it was a good stun there onto Armel, but he still might be in a little bit of trouble. They're thinking about going for an imprisonment, but they don't decide to go for it.
Cuckoo really hanging around with low HP. He's trying his best to play as aggressive as he possibly can, because he understands that he's really losing the lane that he shouldn't be losing, mostly thanks to the fact that the Ogre is in the lane.
I got boots that are now on him as well, and decides to bring that out over any other region. So just playing around this Fairy Fire and Refraction to the best of his abilities.
Oh, he's got a Shrine to work with, and he'll pop it right now. But look at the CS differential here. He's got 8 CS to 16 and 11 denies. This is not looking great here for the TA, who normally you pick her last to dominate the mid lane. And she's getting wrecked.
Yeah, I think that also it has to do with the Gyrocopter a little bit later on, a hero that's traditionally really hard to stay alive through that high physical damage, as Armel is just going to get punched in the face a few more times by Tims. But I think that, like, in the mid game, probably there's a lot of potential there for her to just blow up the Gyro if she even gets like middling farm. I don't know.
I could see that happening, but I also could see Clutch Gamer getting double, triple 4 staffs.
Yeah.
And suddenly your job as a hero assassination kind of play is not gonna be as effective.
Okay. Well, Darkseer in the meantime goes in, steals away one of the bounty
Slaughter
runes.
gets lifted towards back, and he's gonna eat a hoof stomp.
Oh no.
Fadebult's gonna take the kill. So Slaughter trying to go for the rune steal, which I think he got, but then Fly Solo made a TP to the shrine, and then punished him very heavily.
All right, well, first blood goes to the favor of Clutch Gamers, and I don't know, I feel like they'd be really happy in this laning stage so far. Like, your off lane isn't getting a lot as far as the Centaur is concerned, but he is at least getting levels, and your mid is just completely dominating at this point.
Yeah. I think a large part of that is the TA not taking Mel to dodge these Ignite. Yes, there was the Sentry earlier, but Sentry obviously only lasts 3 minutes, so I feel like Cuckoo could have at least gotten a second point to, or a first point into Mel here.
They're going to just be able to go for another imprisonment there, another deny. I mean, it's not as if it's all completely terrible for her. She's got boots, she's got herself a bottle now as well, and is starting to catch up in CS. But that early levels and the fact that she's almost a full level and a half behind where the OD is, that's where it really starts to feel. Oh, now she's caught back up a little bit.
It's not terrible in the sense that she's not dying, but she's not really fulfilling her role in the lane, right? She's not dominating. And sometimes as a TA, you have kill potential to the other mid. You have 0 kill potential against the OD because she could always Astro you when you're going on him. So he's kind of just sitting in lane and losing. And you know the OD of these days always go for Hannah Midas. So you know he's going to shoot further and further ahead.
Yeah.
And Cuckoo, I mean, he's going to go either Blink or Deso. So it's not exactly catch up items in that sense. So I don't know what TA is going to do, but this is Cuckoo. We saw him yesterday holding the mid lane 20 minutes straight by himself. Yeah, so we know he's a gamer.
If you didn't catch that, game number 1 was it, I believe, of the Faceless versus TNC match was just an absolute treat to watch. But movement in now towards the mid lane. They want to go into Armel. Hesitated for a second, but they will not be able to punish any further. And well, they could have even gone for rotation. They're bringing the Darkseer into that one. He wanted to get involved too.
Oh, that's unfortunate. And now Rubik gets to take the haste rune, take the bounty rune, runs around. Now Darkseer suddenly might be in a little bit of trouble.
They could think about going. It's too hard with all the stuff that they've got in the area. So yeah, Fly Solo just going to punch him. All right, no, they're going to use the call down, so they pull him back in. Rocket Barrage as well, Fadebolt to boot, and they get the kill. All right, they did it.
That was actually like
perfectly executed.
Yeah. Like if he just surged a tiny bit faster or was not in the center of that call down, I think he would have made it out.
And you think about the whole dynamic of that movement. He goes in, steals the haste rune from the Darkseer, steals the bounty rune from the Darkseer. Cuckoo goes to check, and then he goes in and finds the kill.
Boomback is going to stun the Slaughter, and he's taking the tower shot. Slaughter took a double edge to the face as well, and Clutch Gamers 3-0. All right.
Well, off to a hot start. Very well played. So, yeah, right now, I don't think that there's a whole lot more that they could be wanting. It's almost a 2,000 gold lead, 1,500 experience. Clutch Gamers looking quite good. And this is, again, I think that they've proven themselves throughout these qualifiers to be one of the top teams in Southeast Asia, clearly to be in the top 4.
Oh, for sure.
But probably going into this, if this is some people's first look at Southeast Asia, they'd be surprised that TNC are behind at this early stage in the game.
Yeah, I mean, being ahead obviously is a very good advantage to have, but a lot of these games that we've seen in C is not really decided just from the laning stage. In fact, it's who makes the better mid-game and late-game decisions, and that's how Clutch Gamer lost 2 of their games yesterday against Mineski. They just got outplayed in the late game, so we'll see if TNC could, you know, make the same plays that happened, that beat Clutch yesterday, or will Clutch actually clutch it up in the late game.
There you go. I kind of like this play as well. Tim's playing on the Slaughter, who's traditionally a little bit tough to farm on, and they stuck the Ion Shell on him so that way he could get a little bit more gold more quickly. Now you see Abang as well, and Boblast moving in, trying to take down Cuckoo here. They get the Fire Blast, but the Shrine came off, and now they need to run. Slowed up by the TA Trap. They're going to continue the chase.
More TA Traps.
And it does look like they are going to be able to... Now Stampede comes out.
Okay. All right. 2-man rotation, drew 2 TPs, and got a Stampede out of it. Not too bad, but Cuckoo goes right back to farming. I gotta say, with that Ancient stack, he's recovering quite admirably, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what he needs to do on this hero, but Hana in the top lane, he's getting gone after, and weren't quite able to find there the Fire Blast to set up a kill. But in the meantime, Armel just mid, pushing out the lane. They're going to have to deal with this. Rior is going to sit here and soak up experience. And Sam H, are they... How did that creep wave get all the way over there? He's cutting the creep wave and into the medium camp as well?
I think he just pulled it into the camp so he could farm, you know, a camp in a lane at once. This is something that you see from Darkstairs when they feel absolutely safe. Which he kind of was, because, you know, everyone was up top.
Right. Well, this is a nice movement in here as well, trying to find Abang in the bottom lane. It's still going to be tough, you know, you got the infused raindrops here as well as the headdress. Should be relatively safe.
Yep. The problem that TNC is experiencing right now is because TA didn't do well in her laning phase. Now look at the map, like who actually could kill people? A CM roaming around ain't gonna do jack. Slaughter without Blink is not gonna do much. And Darkster honestly is not the most aggressive offlaner, right? So they really need that TA to...
Oh my god, Tim's. Oh no, Hana! What are you doing?
I'm surprised Sprint wasn't...
He had 1 second left, yeah. But that being said, he saw that there was nobody in the area. He could have caught up to him with Sprint.
That was a high risk, low reward kind of play.
Yeah.
Sam H.
Armel is here too. They're going in.
They got Sakuchi on the Rubik. They're going to try to lift him up. Okay, Tower giving him a little surge out, but I don't know if you're making out of there. No teleport supports coming in. Oh, they're coming in now.
Call down. They're on to several. Abang needs to be careful. Raven is here as well. And Rior. Yeah, Rubik is kind of in no man's land. Fly Solo is going to have to play this one real well. He's going to go for Sam H.
Yeah.
Trying to find a kill, maybe?
Like
no, not quite there. The vacuum a little bit off the mark. But he finds the kill. Fly Solo just all over him. Does have Sakuchi back up in one, but there's the Frostbite and the CM ulti. But he's still getting out. Fly Solo. No TP, though. And there is maybe Raven. Oh, my God. Okay, that is space created if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, allow his entire team to run away, gets a core kill by himself, solo experience, solo gold, and made them drop so many more spells just to get that kill. Whew. We've been seeing a ton of excellent Rubik plays. Yesterday's Rubik from Rior was amazing, but right now, Fly Solo making a strong contention that he is an excellent Rubik player as well.
Absolutely. That's what you want to see. It's the playoffs, baby. And you got Hana almost there with this Blink Dagger, 50 gold away. Bottom lane is where we're going to see Fly Solo again, just stealing Sakuchi. It's such a great game for or such a great hero to be playing against with Rubik.
Well, I think a lot of it is also Raven needs to be a little bit more conscious of what spell he currently has. You see a lot of experienced Weaver players, you know, using Swarm immediately after if they see the Rubik in the vicinity.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying Raven is not an experienced Weaver, but maybe he has his mind elsewhere, and he's allowing Rubik to get this, you know, insanely mobile spell for free.
Well, they're set up now on this bottom lane and looking for Abang. No amp damage is there yet for Slardar, and I think they realize they can't make this work. They have to back out. Lane is pushing. And like you said, it's just what are they going to do at this point in the game? They don't have any great way to find initiation.
Now they do. Now they got the TA. I mean, it's not about the initiation, but rather they don't have the damage to back it up, right? Because you have a Crystal Maiden that's maxing Aura. You got a Slaughter that have, you know, what, 3 points in the Crush? It's just not enough damage. Now the Blink kind of changes all of that, right? You get a Surge in, you get a Crush, and Cuckoo's going to come in and with Mail Strikes. And that should be enough.
I mean, but can you, like, they have Stampede, right? Don't you just run away if you're clutch gamers?
Well, Stampede don't work if you're Slithering, Crushed, and Frostbitten and all that jazz.
But he doesn't have a blink. All right, maybe it's fine. Okay, I'm with you. They got to find the angle, though.
I mean, I agree with you. They're not going to win a team fight with the blink, but they're definitely going to be getting more picks than they have, right? Currently, they're 4-1. They have gotten 1 kill.
Yeah, it's been rough. There's no doubt about that. And pushing in this bottom lane. You have call down still. Hana, Blink Dagger is in his inventory, ready to go. They're set up for a big fight. OD on the other side of the map.
I honestly don't think this is the fight that TNC could take. And now Fly Solo gets a lift here. Crystal Maiden, a lot of trouble. Rior, okay, runs away, but will go down regardless. Now they're going to focus on the Slaughter on the backline. Stampede will be used defensively. They got the 2 quick kill, and they're looking to escape.
Yeah, and there's 6-1 now. TNC... They have to get Slaughter or something. Like, he's sitting there halfway to Blink Dagger, and I mean, that's a fight where they get 2 kills without the OD even being there. He's just farming away like a champ.
Yeah. To be fair though, that wasn't a good fair
Oh,
fight
yeah, no, definitely
for
not.
TNC. Like Crystal Maiden was caught dewarding, right? That's kind
Yeah.
of like a suicidal move, essentially.
Oh, Raven, maybe in some trouble. Are they going to find him? There's a movement forward. Fly Solo is there. Blink. Oh, nice time lapse out. Raven, but the Fly Solo is on him. Is there going to be a lift in time? He does. Doesn't want to go for it. The rest of it seems too far away. And Gyrocopter might be in trouble now.
Bottom lane.
There's the call down. Turn it back around. Trying to scare him off. Rior almost dies to that. And there aren't TPs to get here, I don't believe. So Abeng in trouble. He's going to have to TP on himself, but they're already there. The CM ulti as well as Cuckoo jumping on top of him. Yeah, Abeng maybe just a little bit too big for his britches.
Yep. Good catch there for TNC. That was a very important kill to slow down the Gyrocopter, but Clutch Gamer is not missing a beat. TA is going to pour mid. Can they make a play here? Blink, Metal Strike, Hannah. Will hoops on for himself, and now Armel coming in. He can have ult, and he will ult. There's that kill.
Down on top of Tim's. It's a hard thing to deal with, and Cuckoo out of mana now. They're going to shrine up. Same H, get inside that. Come on, buddy. Go get your regen. What? All right. That's fine.
Cuckoo, gonna find a kill.
All right.
And you can see as soon as the Blink Dagger gets picked up, they could apply Cuckoo's massive damage where he needs to go, and he's being super active. And I think this is the way that you come back in the game. I don't think you farm against OD Midas and expect it to do fine. You gotta kill.
So next up on the docket, we have already seen the Blink Dagger on the Centaur. I'm kind of curious, OD, after going for the Midas, he's now going back for the Dragon Lance. Not a great surprise there. Looks like Rubik has Blink queued up as well. Is there anything that you feel like TNC, like, can they still keep on making these kills happen before the Blink Dagger on Tim's?
They have to, because it's not just about the Dragon Lance on Armel. He's upgrading it into a Hurricane Pike. Same thing, I believe, with Gyrocopter. It would surprise me if he doesn't upgrade into a Hurricane Pike as well. Once both of these pikes come out, TA's kill opportunity is going to be diminished quite rapidly. So they need to get as many kills as they can now and take advantage of the fact that they are currently, you could do a lot of picks.
Okay.
In terms of finding the openings, that's kind of a different story, though.
It sort of, again, is why this Centaur Stampede is just so good against this lineup. And it's kind of interesting because they picked it. It wasn't even like the first pick necessarily. I like this play, though, moving into Roshan. Cuckoo should be able to secure this, but do Clutch Gamers realize it?
Oh, they might realize it, but it's going down pretty fast. Fly Solo goes left to perhaps check. No, I don't think they even realize it at all. Roche, I think, will just go to Cuckoo.
Yeah. And that's something that, is hugely important in the context of this game. Like, right now, Ogre is going to be walking over in that area, realizes that there's some heroes in there, and Cuckoo has the Aegis now. And
this is one of the reasons why I personally favor... Oh, hold that thought here. Fly Solo
Tim's?
Looking for the snipe here against Tim's. Tim's.
He's going to die.
He's going to deny. No, did not get him.
All right. Well, they don't get the deny. They find something from it,
Man,
but...
Look at Tim's. He's got stick, boots, and he's just desperately trying to save to that blink.
Yeah, he's been poor. It's a rough life right now for that Slardar. I kind of was wondering if maybe they just stuck him in the jungle a little bit longer, or invested into an Iron Talon, if maybe at this point he would have had it. But it felt like they needed him to be active, certainly, and well, now they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yep. But a move like that, what we saw, the Roche sneak, is kind of the reason why I originally favored the TNC draft when you were asking me at the beginning of the game, like, who's going to take it? Because I feel like TNC is going to have a lot more opportunities to take objectives, whether it be towers or Roche. And if I think the game was a bit more even, I think you could see the TNC draft shine a little bit more. But for now, they're trying their best to delay the game, farm up, and finally the Blink Dagger comes out from Tim's. But like clockwork, the Pike also comes out, so I think Clutch Gamer is kind of ready for that.
Yeah. Oh, they're moving in mid. They need to be careful. There's so many heroes in the area right now, and well, the Blink Dagger's actually not on Tim's yet. He hasn't brought it out, and he's gonna die. Maybe, yeah. He does go down. His Blink Dagger was on the courier coming out to them.
Bottom lane here, Abing drops a rocket on Cuckoo's face. I think it's time to disengage here for Dire side, but no, they find one in jungle. Fly Solo getting caught by Rior's freezing field again.
Now they're walking uphill into this. They got to be careful. Fire Blast onto Sam H, but Cuckoo, he's on top of Armel, ends up going for that imprisonment. Hurricane Pike to the low ground, and the Stampede is going to mean that that Gyro gets out, and well, time lapse away from Raven. They don't lose anymore, it looks like.
Well, they're going to get a tower on the bottom as well. That Desolator doing a ton of work. Cuckoo
Dire's top tower is under
not going to be able to find anything else. Which, by the way, this is one of the best combo in terms of hero picks that TNC has played quite a bit. The Darkseer plus a Slardar, but what they normally get out of Tims is, you know, like, I don't know, a 15-minute blink and he's getting 4 or 5 kills by this point in the game. But Tims is having a rare off game, but this is not the time to be making mistakes.
Yeah. I think he's been more focused on trying to get the vision around the map, and you can see that ward there set up the kill on the Rubik. There's been a couple of wards that were placed like up on this high ground here, and it's something that this team needs, but they also need some other form of initiation, because right now they don't really have it.
Has he been even buying wards?
He's been placing them at the very least.
I think it's really just the CM.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got eyes on Hannah right now, but nobody's nearby. Is he really going to blink crush this for creeps? No, he's going to amp and run. Okay.
And again, that vision, whenever he can possibly get it.
Yep.
CM looks like she's going into a hand of Midas, so maybe emblematic of the way that TNC think this game is going to go, that they're not going to be able to finish it off quickly, and she needs to get into some more items later on in the game.
I think it's always good for heroes like CM to, if you're already warding and if you have the extra gold, go for the Midas, because getting your levels is actually quite important, quite underestimated what your hero can do once you get that second or even third point into freezing field.
Radiant's top
The way
tower
Rubik is only, what is that going to be, about 700 gold away from finishing off his Blink Dagger. He stays alive through a couple more of these fights, and with the Sakuchi constantly being stolen, there's a good chance of it. This is going to be a factor to be considered in these fights.
Sure. I mean, once you talk about Axe in the long term, you're guaranteed to steal freezing field, right, from CM. So there's a lot of good stuff that you can
Mid
steal.
lane, they're on top of the Ogre. He's gone.
Yep.
That's about the best pick that you could have hoped for, at least on the side of Clutch Gamers. But you'd love to not lose anybody, obviously.
I think it's a great pick. I mean, it's not about who you pick. Obviously, Ogre, it's a fine hero to get rid of. It's more of look at the map right now that is being occupied by TNC. They're the one that's dictating the pace of the game. If you look at all the other metrics, Clutch Gamer is leading in kills. They're leading in net worth. Like, TNC should not be able to make this kind of aggressive play that they're making, but because they have the double blink, they are taking advantage of that, the fact that they're currently just a bit stronger. And this is a hallmark of a really good team. You know, they understand the ebb and flow of the strength of the two teams, and they're taking advantage of it.
I think it also harkens back to that Aegis, that they, Clutch Gamers are not willing to fight into this one right now, so I'm kind of wondering like when that next little turn of power spike is going to happen. Again, Rubik getting closer to that blink, that's going to be a big one. BKBs are soon to come out on the side of Clutch Gamers. We've got one that's queued up for the Gyrocopter, already has a little bit over halfway to it, and OD is building towards his as well. So that might be the moment that they're waiting for before they actually try and take another fight.
That and the Centaur Axe.
Yeah.
I think that once the 3 cores get their 3 major items, that's when really I think Clutch Gamer will probably seize control of the map again. So the timing window of TNC is closing rapidly. I don't know whether those 3 items will come out at the time of Roche. I think for them, for Clutch Gamers, if they could get those 3 items and take a fight at Roche and secure the next Aegis, that would be huge for Clutch Gamers.
Absolutely. But right now, TNC continuing to look for any pickoffs they can find, but you can see that Slardar, he's queuing up for a Midas as well. So I think a choice has consciously been made right now by TNC. We can't end the game right now, but let's try and stall it out for a while. Let's try and get ourselves into that next tier of items and, get those levels like you were mentioning.
Yeah, it's almost conceding once the BKBs and the Axe comes out, they're conceding that phase of the game, and they're trying to go into the next phase, like the later portion of the game, which means TNC is gonna have to do a lot of ratting, a lot of dodging.
Yeah. And who better to do that with than Weaver? That's definitely a hero that's very much built for being elusive and just moving around the map. And it's also pretty emblematic of what we've seen in these qualifiers as a whole. We've been seeing the games go later and later and later. And now a movement out by Clutch Gamers does look to be at least somewhat aware of it, TNC. And yeah, they're not going to get caught out here most likely.
Yep. And this is the beauty of the TA trap, right? You could put that in Roche. You're never really afraid of them smoking like that and then going straight into the pit and taking you by surprise. For sure, they know that they're not in the Roshan pit right now. Rior, ooh, gonna port out.
Lift. Oh, they got him. What?
Second.
VAC indeed. Rior going down. All
You
right.
know what's the worst part in that?
What?
Midas coming off cooldown, can't use it. Feels bad.
True enough. Maybe that's why he was moving out Kalisha that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nuts though. I totally didn't expect it. I think that it was just they might have still been smoked at that point. I didn't have my
No, they weren't.
server. They weren't anymore.
Yeah, he just checked there and he had the
my
reaction
God.
rate to get that.
That's crazy.
Radiant's middle tower
Well,
is under attack.
Creep wave moving in now. Gonna start assaulting the tier 2 tower in this bottom lane.
But look at TA.
Yeah.
Under attack.
Just like clockwork, Cuckoo heading mid, pressure in this one now. You got Weaver along the top lane doing much the same. And there's a TP back to see if they can control up Cuckoo here. They've got him. He is going to have refraction still up after this, though, so there's the blink out.
There you go.
Yeah, so Cuckoo, he's fine.
And now on the bottom side, wall has been dropped right now. Tim's in a lot of trouble, but here comes Cuckoo porting in. Fly solo, just get two-shotted. A Bing on the right side. He's isolated by himself. He does have the BKB, not activating it just yet. There's a Fire Blast on Cuckoo and the Mail Strike doing so much work. I'm not sure whether BKB is really going to protect him. The Surge moving forward. There's a Rocket on top of Cuckoo. Not going to be enough to save him.
Although
Meanwhile,
they have Armel.
the hammer gets dropped. Boomback on the run as well. Crystal Maiden comes in. Is Crystal Maiden going to pop her ult? No, already on cooldown. Raven going for Boomback as well. The trap gets activated and Raven cleans up a couple of kills. I got to say, all in all, a big victory for TNC. Yes, they did lose the TA, but they picked up the gyro. I guess the only thing going there for Clutch Gamer is that they didn't use those BKBs.
Yeah, they held on to him, and I think also they're probably not going to be able to translate any objectives off the back of this, which is a pretty decent part of it. But yeah, I think it's a little bit in the favor of TNC there. And you've got the Ags now done for Centaur. The thing about that kind of blows my mind is that they took that fight, like you said, without BKBs and without Centaur Ags. So the next fight, it's probably not going to look as close. And that was also with OD not in the engagement.
Well, at least not in the start, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was actually a very poor communication from Clutch Gamer, because what happened was OD ported back to try to catch a TA, right?
Yeah.
And then I think two of his teammates also ported back to make that move. And then as soon as that happened, TNC says, okay, you still have two heroes in front of our tier 2 bottom tower, so let's go on you. So I think if OD is going to try to make that move, the rest of the team has to back away very quickly away from the bottom tier 2. But instead, you know, half the team stayed, half the team went away. And that was just a classic case of retreating too slowly and the enemy team punishing you for it.
And you've also got this Darkseer now with the blink mechanism, so you can find those engagements much more effectively. Nice little TP out of here for the Centaur. They're going to move back. TNC is still taking control of their jungle quite heavily, and I'm waiting to see the reveal of the movement around the map, probably just around this next Roche pit fight, which is a relatively long respawn time. And I think that, at least for now, with like Fly Solo heading out here, placing down a couple of deep wards, this is going to favor Clutch Gamers quite heavily.
Well, earlier I did say that TNC might look a little bit weaker as the Radiant BKB comes out. But TNC also is working with double BKB of their own, right? Weaver's got one, TA's got one. And that BKB is going to cut down a lot of Gyro's magic damage output at the very least, as well as all the orb hits on the OD.
We'll have to see how this plays out. Again, pushing out the waves. You do have the smoke movement now into the Radiant side of the map.
They don't have Slaughter with that smoke, though. I think they really need that point-blank initiation, especially when you're combining it with the Darkseer.
Oh, Armel, he's up there on the high ground. I feel like they have an idea that this is going on right now. This ward might have scouted something out, or we'll have to see. It almost feels like they're baiting out Abang right here. And they're going to jump forward. There's the crush. Astral immediately. BKB has been popped, though. Now Armel, 4 steps to the high ground. The CM ulti is doing nothing. They're just going to be able to stampede away. And if they want to, they could go for a counterplay pretty soon. They have Freezing Field. And that was the BKB down for Cuckoo.
What a great bait by Clutch Gamer. This is exactly how TNC lost to Faceless, by the way. They bought these 10-second BKBs. They used it, and they didn't get anything. In fact, they lost fights with those 10-second BKB. And
they need to go in right now, though. Like, you have to go in and contest this.
Well,
you have Freezing Field. You have everything.
BKB's down for Cuckoo, but no, it's a little bit too late, and now Boomback decides to retreat. It was a good bait for the BKBs, but yeah, you know, The quick moves from TNC just punished Clutch Gamer.
I think that this harkens back to something that we sort of alluded to, is that you've got TNC that has the LAN experience playing against a bunch of top-tier teams in the world. They know when they need to make these moves. And by all accounts, that was like a terrible time to go into Roshan. But Clutch Gamers, they just don't happen to show up for that one, and then they end up taking it. Like, if you have Freezing Field stolen on Rubik, you have Cooldown still, you had Stampede off or on cooldown, but that was like the only really bad part of it. I don't know.
The surprising thing is that TNC wasn't smoking into the Roshan pit, right? They were completely seen by this ward the whole time. So I don't know what Clutch Gamer was.
I guess they just underestimated how quickly, because they were moving into that area, but maybe they were worried.
It is a TA Deso with Weaver with amplify damage. Like, that thing is dead as soon as they go in.
All right. Maybe they're seeing something that we're not seeing, but from where I'm sitting, it certainly looked like there's a possibility. BKB is there for Weaver. He's going back into the Mjolnir now. You've got
on the mid lane.
Are they going to be able to take him down?
Look at that damage, man.
He's got Stampede still.
Vacuum. Okay. I mean, if you get a Stampede out like this, BKB, ooh, forced to be popped by Raven. And that's a 10-second one.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take that for a Stampede cooldown every day.
Sure.
So, still very much an even game at this point, but TNC, after getting Roshan and now going to have the Aegis again on TA there, it sort of puts them in the driver's seat like we saw previously throughout the whole course of the next, duration of this Aegis.
With that, they're going to take a tier 2. Now, I'm not sure if Aegis is going to be enough to allow TNC to go up the high ground, at least in a 5v5 situation, so I guess really the next step for TNC is to look for a pick. Doesn't matter who, just anybody. So that allows them to hit the tier 3 a little bit.
Yeah. I like the pick that Rior is going back for as well. The Hand of Midas now into the BKB for him after going for that Glimmer Cape as well. So a lot of value coming out of this Crystal Maiden, who's sitting at the top of the pack of the supports.
And he's also the one that's buying all the wards, man.
What a guy. What a Rior. Rior's been playing out of his mind this whole qualifiers. I mean, we'll have a chance to talk more about how this team has been playing, but to me, he's been like the standout player on the TNC team. Sam H has had some good games as well.
Yeah, and rather Tim's, normally their big support playmaker, has been looking rather soft.
Yeah.
Remember those like IO games, which he had big saves, but for the most part, just really getting hammered. And this game, he started the game at 0-6 on the Slaughter, so I don't know. Tim's need to step it up, man.
Called out by Lumi. Now we know.
It's tough love, man. Normally, he's 7-0 as a support, so I know he could do better.
Yeah. All right. Freezing Field going to wear off soon for Rubik as well. There's no great chance to use it, I would imagine. TNC going to move around the map, try and pressure out this lane. It doesn't really feel like they're in any hurry to get stuff done. With the double Midases on this team. Wait, did Slaughter not go back for a Midas? No, he switched out for a 4-step. Okay, so they only have one Midas on CM. Maybe I don't like that as much then. I feel like they need to get something done with the Aegis.
And looks like we're trying to make it close. Ooh, that's a quick reaction.
Second one as well.
They got him!
Armel chase. They got the Stampede, though. Turns to fight. Just going to be able to take down Tim's there. He ends up falling. Trying to turn onto Cuckoo maybe as well. He's going to self-astral.
Team is coming in right now, Armel, and looks like he's going to be fine. In fact, they're going to go on Cuckoo. Cuckoo has the BKB active. He's really going for the kill, but the Astro baits him again. That's Aegis. Everybody on the dire side is piling in. Raven leading the way with the bugs. Everyone blinks out, and oh, the Melt Strike missing. He went for a creep. Bing is running away. Boomback perhaps will throw his life for his team. Boomback taking a ton of damage, but walking away as well. The Rockets will slow their retreat. Here comes Rior from the side. Will the big bad Crystal Maiden allow them to... Oh, Vacuum Nova, pretty good. Bing pops a BKB, trying to allow his team to further run away. Boomback dropping low. Here comes the Milk Strike, and he needs to Astro these hits. The red Deso hits going in. Armel, can he pop the shrine? No, he dies right next to the shrine. Ana trying to run away. The Hoostan will hit on the Darkseer. Glimmer Cape keeping Samage okay right now, but look at the chase. Bing then pops the shrine to keep himself alive. Crystal Maiden Freezing Field gets dropped. They go in for more and more. Can they actually get the kill? The buyback coming up from Armel. BKB coming from Cuckoo once again here. And now Astro into a Hoof Stomp to vacuum, not allowing the Raven to run away, and now it's the retreat time for TNC. What just happened in that team fight? Team fight recap, please.
They went far too deep. I think that it's still a great win right there for TNC, but I don't know what the hell, because that doesn't fully encapsulate what happened at the beginning of the fight either. They're able to burn through the Aegis of the Cuckoo as well. But that was nuts. I think Armel played that fight so perfectly. There were so many instances where he could have gone down. You saw the blink out, able to get the self-astral, fogging the TA, and then TA going for the chase and just the immediate meld strike. Maybe didn't realize that there was going to be a creep wave there possibly, which is why it ended up happening. But nonetheless, there were a lot of instances in that fight where TNC probably could have gotten out, and I still think it's worth it. Definitely. A pretty huge win for them.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was a 4 for 3, but they got buyback from the Centaur and the OD.
Yeah.
I say I'll take that trade any day, right?
Yeah, if they had not gotten the Weaver, it would have been great for TNC, but as it stands, it's still really, really good. And it's to the tune of a butterfly for gyrocopters, so again, you got some of these big items that are up on this core group of heroes, and I don't know, I still think that TNC need to get more done. And maybe now is the time to do it. TA going to blink out and get the TP away as well, so they won't find her.
All right, so seeing the fact that there's a butterfly on the map. Ooh, I was going to say Templar should probably consider that MKB, but he's going to go into a butterfly zone. All right.
Well, this is the pressure that they want to apply now onto this top lane. You do still have call down. You have Sanity's Eclipse again. I think it's time to party.
Rarely you see an enemy core having a butterfly and your core having to go for MKB, but they don't go for MKB.
Yeah. I'm not sure. He might not have spotted it is the other thing. That
yeah, maybe. Raven is also not going for MKB. He's going for a Lincoln's.
This scan scouts out the Ogre, but he's going to be the one to break the smoke. And now going in, able to stun up Raven. They have the call down available. They stun up Bang is still in a lot of trouble, and there's no way to save. They end up dropping the ulti as well from Stampede on top of Tim's, but they're not going to be able to find him as of yet. Vacuum wall onto 3. They stole it back away, though. So turning the wall against them, it's still not going to be enough. TNC are all over him at this point. They lose OD. 100 seconds with none from him. Oh, man.
Yeah, Solon Wall's great, but now the dire side ping out the mid tower. It's right next. There's a
They found a return kill. That was a nice one. Yeah. Both played by Fly Solo.
I mean, doesn't matter, though. The 2 cores are still alive. The creep wave is right in front of the tier 3 tower. I think if you're TA and your Weaver, you just run there.
Yeah.
Go.
You know that there's no buybacks,
exactly.
Too. So really great display there from TNC. I think it was just a solid team fight all in all. Like, they threw a lot onto the Raven there. I don't know why the OD didn't decide to jump in and go for an Astral. Maybe it was just like, I don't know. There must have been something else going on, but I feel like that was an easy save there and then counter initiation. Yeah,
I think they expected the gyrocopter to live longer than they did, right? He's got the butterfly. He's got the 30% evasion.
Yeah.
The problem is with the RNG item, I don't think he got any evades. So Cuckoo just like 4-shot him.
Yeah, or if the Stampede came out a second earlier, possibly.
I think that's the issue. The Stampede did not come out in time.
Something weird was going on there. It feels like Clutch Gamers' communication has not been as on point as we saw them in their matches leading up to this in the group stages. That was like some of the most cleanly executed team fights that we saw from them. And now, a couple days later, the pressure starts to build. You're a new-ish squad of players that maybe, haven't had the most time together. It's looking like it might be a bit tough.
I mean, all of these players have definitely a lot of competitive experience. They play on different teams before, but it's worth repeating. The Clutch Gamers that did so well on day 1 and day 2 kind of crumbled against Mineski in these kind of tense late game situations.
Yeah.
Mineski just kind of outfought them in the late game, and we're seeing that from TNC. Perhaps it's off individual mistakes, perhaps off team communication, whatever the case is. TNC just got another buyback out of Clutch Gamer, this time from the Rubik. And it's not looking good for a team that honestly was on all metrics ahead, in kills and net worth.
Yeah, you look at the net worth graph, it was that slight lead up and then the fight that ended up securing Roshan for TNC earlier.
Right.
Questions about whether or not that was a possibility for them to take or not aside, that certainly was the turning point in this game for them. And now we're sort of in an awkward situation where, I mean, do you think that this lineup is going to be able to compete with a TA that's this out of control? 22,000 net worth, has the level 25 talent for +3 refraction instances. This hero is terrifying.
I mean, I think it's not really about... I think the two lineups are very similarly strong in the late game. It's about the net worth difference, right? Because one team didn't have to buy back 3 different heroes.
Yeah.
If OD, for example, has a Hex finish right now, I would say, yeah, sure. You know, it doesn't matter if you're level 25 TA. If the OD could blink on you, Hex, and just kill you, who cares about your level 25?
Right.
The problem is, Armel does not have that Hex right now, and instead of making aggressive smoke gank, they just have to keep farming.
Another item that is going to change the complexion of these fights again is going to be the Centaur Warrunner refresher.
Yep.
So this is huge, and I think that it is something that you look at what TNC does, they blow up a single target. That gyrocopter in the top lane, if he stays alive a couple while longer, then that fight looks very, very different. So if you pop the refresh, you pop the initial stampede, you're not afraid to do it because you can save for the second one. That's when things start to look better, but they have to come and contest Roshan, and it looks like that's what they're planning on doing.
I find Abing's item choice fairly interesting here. He's queuing up the MKB, and it looks like Roshan is going to get checked.
Do you not like it, or?
I mean, MKB against Butterfly, you know, makes a ton of sense, right?
Yeah.
But you know you have double refresher ags from Centaur. So I think knowing that you're going to survive for a long time, I feel like a bigger lifesteal item might help you elongate the fight.
Okay.
So I'm actually leaning more towards Satanic, but maybe Abing feels like the team just needs more damage. So I'm not going to argue against MKB versus Butterfly, but I think there's also another opportunity to go for Satanic. I'm pretty sure he will eventually get Satanic, but interesting choice.
I think that also the idea is that if you're only going to be onto the TA, it doesn't matter if you have Satanic if you can't hit him anyways. So he does have the Morbid Mask, but I completely agree with you that especially if they can bait out a good amount of his life going down, and then afterwards they pop the Centaur Ags and then go for the Satanic, he'll be back up to full, and it's like you get a second whole fight with him.
Exactly. And they're going to try to steal Roche.
And damage on the Ogre. They're going in for it. Cuckoo, he's going to drop that trap inside. Invis rune there as well, but they still have eyes on him to jump forward. The crush, that's the Stampede already out. BKBs are done. They're on top of the backlines, though. Sam H almost completely out of mana. Didn't end up having enough left over for the wall. Oh, no. That was a huge, huge ulti from Armel.
Yeah, it's not just about the damage that the Sanity Eclipse can do, but the mana drain. We saw the vacuum, but there was no wall follow-up. And they just kind of ran them over. The reveal of the double Stampede. See, I was thinking about Stampede using defensively, but they're like, no. We're going to just run in and kill you. And suddenly the MKB choice makes a lot more sense, right? If they're just thinking purely on the offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It's all good. And that is a big clutch late game team fight.
Clutch. I liked what you did there. Yeah, and also thinking about it, you've got a different way that this game is going to look now, because Clutch Gamers, they have always been on the back foot with the Aegis on TNC, and I believe that they have Cheese also off the back of that.
Yes.
Yeah, Cheese is there for the Centaur Warrunner. So every other imaginable way to keep these heroes alive, they now have.
So I think TNC really, as much as they love being aggressive, I think now is time to, you know, put the foot on the brake a little bit. Just wait it out, right? Or do you see an opportunity for them to go make a big smoke play or something like that?
I think that it really depends upon what they sort of see around the map. And right now their vision is very hemmed in. They need, like... I think that they can go for a pickoff play, but they can't go for a team fight. That's really what it comes down to.
And I'm pretty sure they also lost their gem in that engagement. Yeah, Ogre's got 2. And I do believe one of them was purchased by Rior, yeah. So losing the gem also is a big blow to TNC. A lot of their map control will be taken away.
Yeah, and you look at a couple more of these big items that are online at this point. You have the Ghost Scepter for Rubik after the Blink Dagger. We also have for the Darkseer, he ended up going back for the Lotus Orb. Lincoln's on Weaver with the Mjolnir. I think all in all, like, the other thing is that TA's item build, it's good for staying alive in the fights, but he doesn't do, like, the ridiculous amount of mana that scales into this point in time. Like, he didn't end up going for the Bloodthorn style instead. You know what I mean?
Yep. I mean, I think if he gets to hit the back line, he does a ton of damage, but
Dire's middle
at this point, I'm not sure whether he can go toe-to-toe versus the gyro. And
Like, look at that. Yeah, like, that was before Stampede came out.
Wait, Stampede.
I mean, he has another one if he needs to. Oh, no, he doesn't actually, but he does have the blink away.
Ooh, that was close. Are they going to keep on chasing?
I mean, I think that... I don't know if you can chase at this point anymore.
I mean, this is TNC, dude.
What are you guys doing?
I mean, they picked Fly Solo. Fly Solo got caught out, I think, warding or whatever the case was. And TNC says, I don't care you have Aegis and Cheese. This is a 5v4. I'm going to press my advantage here. And look at TNC. They're pushing up high ground against the team with Aegis and Cheese.
I mean, they know that they don't have any more Ags right now for the Centaur, so... Yeah, they end up taking a tier 3 tower.
That's huge. That means Shrines
That's crazy.
is open. They get to take objective when the enemy team has Aegis and Cheese. I just have to repeat that.
Okay. I think that, all right, Clutch Gamers, they realize that they need to make this happen. They're going to fight around this, but it's already gone.
Yep.
So they actually can't fight. If it was actually them being able to fight around the shrine, then they could have done it because Rubik could have TP'd in, but now...
The Shrine's dead.
Yeah.
In like 2 seconds. And all of this started with your 5-position support dying. People think that support doesn't matter in late game. It always matters.
Well, MKB almost completed for Raven. We're going to see what the next item build is, but Cuckoo in some trouble. He's getting that in stolen. He does have a ulti as well if you want to drop it, but not going to go for it there.
Yep. Now, this is something that I kind of mentioned yesterday when Cuckoo was playing the OD. This particular level 25 talent is so beneficial when you get those stray hits like that.
Yeah.
And that's 20 in that's going to be sitting with in the next minute or so.
And all from TA also, so now she's working with even less of it herself. Not that this hero requires a ton of mana, but...
Well, she'll need mana if she eats a Sanity Season.
Exactly. So, movement now towards the mid lane. You still have this heavy contingent, you know, the TA crazy far ahead in terms of net worth. Weaver really far up there as well. But all these other heroes, they're right there with them. And Clutch Gamers have had enough. They want to think about pressuring this advantage.
I mean, Aegis is running out, so... And they do have the Satanic on Gyrocopter. Ooh, Bing. Thank you for making me not look crazy when I made that suggestion.
It's a really good one. It's a great item.
He seems to agree with that. And it's really hard for TNC to go into that. Like, what do you do against a Bing with Satanic Aegis and 2 Centaur ult backing him up?
Yeah, he doesn't care. They're all over him. Over here to the side, though, they're down on top of Rio, trying to bring him down. Stampede to follow. Sanity's eclipsed. Armel takes 2, and maybe going to be a bit more if Cuckoo cannot get out of here. So now 2 down, no buyback. Clutch Gamers all over him. We said that TNC needed to do something early. This is a scary moment. They're on top of him. Abang taking a ton of damage, but turns BKBs. Hana eats the cheese. There's the stun. Can they find the kill? Raven's on top of him as well, but now Armel has shown up, and Cuckoo going to be controlled and brought down.
Buyback immediately from the TA. Now Raven in a lot of trouble. He's going to pop the Shrine. Vac wall on top, but there's no disable on top of this. And Armel, he's got so much in. Plus 68 right now. He's taking a ton of that damage, and he looks like he might be dropped here. The Raxas still are protected. How many kills can TNC get on the way out? Cuckoo looking for a blink in. Keep in mind, he does have the Bloodthorn, and the Bloodthorn attack coming through. Oh no, he's gonna get chainsawn completely here. He gets lifted up as well. His refraction all gone. Keep in mind, this is a buyback. Keep in mind, this is a dieback, and now Raven, the only one alive to
they're buying back Armel. They want to push this.
They want to win right now.
That's satanic, though. That saved the day. Raven, what?
He just time-lapse in. I think he wanted to kill or something.
Oh no. All right, well, he has buyback, but why? Wait, why did he time-lapse?
I don't know, but he also don't have time-lapse now for the next 30 seconds.
What? I don't understand why he just time-lapsed again.
I think he expected a Bing to be much lower, and he was trying to snipe him.
All right, he has Satanic back up again now. He's going to end up getting Astral. Oh, he was actually Satanic. Yeah, that might have been enough, but still, nonetheless, you have the Fly Solo CM ulti going out, keeping them back for the moment. Look at this man dance.
I mean, you can't go into that. Lots of damage. Glyph's going to come out. I'm surprised they even have a Glyph. Samage going to respawn, but Raven, he's just too low. That's going to be the second lane of Rax going down. Clutch Gamers, I think they should be happy with what they got, and they're going to turn back, but Armel did buyback for this.
They're Satanicing back up for Abang.
Okay, no, they're going to stay. They want to get the triple.
I mean, TA's gone for 60. You know this.
They have Vac wall back.
All right.
Samage needs to make a huge play here.
All the hopes and dreams of the TNC game #1 on the back of this little Darkseer soldier. Can he make it happen? Vacuum wall looks pretty. It looks nice, but Clutch Gamers don't give a damn.
Yep, wall in fact stolen, drops it right on top of the Weaver. That is going to be mega creeps here. Raven gonna try to do what he can. That is a buyback on Armel, and he's too tanky to go down here. The rest of Clutch Gamer finally will back up.
GG. They call it. Clutch Gamers take him down in the end. All it was, we talked about it, there was multiple Aegises picked up by TNC. Granted, it was in a tough position throughout most of the game, and then they ended up finally giving one away to Clutch, and Clutch Gamers ended up taking it. A really impressive display from them. Do you think...
Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ogre Magi!
TNC's turn to pick.
Slada. Rubik.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dark Seer.
TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The big streak here, not a big streak, but you know what I mean. Continue their one-win game, one-win streak.
To ban.
It's a big streak in their
That's a
hearts.
big streak.
In their heart. And in the context of the series, it's pretty damn big, too, because you win 2 and you win.
They're halfway there.
Living on a prayer.
Yep. All right, we got the slaughter again.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Tim's.
So this is the interesting thing. We see the Ogre taken by Clutch first overall,
Yep.
and then TNC takes Slardar Rubik, to which Clutch Gamers respond with the Darkseer. I think that there's a lot of things going on right here. First of all, Clutch Gamers love taking Darkseer themselves, even though TNC had it last time. But TNC are going to deny the Rubik from Fly Solo, who played it oh so well last time around. But they're going to try and entrust their hearts and dreams into Tim's. Do you think this is a good decision, this trade-off?
It's not 100% that Tim's is playing the slaughter, right? Because Sam H could play in the offlane role as well.
Yeah.
So we don't exactly know what Tim's is playing. And I don't want to kind of focus too much on Tim's because, you know, everyone has off games.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has off days. So let's just hope that he could kind of go forth and play well. But I do want to talk about the Rubik. I don't think it's just a block pick. Because as well as Fly Solo played last game, we got to keep in mind that Rior is also amazing on this hero as well.
10 seconds
So I think
remaining.
TNC is kind of just drafting what they want to be playing and they want to be picking.
5 seconds
And this is where I want to kind of begin or framing our discussion moving forward is TNC, how versatile are their core players? Because I see like Cuckoo as well as Raven, they play pretty much everything that is in the current metagame, right?
Pretty much everything that's popular. I think that probably Cuckoo's best hero is his Tinker.
Turn to
Okay,
pick.
we actually haven't seen too much of that at all.
No.
Are you expecting this to be a mid juggernaut or a safe lane juggernaut? Because TNC was the originator of the mid jug.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, that was when it was Teehee playing it, and I think that they've stuck with that same formula of success.
Right.
I like it, I actually think I like it more on Cuckoo, because it's a hero where he can still play that aggressive style that he likes, but you kind of have that handicaps, the training wheels, if you will, of the get out of jail free card with the Blade Fury spin TP.
Sure.
So I think that would fit them perfectly if they played it mid. And with the Disruptor taken as well, that's actually, I just really like that pick in general. That's quite good here.
Yeah, I really like Disruptor versus the Juggernaut. Now, obviously, none of your combo works if he's spinning, but a lot of times when you put a Thunder Strike on the Juggernaut and he's trying to run away from an engagement, he likely had to spin in the first place to run away. And that means the spin is down and Glimpse is going to be a freebie in terms of get him. Disruptor just adds so much more pressure to the Juggernaut player in terms of forcing you to retreat in a timely fashion. But back to the Juggernaut, I think the beauty of Juggernaut is you pick it here. It could be a mid, it could be your safe lane. You get to kind of adapt depending on what the situation is, because he's one of the few melee heroes that actually lanes extremely well against the Darkseer.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing about him too is that you've got the ability to go aggro if you want. Like you can play him in the super high tempo, take down the towers like we saw in game number 2 of TNC versus Faceless yesterday. Or you can play the pickoff game, which is what we see here with the Nyx, and he allows you to push out lanes, Manta style, pop that, and then go for the Blade Fury TP away. And considering we see the Nyx now, I'm kind of leaning towards it being more likely a Raven Juggernaut, and then taking something else for the mid here, just because I think that that style of play is more well-suited to Raven than Cuckoo.
You know, we haven't seen the Nyx Darkseer matchup in a long time. And I'm not saying that they're going to lane against each other, but more so that Nyx Assassin in the mid game is going to make Darkseer's life miserable, right? You are next to him, you pop your Spike Carapace, Darkseer stuns himself because he always has an Iron Shell on. Your mana burn does a buttload of damage to the Darkseer. And as we saw in the last game, there's various instances where Darkseers just run out of mana. Whether you get hit by Sanity's Eclipse, in this game you're going to get hit by multiple mana burn, which is going to hurt a ton. I think Darkseer is going to have a rather tough time, and he might need to adjust his item build to kind of reflect that. He might need to go for an earlier Guardian Grease than he would normally like to.
You know, and I think that this is going to be a really interesting game to watch next. I love the idea of him picking up an early Midas and getting levels here, because if he does get a lot of levels, look at these heroes. 3 int heroes already that are great for mana burn, but you also have, like you were talking about, the setup with the Spike Carapace. So you're kind of going to want both of those, and obviously you're going to be maxing Impale first anyways. So getting the high levels on Nyx early is going to be paramount. And Clutch Gamers going back for the wombo of the combo. Sven with an Ogre there to give him Bloodlust. You got Vacuum Wall. You got Disruptor. This could be pretty fireworksy.
Yeah, not only is Sven good for the combo like you're mentioning, it's also a core that will generally beat a Juggernaut 1v1. As long as Juggernaut doesn't have like 3 extra item on a Sven, you pop the Warcry, you could tank an Omni Slash. If Juggernaut's spinning at you, you just man him and hit him. So, kind of historically, this is one of those heroes that just straight up quote-unquote counters a Juggernaut. Now, to be fair, Juggernaut will have Corrosive Haze aiding him, but a lot of the physical damage from the TNC side will be mitigated by that Warcry.
Yeah, and I think that like this is the perfect time where TNC would have loved to go for something like a Shadow Fiend, another hero that gives you that minus armor, but obviously that's banned out at this point. And the ways that we've seen Sven get punished heavily with a Slardar tends to be when there's either like a Dazzle or a Shadow Fiend or one of those other minus armor heroes in the pool. And if you don't have enough of it, then he can just really stand tall against that lineup. So the last pick, Alk as well. Man, I like this draft a lot.
Ooh. This could be a 2-0, man.
My God.
This could be a 2-0. You know, if you want minus armor in the form of carry Venge is still in the pool, although I don't generally see TNC making picks like those.
10 seconds remaining.
I still think that this one fits Raven more playing it the way they're going to have to play it. But now actually, with the Alk, you might need to think about switching it up and going back for like some heavy push here. I think those are your 2 options. You either fully invest into late game, trying to draw it out as long as possible. You take something like Storm or something
I don't know
that.
if Storm's late game enough. I wouldn't say it's... I would say Storm is more for the pick plan, which...
Right, and then trying to translate that into towers as opposed to group up and push. I think those are your 2 answers here because you can't just try and team fight this lineup.
I think I go Invoker here. I put my Invoker mid. The reason being that Nyx Assassin plus Invoker Sunstrike ganks is a very good way to tie you through the mid game, and Invoker plus Juggernaut as a combo can carry you into late game as well. But instead, it's going to be the Troll. We've seen Team Faceless do this. He is a hero to man fight, and can he man fight the Sven, the manliest of all heroes?
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
Well, we're going to hop into the game now.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh, did you bet see Faceless Alk yesterday?
No, I didn't because
Okay.
I was thinking more back to like the Boston Major when Alk was just winning everything and my heart going out for various teams that ended up losing to it. Anyways, I could talk about Alk for a while and why the hero makes me sad, but the most important thing now is that we are into the game, and we can talk a little bit about why we think this could be a really good pick. What do you have to be most concerned about, like in this game? Because they can't really run at him early either. Tim's on the Slardar has been known for making great rotations, but against an Alk, it seems unlikely to work, with an Ogre most likely hanging out mid to give him a good start.
I think it's important to... Because Alk, 4 or 5 minutes into the game, starts to duck into the jungle.
Right.
To start acid spraying the camp. I think that's where Tims needs to strike. Now, I don't think Tims will be able to kill him, but you just kind of stay near his vicinity, take some experience, go in, crush his camp once or twice, just to make him work for it. You don't let him have a freebie. And then... I don't think TNC has a lot of early game options. Rather, I think once the 10-11 minute comes where you have the max healing ward, you just go. You just hit towers, hit buildings.
Yeah.
Surgically remove them one by one by one. And of course, a lot of it is also up to Sam H to contain the Alchemist and sending Vendetta ganks up to his way all the time. Let's not kid ourselves. TNC needs to really, really play well, outplay Clutch Gamer, in fact, to have a shot in this game.
It is going to be Raven on the Juggernaut like we were talking about. Just seems to fit the style of game that they're going to need, and Cuckoo can be the one that goes a little bit, well, for risk of putting myself on a pun train, Cuckoo this game. And I think that the other thing to keep in mind here is that I really like the idea that you had of the Sunstrike Invoker combo, because I'm thinking like around that mid-game time when you have... Is Armel going to go for a second bounty rune here?
Yes,
they're giving
he
him
is.
both of it?
Yes, he is.
Okay. That's a great way to start, and now he has a poor man's show for lane. Fine.
But look at Rior's doing. Rior solo smokes himself. I think he's looking for some sort of courier snipe. He's going to put a ward behind the tower.
Oh my god. All right, well this actually...
This is a way to win the lane, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's going to see it coming. He's going to tango through, or he's going to just snipe. And what's on the courier? That's Pro Man Shield gone.
Oh my
300
God.
gold. He's going to taunt on his way out.
I think that's the auto thing.
That is perfect play.
Beautiful, beautiful display there. That's what you need to have happen. So really heads-up play there by TNC. This is going to give their troll a really good start in the laning phase. And now Armel, who would have had a great time here, is now going to be punished pretty heavily. And
Yep.
Boombuck's having some trouble as well.
You really need that Pro Man show against Troll Warlord, because he hits actually rather hard.
So other things I was talking about is that I'm thinking if they do not end up just completely dumpstering this Alchemist in lane, which is looking like they could do, how are you going to be able to move in and actually find the kills in the jungle? Like, because Nyx alone is not going to be able to take down Armel unless he's just farming really greedily.
Yeah, I think you need to take your Slardar or your Rubik. Actually, Rubik's not even going to be enough. You definitely need Slardar or Juggernaut. So we're going to need to see Raven or Cuckoo play rather aggressively in the mid-game as well. There's going to be a fine balance for TNC to strike where they need to get farm, but also stay aggressive on the map.
All right, you can see over here in the bottom lane, Hana just planning to stay within creep experience range, while top lane as well, we've got Sam H getting the most that he possibly can as well. He's already got boots up, so he's pretty well farmed. Both of them at level 2. And mid lane, honestly, the Alk has not been hurt that much. He's taken a lot of damage, but it hasn't really been Troll able to force him out of lane or stop him from farming.
Well, he's out of regen now, right? The courier is back up in 28 seconds, so I don't think really TNC could take advantage of the fact that he's out of regen, but they're doing a decent job. The problem comes now where the Alchemist has 2 points in Acid Spray, and I don't know what the Troll could do when he starts to spam that spell.
Yeah. A little bit of a pause coming out. Apparently there's some issue going on. Mr. Timms himself, he ended up moving down and picking up both of the bounty runes, so this is sort of the way that he's been playing this hero consistently through these qualifiers and leading up to them as well. But yeah, Armel drops it down and Cuckoo has to stand in it.
No, he's actually getting a lot of these last hit and deny regardless under the tower, but that regen needs to come, and the courier is sitting behind the tier 2. He's also afraid of some sort of... Oh, in fact, is he going to go down here?
Oh my god, they dive! They kill off Cuckoo in the mid lane. They just ran at him.
Yeah. You rarely see Cuckoo kind of die to those kind of plays, right? That was just rather careless.
I mean, here's the thing about Cuckoo is that he is a kind of unpredictable player in general, but that tends to happen late games when he's going for like the big plays.
Right.
You are usually able to count on him in the laning phase. But maybe just the tension of this game. You are one game away from elimination when some people were thinking that TNC would be a direct invite, and now facing elimination, it's a scary prospect.
All right, we're going to have the 2 supports smoked up. They're looking to go top, or rather maybe a wrap around mid. You said it was important to shut down Alchemist, and you see that Cuckoo is now softening up Armel a little bit.
This would be a huge kill if they're able to find it.
It
looks
should
like
be enough.
Armel, they just need to get within range of the lip. They go for the slow. There's the pullback. The TP is coming in from the Ogre. Not nearly going to be in time, though. And, well, stun, and Cuckoo, he does find that kill.
Yep. Not only was it an Alchemist kill, it's also very important that Cuckoo got the last hit there because he needed that help. He needed to catch up. So good stuff so far. He's going to ferry out more boots. I am curious in terms of what you think about Sam H's build. He started the game with Boots of Speed, which is pretty common in the offlane situation. In fact, nice 2-man Impel. Gets a rune, walks away. Although, might die here. Ignite and a hasted Ogre comes in. They have the Stormhammer. They'll pop it.
Yeah, this should be a kill.
I think the stun's actually kind of stacked a little bit, but because of the haste rune, they should be able to pick it up. Yeah,
it's Thunderstrike too, so Giving a little bit of farm there over to the Ogre. I like the Sam H build by and large. I don't remember if he ended up starting with the double mango or not.
No,
but
he didn't, because he went boots first. So
Okay.
that was the point I was trying to make. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
Ice always go double mango, and I'm just wondering if that perhaps would be better.
Yeah, I think that that might be. It still looks like he had a decent time in laning phase. He's actually ahead of the Darkseer in terms of farm, and maybe some of that has to do with the Slardar running around stealing bounty runes, etc. But I think that's the trade-off, right? Is that you are able to have more movement into the jungle, stealing bounty runes as Sam H, and then you end up paying for it every now and then by getting killed like that. But that's not the worst thing in the world.
Yep. Alright, so this is the phase of the game where Armel ducks in the jungle and starts acid spraying away. He goes back in the lane to acid spray more. It's gonna be rough here for TNC because none of the rotations are going into the jungle. They're not really slowing him down. I don't think one kill is nearly enough to stop an Alchemist, so.
Well, and like you talked about in the draft, I was expecting and actually really liking the idea that you had of an Invoker, because you think about what an Invoker could have done right now instead of Cuckoo. If Armel goes into the jungle, you have the Nyx that's there, he just pops the Spike Carapace on the Acid Spray, and then that's an easy kill over and over and over again. But
maybe not exactly
troll,
right now because he doesn't have Vendetta yet, but yeah, maybe like in 2-3 minutes from now.
Exactly, and like now you've got Tim's who's going to be able to come in here and soak up some experience, but there's no chance for a kill.
No. He will drop a ward, though.
Blocks out the camp. That's something that they can do at the very least. But, yeah, tough one. So 6 minutes in, Hana's going to be able to get that bounty rune. It looks like they're going to make this movement up towards picking one and see if they can find something here.
Tims might be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to run through the Ogre on the way out, eats a Fire Blast, Ignite combo.
They have Glimpse. Tim's just out of range, and they're not going to be able to get him.
All right. Top lane, Sam H. Goes on a bing a little bit, but just scares them into using a Warcry. Now, obviously, you know, you pointed out the merits of what an Invoker can do, but let's not forget Troll Warlord pressures towers much better than an Invoker can. I think that's kind of the angle that TNC is taking, at least in the relatively early phase of the game. They're looking to take down these tier 1 towers very quickly and then pressure the jungle of the Alchemist.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to play it. Oh, they might be able to do something here. Abang's still in the area. Sam H could steal some, maybe get the courier snipe. All right, they find it. That's the bottle of Armel, so something going their way there.
Yeah, that's second time courier dying, but looks like Tims might be in a little bit of trouble. In fact, they're thinking about coming back in. Abing's going to eat Impale. Crush is going to follow things up. They pop the Battle Trance. Look at that Nyx.
All right. Apparently, high attack speed Nyx Assassin finding a kill on the Sven. Not what you would have expected. This hero with 7 armor on top of him and a bunch of heroes around, but yeah, they take advantage of that situation and they end up taking him down.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, the cool thing was that Cuckoo had a Arcane Rune when he popped the Battle Trance, so it's like ready to go again in case they need it.
And they're doing a good job of continuing to follow around the Alk, but there isn't that kill still that they need on him.
I think it's good enough. Again, it's not kills, but you know, you do what your lineup is capable of doing, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, just slow him down as best as you could possibly can.
Meanwhile, we haven't talked a whole lot about it so far. Raven has gone 58 and 12 in his lane, currently level 7. So been sharing a good bit of that experience with other people. But he's going to be able to at least be a relevant force in these fights pretty soon as well. I imagine you just keep on farming up until maybe you get that level 2 ulti, and then you can make some rotations. Or possibly you have Nyx run into your lane and help out for a kill on the Darkseer.
Yeah, I think for Raven, he's going to just have a teleport scroll on him. If there's a fight that breaks next to his tower, he will make that port, but until then, I think getting that level is quite key. It's not just about the level 2 healing, level 2 Omni Slash, but also about maxing healing ward, because they'll need it to push against Acid Spray.
Tim's, again, in position to take the bounty rune away and just sort of look at the Alchemist.
As I say that, Raven is porting up top. He's only at half HP, but does have the Omni Slash available.
They spot this out, though. They see Raven moving up towards the top lane, and they are going to react. Yeah, Sven is just backing out. He doesn't have a TP, though, so this is a scary moment. He's going to hide behind the tower, and we might even need to see some rotations. Does anybody else have TPs? Alk doesn't. Disruptor does. Darkseer, they're going for him. There's the initiation. They get the Impale as well. Can they get into range? Omni Slash comes out. They're not able to share the damage, and, well, Abing just goes down. So now maybe Raven is going to be the one who could get gone on. They have the Fire Blast there, but It looks like Fly Solo did not stay in range to go for any type of a glimpse play.
Yeah, even though he got scouted out, TNC making that play work is actually fairly lucky for them. Glimpse back on Sam H. Sam H does not care. He's walking straight in the healing ward, giving them the ability to dive like that. Fly Solo gets that last hit before he dies.
Yeah.
Worth, I guess. And Tim's is going to pick up the kill. Now, this is the Tim's I was talking about, you know?
Yeah.
He heard the pep talk, went to the restaurant I recommended, got some rice. That's why they needed the 10-minute break in between, you know?
Yeah, we need to get our rice, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, you've got yourself a Slardar, almost level 6. There is a rotation down towards the bottom lane with a Vendetta up.
Oh, Hana's dead.
Spike might be able to go for it. Yep, goes for the initiation. There's the Impale. He's out of there. And Abang can't believe it. Maybe going to be able to do something to Sam H here. He has the Iron Shell on him. Chase is going to continue the movement speed, but can they get him? No! They caught the lift up there. Rio are on top of him. The crush to follow, and Abang needs to be careful.
Ogre's coming in as well. There's going to be a Storm Hammer. They have Impale. They will Impale up on Abing. Abing's going to get slowed down. He's going to get crushed again. One more right click, and it looks like Tim's going to pick up a killing spree. And now Ogre is in a lot of trouble as well. They're going to get him as well.
All right.
TNC.
That was absurd. The Iron Shell did so much damage in that fight, but they just couldn't find a kill. Beautiful play by TNC to dodge away from that. He ended up doing more damage, about the same amount of damage as the Sven in that engagement.
Yep. Now the big question is that enough? All of those kills were nice. It's not on the Alchemist. Alchemist, if you look at his current net worth, he is more than halfway to the Sacred Relic. He is unimpeded when it comes to farm. He's stacking for himself. It's looking scary, man.
Yeah. I think that you've taken down one tier 1 tower. You're about to get another one here. But it does not feel like it has been enough yet to really put the screws to Clutch Gamers. If they can keep up this pressure, it's solid. But it's a constant battle. And, well, now they've been able to find Hana, the rotation in. Now maybe TNC in a little bit of trouble. They do have a glimpse if they want to use it, but
they don't want to fight next to the shrine to kind of force that kind of play. Now, some would say that the Radiant team is doing enough, because if you look at the net worth, Alchemist is not that far ahead of the kind of the Radiant cores, and as an Alchemist player, you need to be very far ahead. So on that metric, I think TNC is doing quite okay. But on the other metric is that Armel is, you know, gonna be very, very far ahead relatively soon once the relic gets picked up.
All right. So Disruptor. Oh, they break the smoke on that. That's unfortunate. Abang is right there on top of him. Tim's is on the high ground. Crush onto 3. Can they find any more? Impale off the mark. Static Storm onto Cuckoo. He's controlled for the moment, but Raven has gone in now. And, well, that's going to end up being a dead Ogre. Maybe they can find a kill on a Cuckoo, but it's not enough damage. And now they're going to be able to go into Roshan and should be able to secure this quite easily. Yeah, Static Storm dropping, also not hitting too much. So I guess TNC could have really gotten more, but the Nyx Assassin by Sam H. A rare miss, but this is kind of the game plan for TNC, right? We said that they need to be aggressive, they need to take objectives, and that's exactly what they're doing. Now the TP down here bottom. If they could find this kill onto Armel, it would be a great display from them. They are going in. There's the crush onto Armel. They still have Hana in the area. No mechanism at this point, but they're on top of him. They glimpse away the troll. This is the fight that they want to take now, but no glimpse to pull Tim's back in. Sam H still under tower. Can they find this kill? He ends up going for the self-stun, and, well, that's the vacuum to interrupt the impale from Sam H. Good play there as well. Armel so low, needs to arm with toggle. The stun is enough, though, and they do manage to bring down Tim's, but it's at a big old cost, and Raven taking down another Fly Solo to fall. Tro is back in the fight right now. He does not have the slow access just yet, but Raven's also in the fight. He's looking for the spin. Boomback is trying his best to juke, and there is no juking that one. And now on the right side, Stormhammer does go onto the Tro, but Cuckoo is going to win that man fight. And all of a sudden, that was a 4-for-1 exchange with them fighting a lot of the fight, like what, 4v5? Because Tro got sent back and all that jazz. Yeah. And now they've clearly done enough. 7,500 net worth lead, 7,500 experience lead, Roche down, tier 1 down as well. Oh, tier 2's going down too. Yeah, if you're TNC, you're not stopping. I think that you've got Ion Shells with the Darks here to try and push these waves out on the sides. That way you could just defend one wave, but this wave is going to go down. Oh, that battle trance, making it look so easy. And
You know, this is where the Troll Warlord looks much better than Invoker, right?
Oh,
Where
yeah.
You're just taking towers left and right. It looks like the fight's not
Hana's
over
dead.
yet. Hana gonna get caught here. Tim's heard the words, man. Look at him this game. He's 5-1-4 as a support Slardar. He's gonna amp up fly solo. He says, I see you, bro. And there's nowhere for you to run.
Yeah, it's a rough life indeed for that Disruptor, who does end up falling. I mean, Alchemist, the game plan hasn't changed for him. Farm, farm, farm. But I think that Clutch Gamers are definitely hurting at this stage. And
I mean, right now, I'm not sure it's farm. Clutch Gamer is feed because TNC's over them. And that's going to be another tier 2.
Radiant's
Yeah.
top tower.
I think that Armel is dead now, though, as well.
Yep.
The Nyx Assassin here. There's the Impale. Right clicks. Armlet Toggle got off. Trying to run away from this. Gets the stun. Another Armlet Toggle. Any way out of
actually
this?
gonna
Okay. Armlet Toggle. Armlet
gonna make it
Toggle. Armlet Toggle. Armlet.
You know, the funny thing is that both Cuckoo and Raven rotated up top instead of taking that tier 2, which is rightfully theirs.
Yeah.
Radiant's
They didn't get the Alchemist. They didn't get the tier 2, so a lot of space creation for himself, Mr. Armel.
That was a pretty funny one. And that was big, because he didn't have the Courier in range to get the Radiance either.
Dire's
He never doubted for a second. He didn't buy the recipe out, even. So this is going to be the Relic, and only about, I think, like 900, a little bit of gold away from the Radiance.
Still, a 10,000 goal lead, though, for TNC.
Yeah.
Outer tower is being surgically removed.
I don't know if they can ever feel completely comfortable in this game because of how good the team fight is from Clutch, but they're clearly in a much more dominant position. And if they play it right, if they play it safe, they'll be fine. You know what I mean? They're in quite a substantial lead, but they can't get too complacent.
Yeah, I hear you. There's the danger where if you just lose one team fight to the Alchemist,
tower is under
that 10k net worth lead you have evaporates.
Definitely.
Because Alchemist could get the map so much, and so quickly. Now the other thing that they have going for them is, as we see a Nyx Assassin
has fallen.
gonna find himself Fly Soul. I don't know why Fly Soul is there on some warding mission.
Yeah, he got this one mid, and they ping it out immediately where it is, so...
But as I was saying, the other thing that TNC has going for them is that this Sven is super poor.
Right. Yeah, he has been hampered. He is a support Sven at this stage of the game.
Yep.
We also have Rubik, who stole Bloodlust. So now if you didn't have enough
boy.
attack speed before, you're going to continue to have more. And was that a gem? Who picked up the gem?
That was Rubik.
Okay. Slaughter has a Midas to try and secure the late game. I don't know if I completely love that one. We've been seeing like a lot of Midases that get picked up by teams that are like really far in the lead. And I feel like Clutch Gamers, if they do manage, like you kind of want to build items that are going to allow you to take fights more effectively, right?
Yes and no. I think for Slardar, it's a very interesting case. So let's say he didn't buy the Midas, right? He will have something like a Force Staff, which, yes, will help him initiate and then kind of transition from fight to fight a lot better. But for Slardar, if he gets to level 18 for that max Corrosive Haze, that's a big part of them winning fights and killing the Alchemist. So I'm okay with them actually getting this. And of course, it secures them more late game farm as well.
Yeah.
But the level 18 is so ultra important against the Warcry, against the Alchemist, that I think this is actually the best item that he could have gotten.
Okay. They also saw the Nyx Assassin pick it up also, which we were talking about. Getting more points in this mana burn against this high int lineup, with the exception of Sven and the Alk, obviously, is really great, because we've been seeing these supports just evaporate in the team fights, and that's going to continue to happen. We do have the Blink Dagger on the Darkseer. Ended up going for that before the mechanism, even realizing how important that high ground hold was. And I think that in spite of the fact that they're so far behind, TNC is making the right move by not trying to pressure too far.
They're respecting the high ground. They understand that it's so hard to break a high ground, which involves a Blink Vacuum and a Blink Sven stun. Well, or soon to be a Blink Sven stun, as he has the Blink Dagger queued up.
Yeah.
You can, again, just lose a game on that high ground.
Yeah,
They're
and then Static
respecting
Storm on top of it as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, there aren't any BKBs on this lineup yet, are there? Yeah, Troll is building into his, so I think that waiting for that is really much the correct decision.
Yes, Armel is continuing to get farm with Grievous Greed bonus, but it's a different level of farm, right? Like a normal alchemist is on your tier 2s at the bottom right now, like split pushing the whole map.
Yeah,
But-
they've been inside their base for the
Yeah.
past like 4 minutes.
TNC is completely fine giving Armel one wave every 30 seconds.
And Armel is not completely fine with that.
No.
He's rather upset, as a matter of fact. Look at him. He's full of rage.
These Dota puns, man.
You got to keep up with it.
Our Dota dat jokes.
It's great. TNC. And they do eventually go for that high ground push. What do you think it's going to look like for them? Is it the Juggernaut Blade Furying on the top of the map or right there on top of the high ground? Or do you think it's Troll Warlord and Axe's form? He didn't go for the Dragonlance build this time on Troll. Instead, we're seeing the Sanjay Nasha picked up.
So I think it's going to come in two forms. Either they get a pick, which is an invitation to a push. That's kind of the easy way that TNC could break the high ground. Or TNC is going to finish some big items like a BKB on Cuckoo, get an Aegis, and then go. So I think we're going to at least have to wait till the Roche spawn.
Okay. And if you are Clutch Gamers, do you go and try and defend the Aegis at all? Do you just wait high ground?
I mean, they have the team fight to actually perhaps make a fight at the Aegis. That kind of depends on whether the blink is done on Sven by then. It looks like it will be done.
Yeah.
So I think it's up to them. I think they have what it takes to take a fight at the Roche spawn. The problem is that they are doing it blind. Look at the vision near Roche.
Yeah.
There is none.
Well, there's none for either team, which is the plus side.
That's, I mean, more of a plus for Clutch, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, they are smoked up right now.
All right. They realize that Roche could be up, and it actually is like an instant spawn there as well. So they're going to go and try and find a pick off. If they could pick somebody off here, this is a huge moment for them. And Alchemist is showing in lanes. They're expecting nothing to really be wrong. Tim's might end up breaking the smoke here. Boombox runs into him. Oh, the nice reactions.
He gets glimpsed back here, but that's not exactly a dangerous territory. So smoke gets broken.
They have another one. They have another one on Disruptor, so they could go again.
But here's the thing. Boomback is amped.
Yeah.
So even if you smoke, they will have vision of you still.
God, Tim's, that was such a good play. He blinks out and gets the amp on him. That's like the perfect situation for that for TNC in that smoke.
Yep. So I believe the courier of the Radiant side just got microed on top of the Roshan, so they would have seen it. And there's a double damage just waiting outside, man.
Yeah, I think that if you are Clutch, you do kind of want to go into this, though, because if you are holding your high ground, it only gets harder when you don't have the...
Why is nobody taking that DD?
Aegis.
It's running out soon. Okay, there you go.
All right, they're going to get it. And moving in for this area, they need to get here quickly. Clutch Gamers, they decide that they can't go for it.
They are correct.
I don't know, it's tough, because now you have to fight into an Aegis, which is the scary side.
Now, again, the high ground defense is quite nice. They got the acid spray for a little bit of a kind of weakening you up, softening you up, and then they got the big combo. The problem with that combo is you got one try at it, one opportunity.
And you also have a 7,200 net worth Sven. He has level 2 ulti. That's something. It's something.
He's got a blink.
Yeah.
He could combo. In fact, they could do the wombo combo.
What? Oh, Courier. What was on that one? That was the Manta style. Oh, that really hurts.
How many times did the courier die this game? 3, 4 times?
Something like that. Well, bottom lane is where it looks like the pressure is going to come, and Cuckoo is already there, DD in hand, trying to hit now onto the base, starting to drop low. They steal acid spray as well. Rior has just been playing this game beautifully, and kinetic field, disruption as well. Cuckoo, they're dropping a lot onto this guy, and he still has Aegis. They pull back in onto Armwell. He evaporates in an instant.
Corrosive haze, man. Make him look like paper. BKB did get activated, but you know, the Rax is going to go down. Obviously, no buyback go from the Alchemist because he's putting it all into his items.
Oh, another big crush there. Can they find any more? Fly solo. They get the Disruptor ulti, the vacuum wall. It's pretty good. The Sven, he's going to be able to take down Cuckoo maybe as well. All right, that was what they needed, but 4 are still dead, and it's not going to be good enough. That was...
Hana barely surges away. Tim's want the kill, but... I mean, honestly, TNC didn't even have to make that play. Like, they kind of handed 3 kills on a silver platter to Clutch, but they just had so much net worth advantage that it didn't even matter.
I mean, it looked pretty there, and you saw the potential from Clutch Gamers, but with Alk already dead at the start of the fight, no buyback possibility, they just have too much.
Yep.
It was pretty sick though.
Yeah, it did. I mean, HP bar was dropping, and considering that they were down so much, it looked okay. They're trying to stun up here. Cuckoo will probably get glimpsed back.
It's about the most you could hope for, is what we'll say about it.
Oh, that looked really cool. That Axis just followed him.
Yeah.
All right, 2 lanes of Rex. TNC will reset, buy some new items, get the waves pushed back in, because Alchemist will inevitably push it out.
Very impressive display from TNC. I think after that last game in particular, they were like, all right, we need to get ourselves back together. Let's go for the tried and true and tested strategy. We'll build this draft where we just take down lane after lane after lane after lane. And they made it work. I think that this is it's going to be hard for Clutch Gamers to come back. They do still have the heroes that allow you to make that type of a comeback, but it needs to be perfect from here on out.
Yeah, and Cuckoo has a double damage again.
What the hell?
All right. I mean, that it pays to check the runes.
How does he keep getting these?
All right, smoked up. I think they're just going for the juggler here. Like, if they just get any kill.
Yeah, and it's only 15 seconds until Alka would have his Manta style. So if they can get this on Armel, possibly that helps you enough in the fight. Like that last fight, you also didn't have the Manta.
There's some deep stuff. Boom back. Are they jumping on him?
Yeah, they stun the Alk, but he is very far back. Cuckoo is just going to go in, take this down. This isn't the end of the world for them, but like they can still take this fight.
Cuckoo just runs in the... doesn't have Aegis anymore.
All right.
He dumps the BKB and will win the match by stolen God Strength. They use up the Alk. They will stun up the Alk, and his HP bar is dropping fast. Will Manta needs to armor toggle this. No armor toggle going to do this one. The Purge on a Bing slowing him down. He did drop the stun here on Cuckoo, but it's not going to be enough. Bing will lose the man fight barely, and that just should be enough.
Yeah. Very clean play, very clean game from TNC, and they are going to take number 2, 23-5. Again, there was always a chance for a comeback, but it was going to need to be a comeback big time as TNC won that early stages. And Lumi, after the first couple of games, it felt like Clutch, they
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Soul Warlord.
Radiant team pick.
Juggernaut.
Qualifiers, Southeast Asian region. It is TNC Pro Team facing off against Clutch Gamers. I'm Lyrical, going to be joined by the lovely, the wonderful, the always punctual Luminous Inverse. Sir, how you doing?
What are you trying to say?
Huh? Nothing at all. But yeah, we're in the draft right now, and it is TNC Pro Team who just tied it up against Clutch Gamers, and they were looking quite good. You also have them sort of pegged as your pick, at least before we see the draft, which doesn't say much, but for the winningness, just because you felt like they played better in game number 1 and 2?
I think so, or at least the half of game number 1, and definitely all of game number 2. And now TNC is going to be going for a very heavy physical damage strat. You got the kind of the attack speed increase from Battle Trance. You got the minus armor from Weave. Clutch Gamer, I think this is actually a very smart reply in the form of Winter Wyvern, because TNC is going to be packing heat, and if you could get them fighting each other, that's a great way to get them killed.
Yeah, I like this answer, and I think that also it's really cool to have a different look hero for Clutch Gamers. This is what we also saw in game number 2, was they picked a Sven. They're willing to go with creative, innovative answers that aren't often seen in the meta of Southeast Asia, and Winter Wyvern has pretty much exclusively been used as a counter pick to Meepo, if I'm not mistaken. So seeing it here against the all-physical lineup, it seems like a great answer.
I agree, and especially some of these heroes are... Like, if you curse the Nyx Assassin, he's just dead against this lineup. If you curse the Dazzle, he's dead. The only big danger of playing Winter Wyvern against this lineup is that if you don't get the Dazzle in the curse, you're trading an ult for a Grave.
Right.
Which, I think Winter Wyvern, honestly, is just an ult when it comes to the big team fight.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Omni-Knight.
They're going to go Omni. Still lacking that burst damage like you were talking about.
Well, purification.
Sniper.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Before he even considers the blink. So I think Sniper is going to have a lot of longevity in this game. So that's good. And as a Winter Wyvern player, the one here I hate playing against the most is Sniper. Because, like we've been mentioning over and over again, your positioning is so tenuous. You need to be close enough to drop curse. You want to be cursing as many people as possible. And then once he has the shrapnel on you, you're already, 280 base movement speed hero. You're just crawling in the air. We'll see. We'll see how Fly Solo will navigate his Wyvern against the Sniper, though.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to the lower bracket, not finals, but getting there. Winner is going to face off against Mineski. It's game number 3. It all comes down to this. Clutch Gamers took game number 1 fairly in a tenuous manner, and then you saw TNC take it afterwards in a very dominant fashion. So a ward placed down here up on the high ground. Hana is going to always be under at least a little bit of pressure. How do you feel about Omni Knight in the offlane in general? Do you think that this is a good fit for him?
We've seen actually many teams try Omni Knight in the offlane. Predominantly, it's actually Sam H is the player that has actually done it with the most success. In fact, not only does he win the lane, he dominates the lane by getting solo kills and whatnot. With that said, though, this is a team that knows in and out about offlane Omni. So I'm pretty sure they are also prepared to deal against it. And I think Troll Warlord is actually one of the better cores that you want against Omni Knight. Against Omni Knight in the offlane, you just want to have 2 range heroes in there. Constantly beat him up when he's coming in close.
Well, I have to see how it does work out. Sam H, Boots first build again, not opting for the mangoes. I like it more in this match against the Jug because you obviously aren't going to get brought down by the Blade Fury since you're going to have that high movement speed. Abang does not start out with Boots himself, just for a little bit more trading. And Hana, not going to be able to really contest for that bounty rune at all, but it looks like they're going to send the Ogre mid, help out with the Shadow Fiend in lane, try and get him a good start. Likewise, Tim is maybe going to be forced into that position as well.
Yep. Tim's does not have the boot start that normally you see from Slaughter supports nowadays. He's going to settle with the Wind Lace. Dead.
I wonder if this was because Nyx wanted to go for it too. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually pretty common for the 5-position support to actually just get all the wards nowadays to allow for the other support to get boots.
Well, early movement out. The headshot taken first for Cuckoo, causing some trouble and pain for the Ogre Magi. But
This is actually a pretty tough lane for the Sniper, in my opinion, because early on, Shadow Fiend and Sniper really actually have very low base damage. So Cuckoo's going to struggle for CS, as does the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
But when Shadow Fiend picks up a couple of damage from the Necromastery, I think that's when Cuckoo really has issues.
Well, for now at least, they're sort of holding on to the lane equilibrium across the board. You can see that Hana's been still, you know, kind of hampered out here by Rior, who's keeping an eye on him constantly.
Pops a repel to get rid of the Poison Touch. Now, Poison Touch was actually maxed by Rior the other day when he was actually, I think I want to say he was laning against Ice Ice's Nyx Assassin. It turned out to be a very impressive harassing tool, but the downside of that obviously is that you don't have high levels of heal or grave.
Oh my god, a lot of damage being leveled out here against Cuckoo. Almost went down if he was able to find that raise. Cuckoo, the Fairy Fire keeping him alive. So just barely able to get out of that one, and well, baiting out the usage. He's going to salve up and be fine. Wow.
The last hit department, though, is suffering.
I think that's a huge play, though, because that's all of Shadow Fiend's mana. They brought in a ton of harassment from the Ogre. Like, he has to run over here and pop the Shrine now. And, like, Cuckoo, you don't have to be as worried about dying throughout the rest of this, well, at least a little while of the laning phase.
Honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Shadow Fiend, like, if he wants mana, he can get it from the Shrine. He has a bottle coming out soon.
Okay.
It's more that Shadow Fiend has actually passed over the bump of the laning stage where he's having trouble last hitting. Look at him now. He's sitting for, what, 80-something damage? Almost 90 damage? And I just think that Cuckoo's going to have trouble keeping up in terms of lasting and denying. As to say that, though, he's using his fast, rapid animation to kind of stay competitive.
Meanwhile, Hana has been helped out a little bit now in the top lane by the Ogre. Shadow Fiend left alone, and they're bringing over the Winter Wyvern as well. They know that Juggernaut's going to be able to have a fine time against this Nyx Assassin, so leave him here alone for a little bit. Make sure that your Shadow Fiend doesn't get ganked or anything weird happens, and with that, they should be okay. And you can see that Tim's actually wants to go in for this one. They're deciding to dive for it. Shrapnel, but Armel already on top of it. He backs out.
Yeah, Shrapnel missing pretty much says there's no chance for them to get that kill.
So Clutch Gamers off to a hot start. 15-6 for the Jug. About even with the Troll. You've got the Shadow Fiend pretty far ahead of the Sniper. And then, meanwhile, in the off lane, the Omni Knight's getting a lot of CS.
Yeah, Omni Knight is actually much harder to shut down than you would imagine, even though he's just a melee hero without any nukes to do much. The fact that he could just sustain and even tray hits very effectively against most supports is what makes him strong, and we shall see how TNC deals with the Tims. On the prowl again, maybe looking to steal a rune. They have dropped a lot of these wards deep into the enemy jungle. I'm not exactly sure what for.
Yeah, maybe just looking to see if there ever is a rotation off into the jungle by the Shadow Fiend there, and if they don't see him in lane and they don't see him over there at the side jungle, they know that he's in his own and they could set up a gank over to that side. But they drop the repel now. That means that they can go on to Hana. So Hana ends up stealing the rune, now trying to run away. He does have no more repel for a long period of time. The crush is going to come through, and well, another purification is not going to be there. They're going to end up losing the Ogre as well, most likely. Couple quick kills there for TNC, and they lose the Shadow Fiend mid. Manning up against Cuckoo. It's all falling apart this early start, and maybe even going to end up losing Fly solo here. He's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Shrine's going to help things out. The teleport in will ward away Sam Mage, but that is 3 kills in the span of 30 seconds, and all of a sudden TNC winning 2 out of the 3 lanes very handily. The only saving grace they got for them is the Bings farming rather well, but Juggernaut can't really influence the early to mid game that often, right? He will get a kill with Omni Slash, whoop-de-doo, but, you know, you got to do more than that for the team. So I think overall Clutch Gamer in a very terrible spot after that 1 minute of gameplay.
And it was a lot of it, at least, set up by going for that bounty rune. Do you think about the call that came behind that? The Ogre hanging out there with them. Would the kill have happened on Shadow Fiend in the mid lane if the Ogre was there? Probably not. I mean, not that you want to be sticking around the entire time as the Ogre in the mid lane, but I don't know. Maybe a little bit questionable there, the decision by Clutch Gamers.
I think they really underestimated damage output of Troll Warlord, because if you look on paper, you have Ogre Magi and Omni Knight. Those are some beefy heroes that shouldn't die to you know, anything. But Troll Warlord has that point into fervor, and he attacks so many times onto the Omni Knight that by the end of it, he had like, you know, close to 400 attack speed or something.
Probably the 3 points, I mean, up in the range axis as well, getting that max duration, slow duration,
right.
Quite rough as well, that they weren't able to get away with either the Ogre or the Omni. But Fly solo in the meantime, we haven't talked a lot about him. He probably has not gotten as many levels as he would have wanted. Still up at level 3, and this push that's going to eventually come from TNC, they're going to need to deal with that with the Splinter Blast. So I would love to see the Wyvern be able to pull a bit more and possibly get some more for herself. Seems unlikely to be the case, though, as Tim's getting chased down. The Assassinate almost going to be able to bring down Armel. The Cold Embrace barely saving him, but maybe no! Not going to be able to take down Tim's with the raise.
Yeah, Shadowfiend knew he was dead, and he wants to double raise back. It would have actually killed Tim's. Would have made a pretty sick play if he did that, but unfortunately Tim's a little bit too fast. And Sniper on top of things. Now, despite the fact that Shadowfiend died twice, he's actually well ahead of Sniper when it comes to CS. But I think net worth-wise, yeah, Sniper is just leading the game now.
It's only about by 500 gold, but yeah, it's tough. And the other thing is that Sniper has gone for these very high-value items. The double Wraith Band, Raindrops. He's got himself a Windlace as well. So it's quite tough for him. You compare that to Armel, and well, he needs to finish off some treads pretty soon here and remain tanky in some way. He's so squishy. You can just get killed off super easily.
I wonder what Cuckoo's going to buy in terms of his first major item. A lot of people go for the tried and true Dragonlance. But because I just don't think there's so many heroes that could punish him for going a greedier item, I think going for the Maelstrom might just work out here.
Yeah.
What's actually going to gank him this game?
Probably the best chance would be his own teammates with Winter's Curse coming out.
Right.
That's... it's quite tough. I don't know if they really have that instant disable outside of that. You look at their team and it's just they don't have the Slardar Crush. They don't have a Sand King Burrow Strike. They don't have a Crush from Wyvern. They need to find kills like this, which are hard to make happen. Although he did almost die there.
Yep. But again, Tim's not dying anymore, man. All right, Hana trying really hard to get this ring. He will get it.
And they've been making a high priority of that. And he's, come to the tune now of level 6 for the Omni Knight. So it is a lineup that if they can get it rolling and start making moves around the map, taking down these tier 1 towers, it'll be solid for him. But that's what the Sniper is there for. You got the Shrapnel, the long range attack stuff coming in. It's going to be hard for them to actually push out all these creep waves consistently. Or deal with the lanes being pushed against them, rather.
Alright, we're having a fairly passive phase of the game, apart from the fact that Tim's is, rotating everywhere trying to take runes. I think passivity kind of favors, in my opinion, the Sniper draft, right? Just giving him time to get farm.
I think so. And they're also taking towers while this is happening.
Right.
The other thing to mention is that Winter Wyvern has not, just now gained another level, was still at level 3
he needs
that entire time.
The Tome of Knowledge.
Yeah. Winter's Curse, Splinter Blast, these spells are vital in this game. And even, the Cold Embrace is pretty valuable. I don't think that you're going to level that up. You might level it above the Arctic burn,
Yeah,
but
you do. I think you do in this game at least.
yeah.
Now, I don't think it's too difficult for Wyvern to catch back up. She clears creep so quickly that, you know, you give her like 2-3 minutes. She's going to come back with, you know, 800 gold and a level or 2.
Right. Oh my god, look at that scan too. Nyx knows. Oh, and they're going to go for it. The smoke pops. Fly Solo in trouble. They go for the impale. Ends up connecting.
And now Shrapnel gets
Sniper.
vision.
Oh god. Yeah, that really hurts. Oh, wow.
That is Sam H for you. Turns a gank around that's supposed to kill him and gets a kill back. Maybe getting a little bit more here.
Abang is on top of them.
Nice
They just
raise.
use the raise.
Impale not going to connect this time. Omni Slash going to get divided. Now Cuckoo's on the run. Here comes the Troll Warlord. That's going to force a Bing away to get vision again. Assassinate's going to fly through as well. Healing Ward did get cast before he dying. And they got to take care of that healing
Really
ward.
good spike carapace as well. And Armel, he's going to end up being brought down as well. They don't have any way to deal with this. There is no damage coming out. No Winter's Curse. It looks like Raven is going to fall, but the rest of the side of TNC is here chasing, and they can't run away from the sniper.
Yep, he needs a little bit more heal. He does pop the heal, but it got spiked backwards. Nice stun here by Sam H. Continue going to Armel. Armel's going to go down. One by one, they fall. Wyvern trying to fly over the tree lines. They have vision on him. They will clap on him, and they will defecate on him as well. That's one more. Yeah, they will go on boombacks as well. You want to come in? That's
Oh
gonna
my
be 6
god.
in a row. The C Classic.
That was 7 in a row.
One by one. 7? Okay, a Bing wants to come in too.
What
This
are they
is all
doing?
coming off the wheels, man.
Oh my god. The Winter Wyvern died twice in that fight. So you had
I think
that,
Ogre-
and then the
Ogre
Ogre
died
died twice as
yeah.
well. So 7 kills to 2. Definitely in favor of TNC. And again, it's just like you don't have the levels to fight. You don't have the abilities to fight. You don't have the farm to fight. You don't have the heroes to fight. But Clutch Gamers, they wanted to fight and they lost. Pretty hard.
I think more than, like, I don't even want to say halfway through the fight, but like maybe 20% into the fight, they realize, oh, this is not the fight we could take. The problem is, it's so hard to run from Shrapnel. It's so hard to run from a Slaughter. So they kind of retreated as best as they could. They you know, even ran past the shrine. How many times do you see a team fighting into the shrine and still winning that fight, right? So I think it's just the fact that the Shrapnel was just wrecking them.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. And it's sort of the storyline that we've been talking about, these supports not getting these levels up in time. And you look at a hero like Slardar and what he brings to these engagements at level 4 when they started that. He had a crush, which still ends up doing the 1.75 seconds to disable, sprint so he can continue the chase. And then what does Wyvern bring? You set up kills for your team by cold embracing him at this point, because even though there's not a ton of magical damage, there's a little bit. And by that time, TNC are able to wrap around. TNC just proving to be a very well-composed lineup that know what they need to do to win.
Cold Embrace in particular, it's not just about the magic damage, it's the fact that the hero just gets stuck there. So when you Shadow Fiend's Cold Embrace in the middle of the fight, your team can't run away because you're not going to run away from your Shadow Fiend, right?
Yeah.
So then as a result, everybody's stuck there. It's like he RP'd his own team, which is not really good.
Well, and so here's the thing that I'm thinking about as well. The game, it's a big net worth lead for TNC off the back of that. But if you are Clutch Gamers, you are still going to be able to execute your draft at a certain point. It's a lot harder than it would have been, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible to execute the draft the way that you wanted it to. Now, that being said, if TNC here can get an Aegis...
Yeah, I see. Here's the thing. TNC is a team that gets one advantage and just press for more. They are not going to give you a room to breathe.
Yeah.
So, Clutch Aimer, if they want to execute their lineup, they need to find the time to do so. They need to find the network to do so, and I just don't think they will have either.
And I think they are going to smoke now, which is going to be scouted out by Sam H. And yeah, that's about the long and the short of it. Clutch Gamers running into the powerhouses TNC, who, after a little bit of a rocky day number 1, came up and started showing up in this SEA qualifiers, proving they deserve a spot.
Oh, for sure. They are the world champion, right? WESG. Why you laugh, man?
No reason, nothing at all.
Are you a world champion?
I'm not a world champion.
There you go. The only person that gets to laugh at them is Aosin, because he's a Nexon champion.
That's right.
Yeah.
Man, what a set bar to set.
All right, man.
2 to 11. Abang still there with the Helm of the Dominator. Armel going back for the casual Shadow Amulet. And going to finish off the Shadow Blade now. So there's avenues to come back into this. He's got level 12. He's got the level 2 Requiem. Maybe, just maybe, you walk on top of that sniper, you pop your ulti, and he explodes.
I mean, Wyvern's got the curse as well, so they definitely have more counterplay potential. If that team fight happened again, in the same way that it did, I think Clutch Gamer would... You could argue that they could even come out ahead if they use their AoE ults well enough.
Right.
The problem is, are they going to be able to find those opportunities? Because the way I'm seeing things, TNC is going to, you know, nicely stay behind in a widespread conclave and just going to hit your buildings.
They're moving in now, though.
Dude, the Centaur stop.
Oh, that was really well played. They need to get into range, but Armel already down to such low HP. They use the Purification, Shadow Blade away. It reveals what he had the whole time, and, well, Abang not going to be able to do anything off here to the right side of the fight either.
All right, go back, and look at that 3 TPs down to the bottom side. There's no towers to do there, so I'm not sure exactly what the 3-man TP is about, but... Yeah,
I think that they were maybe caught themselves off guard as well. I guess they're just going to push the wave out one time. No, they're heading mid.
Yeah, the mid is the next objective.
Okay. And look at how afraid they have to be, because Sam H isn't showing on the map. With the Midas, he doesn't have to. He can still farm while maintaining this pressure onto all of Clutch Gamers.
Right. I am surprised that Tim's has not gotten his blink yet. You know, 16 minutes in, his team's doing exceptional. They've taken a lot of objective.
Yeah, he's almost got it, though.
Yeah.
All right, this is maybe the avenue into it. Armel has a haster, and he's got a Shadow Blade. If they can find a Winter's Curse, he is going to drop that ulti onto their heads. That is their win condition for this fight.
Again, for the Winter's Curse, gotta catch Rior. Either directly on him or have him in the AoE, or else that Grave is gonna make things a little bit difficult as well. Now, the good thing for them is that the Grave is actually not maxed yet, so the cast range is actually pretty shoddy.
Yeah. 700, not the best in the world. I think that that's still going to be less than the Winter's Curse, which is 500, yeah, or more than, sorry.
Yeah.
So you can still get the Grave off.
It depends if, like, maybe you come in from an awkward angle, or, you know, there's some cliffs involved.
Yeah. I think that the dream is just catch Rior in the range, definitely. But the smoke play now, they're wrapping around. Winter Wyvern is dewarding. They are very aware of where she's at.
Oh, she's aware too. She flies out.
All right, time to get out. Blink, crush. Oh, they're on to fly solo. And now the tree's taken down and everybody run away.
That's fact. Because he could have flew either direction, up or down.
Yeah, man. I like Armel's play here. You just got to take down the creep wave, try and cut it whatever you can, but how long is this really going to be able to last? Not that long.
Yep, TNC poised to take that last tower. I'm looking at Fly Solo. I'm thinking if he has a time, he should go straight Blink.
Yeah.
I feel like they need...
that's a really... Yeah, I'm with you, but like... Look at this man's net worth.
I mean, like some Wyvern player out there be like, oh, I get a, you know, arcane boost and all that stuff. No. You just go Blink.
Yeah. I mean, he has 890 net worth just as a whole.
Hey, man, sometimes you could get a big kill on a core.
Yeah.
Blink Impale, that's going to be on 2. Blink Stun as well, but they got the Repel.
Well,
Nice.
looking for that angle.
Curse.
It's got to be perfect.
Where's
Are
the
they
curse?
in range?
Curse.
On to Simage? Maybe no.
Fly
Fly
Solo.
Solo. Cold Embrace isn't going to save you now.
Rip Fly
Oh,
Solo.
God. Well,
Wait,
maybe
wait,
turn
wait,
around
wait.
Purification. No, he got bashed.
What did he do? He
Oh,
attacked
no.
Sniper once.
God, and now that's a Shadow Fiend dead. All of their team fight is gone. Omni Slash is there, but honestly, Abang cannot hold this alone. The Aegis is reclaimed. Okay. Maybe something. If they could find a kill onto Raven right now, but there's so many targets for Omni.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Wyvern's dead. They don't mind clumping up right now.
Yeah.
Okay, Wyvern's back alive because he's level 6.
Go in for it. We got to see it.
Man, his cast range is so low. Blink, Crush coming through. Tower
man.
has gone down, so they can stay here indefinitely if they want, but they'll back it up, get more items.
I mean, the thing is, too, is you've got, like, Dazzle ulti on you as well. Like,
Yeah.
Weave is about at full duration at this point, too. You really do need the combination of, like, the Wyvern ulti and then the Shadow Fiend Requiem. And if you don't find that, you're just gone.
When you say the combination of those spells, obviously...
Time it perfectly.
Yeah, you have to time it perfectly, which is one more thing that Clutch Gamer needs to do, but they have to do it.
I mean, this is not the dream for them. This is not the way they wanted this game to go. Look at it, Wyvern. She's got the blink queued up.
She heard it.
Yeah. Lumi giving advice all over the place today. And honestly, the same thing that you were talking about, Tim's needed to step up. Let's look at this guy. Currently 1-1-7. He's been involved in a lot of his team's kills at this point, more than half of them. He's been stepping up, particularly that game number 2. Hey, man.
I'm telling you, if anybody need life coach advice, I'll send in my resume. Or,
Do you have a resume?
of course I do.
Okay.
What are you trying to say?
I don't have a resume anymore.
Oh, I see.
Can I get some life coach advice?
All right. We'll talk about rates later on.
All right, fair enough. 2-14. We are Maelstrom, as well as Hurricane Pike on a sniper. Dazzle also has the Solar Crest now too, so with that 1,000 cast range, you're going to be able to get that as long as you don't get caught. And there's no reason for Dazzle to stand near any of these heroes now. Like, he can throw out the Solar Crest. Nobody's really going to die inside of the Winter's Curse anymore, I don't think.
So I didn't see the order of Cuckoo's item choice. Do you know if he went for the Dragonlance first or the Maelstrom first?
I was not able to see it either, but we can watch at the end of the game.
Well, a ping. Spin away. Oh, that weave though.
Yeah.
Disengage.
That's tough. And the amp damage there as well is going to reveal everything that's going on with Ogre. There's all over him. And I don't think the TNC are under any pressure at all to try and end this right now. They've got Midas.
They're waiting for Roche.
Yeah.
Which is coming up. Bradder's.
Let's see exactly how long it is. If the timer is going to be in their favor or not. Come on, Mr. Clock. I believe in you. All right, it's a long timer. That's about the longest timer it could be.
Yeah, that's a lucky break for Clutch Gaming. That means they get a little bit more time to, I don't know, build towards that Wyvern blink. Wyvern, you're losing gold. Every time I look at him, he's got less and less gold.
Yeah.
What's happening? And I think they all might have just double smoked there.
Did
Clutch
they really?
Gamer. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Maybe I mislooked, but
Looks like Ogre still has one.
okay.
Yeah, but they're looking down here to the bottom, expecting somebody to move in. TNC all together in the mid lane. They will not run into anybody here.
All right.
They have another smoke, though. You could try again. Go mid.
No, I gotta push out these waves. Already dubious enough.
All right. Blink Dagger done for Slardar. We talked about he's going back for a 4-staff now as well. I feel like they're in a position where they can just end that game if they want with the next Roshan.
Why take the risk, right?
Well, I mean, once they get the next Roshan.
Yeah. I think some players would be like, why don't you just push now? You're so far ahead. You know, there's no need to.
Well, I mean, this is the thing too, is they're one game away from going up against Mineski. Like,
right.
There's a very real possibility you can throw this game still.
Cuckoo's going for blink on sniper. That's some next level stuff.
We've seen this before, I think, in these qualifiers. I don't remember if it was Cuckoo that played it or not, but he ended up going, it was Blink, Hurricane Pike, and then just all damage items. Sold his boots as well later on.
That was OD, that I remember that happening.
There was a sniper game where it happened too.
Okay.
It might have been in the opens. I feel like it might have been Vici Gaming, actually. I don't remember, but I've seen this in this patch at least.
Uh-oh. Get away. But they're so mobile.
And even if you catch 2 there, I don't think that you can find the kill that in the even. Like, unless you have everybody.
I mean, maybe the curse actually lasts quite a while, such that the rest of the team could come up. And it's getting so close to Roche that if you get a kill there, and maybe get the Roche. I know we're dreaming here, but you know, the scenario is that if you could get a kill or 2, you get Roche, and suddenly you're kind of back in the game, or at least you brought yourself much more time.
And they've got fighting-ish items right now, too. Omni Knight, Aether Lens, as well as the Mechanism. You've got the Silver Edge completed now on the Shadow Fiend as well. So you're going to be able to start to disable some of these passives that these heroes have, you know?
Yep.
Thinking about it. It's as well as just the damage mitigation. That's the bigger part, probably. Damage reduction that you get from the Silver Edge. That part of this ability is, this part is still so good. 50%.
All right, Roche is finally up. Their Alpha Wolf friend let them know.
Solo Crest there. Raven can just start going to town if he wants. It does look like they scan. Did they scan or?
Oh, they're backing up. They're expecting Clutch Gamer to come, and they're correct.
Yeah, I think that both teams simultaneously drew on the map that this is the way they're going to be going.
All right, Wolf is gonna break the smoke.
Well, fly solo right on top of him. Oh, that was your moment. That was your time. Now he's going to most likely die.
They did take out Sam H though, and the Wyvern's alive as a result. He's trying to retreat, and there's that. Oh. All right, time it perfectly.
Oh,
that is,
what? Tim's?
Tim just went in there and took the whole full brunt of that. Oh, he might be dead regardless, but the creep wave is actually helping out, zoning them. Bing's in there. The healing ward gets popped immediately. They're trying to retreat. We've seen this one before. It's hard to retreat against this team. Raven as well as Rio are catching it up. And right now, Cuckoo's got like two-man stun on Hana. Hana's going to be dead as well. And again, it's a slow retreat. Force that forward. Right clicks are being dropped on Armel. And they got another Blink stun in a couple seconds. Blink.
Oh, good.
Wait.
That was really well
Race.
played.
Is he still dead? No, he's fine.
That was really well done by Armel. I've been impressed with his play throughout these qualifiers.
Yep.
But that one hurt. TNC probably gave them a little bit of more of an opening than they should have by just jumping in there with the Tims.
Yeah. So Sam H just died to an Omni Slash, right? So it was a 5v4. And then Tim's initiated himself into a Requiem of Souls. And Clutch Gamer still lost the fight.
Yeah, Tim's was just like, come take me. I'll take the Requiem. I think he wanted to break it with the Blink, yeah.
He was just a tad late.
I mean, that was never going to work, right? Like, Dazzle was there with Grave just staring at the troll.
Yep.
Like, there was no way that was going to end up working.
And I'm just going to say Fly Solo is not exactly impressing me on the Wyvern. We have not seen any good stuff from him. And I don't think it's just him playing poorly. It's just rather the game is so tough on a Wyvern. When you're behind like this, and your hero is super slow, you don't have any mobility items, you don't have you don't have an Aether Lens to help you out. It's just hard to cast, Winter's Curse and Co-Embrace in the most efficient manner.
Well, and it relies upon TNC to make plays that are bad. It relies on them to group up, and TNC
TNC, you saw those plays just now. They were not stellar plays, right?
Right, but that's in the midst of like a semi-chaotic smoke-on-smoke action.
Sure.
The majority of these have been like slow sieges in the mid lane, and they know TNC, the only way that Clutch Gamers win is with a good Winter's Curse, and they've been playing around that. So, yeah, I think that Fly Solo is impressed in the others games, but this one, like, they're just so far behind. It's almost 20,000 net worth lead.
Oh, mid lane. Bing, gotta be careful here.
Butterfly on Troll now. Can't really Winter's Curse him anymore. And TNC on the verge of making it out of this lower bracket matchup to face off against Mineski. Can they do it?
Don't count your Cluckles before they hatch, man.
What?
You don't know what a Cluckles is? It's the chicken courier.
Okay.
With the rocket boosters.
All right, I'm with you. I wasn't, but now I am.
Okay.
Armel up front and center, trying to man up against the troll. This is not the. Oh wow! Woo, baby! I was very emblematic of how this game has been looking. Raven going head to head as well with Abeng. Maybe, just maybe, they can make something happen there. Still dealing the damage to him, and well, trying to burn through that first one. They jump forward. They get the crush on a Fly Solo, getting healed up. Shrine, every damn thing. It's going to be enough to keep him alive for the moment.
All right. I mean, Clutch Gamer has really exhausted a lot of these resources. Most of the shrines are running dry.
And they lost their melee barracks, too.
Yep. Fly Solo. All eyes on you, man. Actually, even if he cursed somebody right now, I'm not even sure if they die. Like, maybe if everybody surrounding him, they die. But, like, a level 1 curse is not that strong.
Yeah. It has to have the follow-up Requiem, and it needs to be timed perfectly, and Armel needs to be able to get there in time. There's so many things that need to go right, and nothing can go wrong.
Oh, fly solo.
Maybe the way to make it happen. They're actually in a good position with this one. If he spots out Cuckoo right now and goes on him, they would be able to catch, but they don't realize that Nyx is in the area as well.
Oh, he's looking for it.
Oh, he wants it so bad. Walking forward, but
No!
Sam H, he found him. Sam H on top of him. They might end up even actually reflecting it onto Fly Solo. Ends up going for the cold embrace. And
Oh, fly solo is done.
he's in trouble. Needs to get it off. Can't happen. And, well, this is probably going to be...
Wait, did they just disjoint the Omni Slash with the Force Staff? They
yeah,
did.
that was pretty sick.
All right.
Oh, man. Well, Ignite's going to get thrown back now at the Ogre. They're going to pop the Battle Trance, walking forward. Armel misses the raise. Oh, there's the Grave, and now maybe going to be able to go for a bit more. Armel going to drop. There's the Aegis going down. They buy back. Can they take this fight? They still have Winter's Curse.
I mean, I'm sure they always have it because he hasn't cast it yet. At least not a good one. There we go, Curse!
Going in, get the curse, get the curse! It's
But
on
they're all
Ivan,
stunned.
Sam H! No, they're all stunned, they don't even get the kill!
That's what I'm telling you. At this point, I don't think a Curse is going to be enough, and now
Oh.
it's going to be Shadow Fiend going down as well.
He only had 4 souls, it's the saddest of Death Requiems. Oh, God. TNC continuing to establish dominance and build memes right in front of our eyes.
Where's the 3-2-2?
We're waiting for it, it's almost there.
But they can't die. It's a very precarious situation. Nobody wants a 422.
It's not the meme. TNC up to the top, tier 3, under assault. Raven taking it down, and with Clutch Gamers, maybe, possibly, can they do it? Tim's graved
Bing.
away, Bing. Ah, he's still alive. They've got a lot of, oh my God.
Oh.
All right, Raven just decided to kill him, and there we go, we got it.
No, we didn't. The meme failed.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Oh, you're talking about GG.
GG ends up coming through as TNC
I was looking
are
like-
going to move on forward.
Okay, at least we got 420.
There you
So
go.
That's fine too. You're talking about more important things. I'm talking about memes.
TNC are going to bring down Mineski. A good display from Clutch Gamers throughout the group stages. I think this is a team that people are going to have to be on the lookout for. These players
Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
War Chief.
Crystal Maiden.
TNC's turn to pick.
Shaul Warlord.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
Hello and welcome back again. We're here for the Kiev Major qualifiers for the Southeast Asian region. It's TNC Pro Team versus Mineski in the grand finals of the lower bracket, and the winner of this is going to Kiev. Best of 3. Lovely Luminous Inverse. Sir, how you feeling about this game? How you feeling about what we've seen so far in these qualifiers? What's on your mind?
Like you call me Doctor Luminous. I'm a life coach.
Doctor. I'm not going to do that. But.
All right. So what I think about the game so far, TNC has been looking up, and more up. They've been playing better and better with each progressing series, and I think that's kind of what you want, right? Going into the most important match. Aggressive. Like, they like to fight, they like to push, they like to take objectives. Troll are really, really good at that. I think the first game they last picked it. Last game they second phased it, and now their first phase they think is that strong.
Yeah, maybe it's also just like realizing that last game it was a must-win. Maybe TNC were feeling comfortable up to it, holding back the troll, and now thinking that Mineski could ban it out in the second phase, they decided to take it early. So this, to me, does definitely feel like it's the hero that fits within the style of Dota that they want to play. And you can also see they're banning out the Naga Siren. They don't want to run into that split push potential. They also banned out the Miracle Weaver, who's been a real sight to behold throughout these qualifiers. Really impressive play from them. But we'll have to see what the rest of their answers are going to be. And it's also been with this Nyx Assassin. The Nyx Assassin who's been played in the offlane role with a Slaughter running. This is everything that TNC want. What do you think about Mineski, though?
I think Mineski's got a couple of things going for them as well. Ooh, Alchemist. All right, so I'm not sure if they watched that game, right?
I mean, you've got to, right?
Yeah, you got to watch that game. And yeah, this is the exact same lineup for TNC. And Alchemist just did not have the time, at least in that game, to actually come up online. I mean, he got his Radiance pretty much in the standard time, but by the time he got it, the team just fell apart. However, I think Mineski does actually have the strong lanes to actually kind of propel them into that mid game. Dazzle, in particular, to me, is actually a very strong laner against the Nyx Assassin. We saw kind of max poison touch against Nyx, and even with the double mango, he was actually having a lot of trouble kind of sustaining the lane. And Sam H doesn't like the double mango build. In fact, Sam H goes boots first a lot of times on these Nyx games.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to really have trouble sustaining versus Dazzle.
I think that's definitely true. And the other thing that they didn't have in the last game, Clutch Gamers, was that instant disable. And Centaur Warren are not instant, but it is much better than anything that they had on their team previously. So I think that solves one of the problems. Stampede is also going to allow Mineski to fight earlier than we saw in the last game. And I don't expect TNC to have the same level of success, but the draft still remains the same, and the style of play that they're looking for is going to remain the same as well.
Good job for doing their homework. They took out the Mirana
Radiant
from
team pick.
from Miracle that he kind of plays a lot in the carry position. And now, last pick, we're going to see a support Venge. One of the Rior special, one of the few teams that actually pick Venge as a supportive role and actually plays it straight up. No fancy carry
10
Venge.
seconds remaining.
Rior is one of the best to save his course. Swap is pretty good.
He was been playing a really great qualifiers all in all, and I think that he's going to need to step up in this one. Tim's as well, as you mentioned, with the Slaughter, the combination between those two later on as well, with the swap into a stun could really pull the Alchemist far out of position and be hard pressed to be able to get them out, even with the Stampede. So this is the final lineup for TNC Pro Team. I feel like they have to do well in the lanes. They have to really dominate there and get off to a good start, because none of these players like to play from behind. And Mineski, taking a play out of the Faceless book, are going to go for the Clinks. Do you think it's the answer they need?
I'm not sure how Klings does against a straight up push. We saw previously in the last couple of games, the HP bar just melts. And I just felt like Klings is perhaps too squishy to kind of fulfill that role. And Centaur has to really put his entire team on his shoulder.
Well, I think the idea is to never get it to a point where they're going to be able to do that. Never get it to a point where they're going to have to frontline. And granted, the problem with that, you don't have the best heroes out of Mineski, outside of the Alchemist, to really push waves. Like, I guess Dazzle, Ninja Boogie, excuse me, it's not Ninja Boogie playing, it's Jules who's going to be playing the Dazzle. I just clicked on the wrong one there. He is going to be able to try and pressure out the waves, the Shadow Wave up there early, but it's questionable. He needs to put himself at risk by doing that. So we'll have to watch and wait and see. Early ward placed out mid here. Nobody from the side of TNC TPing to lane. They are all heading out together and most likely going to be going for a smoke gank that might mirror this little angle right there.
Yeah, a lot of teams now just use that first smoke to place wards, and this is a very calculated decision by TNC to say, we're going to let you place any wards, we're not going to be able to scout out your wards, but in return, we like the opportunity to go force at first blood and likely pick up a couple of runes while doing so. Rior going to lead the charge. He's got even a pair of dust under him, just in case that he does run into Miracle.
Yeah, and it looks like right now, Mineski backing out, but I believe that was scouted.
Oh,
maybe by
smoke's going to break. Ninja Boogie is going to give up the first blood.
Nicely done. They find him. Not going to be able to get any more, but that first blood going to Sam H. Well needed for him. That's a great hero to get the first blood.
Yep. Did he start with boots first? He did, but that means Stout Shield if he wants it.
Yeah. Every time. It's a very interesting style to play, and we've been seeing more often than not these teams in the past couple qualifiers willing to go for a... Oh, might need to see if there's a stomp here to steal the bounty rune away.
Who's going to stomp who first?
All right.
Magic Missile, and the rune gets taken.
All right, well, man it up a little bit now. RR is going to go to lane with a little bit of harassment on him. Not bad.
Yeah, that shrine needs to be popped pretty soon.
He might just be able to tango up through this one and try and save it if he can. If he needs to, too, you can pop down a couple of those iron branches and then eat up that tree. So,
I mean... They got a couple of things going for Miracle, or sorry, Mineski. The first thing being Miracle is going to actually win this 1v1 straight up. So that's going to free up the supports. Ninja Boogie doesn't even have to go to lane. He could actually start jungling. So overall, because of the bottom lane, I think Mineski is at least sort of advantage in the laning stage. Although the first blood definitely hurts.
Yeah, and I think that this is a good decision as well to stick the Dazzle into the mid lane, make sure that Bimbo has a good start, and then you've got Tims who's trying to do a similar thing, but he is not going to be able to get the same level of harassment that we saw out of him before. Like an Alchemist, you know, you can pressure, but it's not the same level of dominance. And also, there's no courier snipe this time that's going to give him that better start as well.
Right, and I hope the portmanteau actually gets delivered to Jay, because he definitely needs it against all of the harassing that's going to be coming his way. Jules letting him know that poison touch is a thing. Although, not sure if you can actually trade hits against Cuckoo too much.
I mean, they can if they drop down the acid spray as well. And Cuckoo taking a good bit of damage.
Remember, Cuckoo did get solo killed?
Yeah.
Earlier today, so...
They have a big creep wave. They could think about going in at this one and applying a little bit more harassment, possibly. They get the CS there, and they're just going to have to back out. In the meantime, Tim's over in the area. They dropped some early vision. This has been a staple of him as well, placing these wards down in areas where they are going to be able to spot out any stacks throughout the jungle. They know when there's something happening, and as well blocking the camps. Although that one was scouted, so might be able to get a D ward on that.
You didn't catch this on camera. That's unfortunate. So both Slardar and Centaur ran at each other. They were trying to fight each other for this rune, so they both used their stun, right?
Yeah.
And they both missed. So I guess RR just grabbed the rune after that.
All right.
It was actually hilarious.
That's fine and dandy. Yeah, they did end up getting that D ward as well over here on this hard camp, so they're not even going to miss a stack from it, which is very nice.
Takes a full melee and range rolling access to the face. It's going to be driven away to the right side, but I think he's done his job. I feel like Jay should be fine, given where the lane he is currently at right now.
Yeah. They're keeping a pretty good tab on this Nyx assassin as well, making sure that he's getting pressured in, and already a level behind RR, who's going to be able to get this pull most likely uncontested, I think. No, all right, they're able to break it up. But nonetheless, it's a nice little combination there. Another poison touch onto Cuckoo, keeping him back, and well, they need to be careful about it. Bimbo, maybe Cuckoo drops down, he dies in it.
Wow.
So the second time that he dies in lane against an Alchemist.
Well, that wasn't really the Alchemist. He was just, well, it kind of was because of the acid spray, but Shadow Wave does physical damage, and he was sending in the acid spray. Meanwhile, top lane, Centaur getting picked off there.
Yeah. Nice pick. They needed that one as well. So a kill goes their direction, but now you also have Bimbo, who's going to be able to farm out this jungle at least a little bit, eating through these trees as well, so he takes less damage, and Dazzle can hold the lane. Just spam this out against Cuckoo as long as he doesn't step too far forward.
Yep.
All right, so almost 4 minutes in. We'll see where the bounty runes end up going, if somebody's able to steal them at all or not. In the meantime, again, RR, compared to the Nyx Assassin, they're right about on the same page as far as levels and all that stuff. But in this game, do you feel like the Nyx is going to be trying to go for that Midas again for him? Oh, Miracle. Yeah. Oh, no. Ooh. Initiation. Where's the Impale? Where's the Crush?
Is going to be there, and that's going to set up everything else.
Yeah. Nice pick.
I mean, it's really hard for Nyx, or sorry, really hard for Klings to not die to that gank, because he needs to keep on harassing the Nyx.
Right.
But it's always easy for him to spike and initiate on you. Back in the mid lane here, Cuckoo in a lot of trouble again. He might die here. Jay doesn't want to go under the tower, and now Cuckoo turns back. Trying to get a couple more pot shots in, but the poison, the last hit, he had to fairy fire there, or he was dead.
That is insane. And yeah, showing the power of this early 2 points in Poison Touch. It's a lot of damage, and it does not cost much mana at all.
Well, I think a lot of it is the fact that it does deal physical damage, and Cuckoo is just stubbornly sitting in the acid spray.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, you can see TNC here continuing to pressure Miracle to the best of their abilities. They're going to find another stomp there, but maybe in a little bit of trouble. The Frostbite is out as well. A couple of those Searing Arrows, and that will force Tim's back. It's kind of crazy to me that the Dazzle mid is forcing the Troll out of lane. And like, he has to come back here with the salve now.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. It's the fact that he's died so many times, he's bought so many salves that he's delayed his bottle. I think because the regen factor is just not there, Dazzle's effectiveness continues. Imagine if he did have a bottle, imagine Dazzle would just be gone from the lane now, because he won't be able to continually pressing down on Cuckoo.
And all levels, the 70 mana cost on the Poison Touch too means that you can just really spam it, particularly with the CM aura there. Now another stun onto Miracle. They're going to be able to control him, kill him. Yep. Dazzle not there in time.
That's the problem. You put your Dazzle mid, no Grave on the bottom side, and I think they should make this adjustment. Maybe put the CM mid if necessary. Trying to pour it out.
Almost. Oh!
I think they
would've
should
been
have
a
tried
kill.
a Nova and the Heal Bomb. Might have been enough, but fortunately both those spells are still level 1.
I think that also he was looking to get a little bit closer to ensure that the damage was there. So makes a little bit of sense, but yeah, frustrating, I'm sure. So 1-4, TNC leading in terms of kills, but because of that Alchemist, they're still not too far behind Mineski.
I think it's more so that the kills have gone on to Miracle. That's an issue because he's supposed to be the one that disappears from the lane relatively soon and start applying pressure everywhere. He's supposed to be the Nyx, right, for his team. But because of the kills on him, he's really unable to really start roaming. You want at least Soul Ring and Power Treads at the very least.
Yeah.
And you know, he's very far away from finishing that.
Quite a frustrating turn of events, I'm sure, for Miracle. And again, we saw on his Twitter profile right before this that he was, you know, tweeting out the time is now. He's really amped up for this game, and they put so much pressure on him right at the start.
Nah, maybe he's just pumping up himself.
Getting to his final form.
Yeah, this is it, he says.
Yeah.
Maybe this is not it though, because he's like 0-2.
Well, nonetheless, battle continues against this Nyx assassin. We have seen that the pressure has sort of fallen off a little bit. They tried this move up here in the top lane to see if they could kill off the Centaur, but does not end up happening. Heads up play right here by RR. And they are going to keep the pressure on. They give the healing ward away too. So this kind of is going to at least hold back the pressure onto the tower. Yeah, and TNC have to back.
So I think we're seeing a very strong adjustment being made by Mineski here. In the game that TNC ran over Clutch, I don't think the Alchemist really showed up too often to defend their towers, and Acid Spray is actually a heck of a defensive spell, right? So I'm glad that he's actually showing up to make these defense and not allowing TNC to just roll their tier 1s for free.
And I think part of that, too, is that the Nyx Assassin, like, he's having himself a good lane. Later on, it's going to be more scary for the Alchemist because he can end up getting just picked off by a Carapace Vendetta if he does show there, but...
Oh, Miracle gonna get ganked again. Magic Missile into a crush. The TP is not gonna be enough, and Miracle is gonna go
Look at
down.
how late that TP came.
I mean, that was from an Alchemist. That wouldn't have mattered at all.
Are you sure? I thought that was from Jules.
Oh, maybe it was. You're right, you're right.
Yeah, I think, again, it's, you know, you can't hate on it too much, but if you know he's going to die at that point, just using the TP, not the best. So, 1-5. Hopes and dreams right now on Bimbo, but he is going to need to really carry a lot of weight right now. And Crush onto Tim's, okay. Stampede, Hoof Stomp, Double Edge, that's 1 kill.
Yep. Pretty big one for the Centaur to pick it up. 1,400 gold, not too far away from that Blink.
They're going to get the D ward for him as well. So that's a nice little start. And in the meantime, they have been able to take down the tier 1 tower, and Raven forces the Clinks back before the Omni Slash comes out.
Yeah, Miracle is just not having good time at all. This is the reason why Black always gets a good lane when he plays Clinks, because this hero has essentially a limited time window where you want to be effective in the kind of the early-ish to the mid game, and without having the good lane stage, he's actually just a liability to his team right now. He's not going to be able to roam the map and put up pressure. So, I'm not exactly sure what the game plan for Miracle is.
The plus side of it is that you do have a support in the Slardar who does not want to buy detection. He wants to build towards that Blink Dagger, and Venge also is not necessarily like completely the same route, but it's nice to get some more farm on her as well. So in my eyes, if they can get at least Clinks to any sort of amount of farm where he's any type of threat at all, that kind of can make up for maybe his bad start a little bit, as long as the Alk is still having a good game.
I mean, we've seen the Alk having a good game alone is not enough.
Yeah, that's true.
Bottom lane, we're going to see
Grave.
another kill.
Oh, again, not coming out for Jules.
And Jules really late to these TPs, and now he's going to get surrounded by 4. He Grave himself, but
I mean,
he's trapped.
Yeah, there's nothing he's going to be able to do there. Gets a heal bomb out. That's about the long and the short of it. And Sam H finds another kill. 2-7. TNC are just all over him.
Yep. And at the point I was trying to make before that is Alchemist getting farm alone is not enough. If you look at the net worth graph, it's Alchemist and then 3 Dire heroes. And now Tim's coming to the jungles, trying to steal some creeps, and he is going to get at least 1.
Yeah. It feels like TNC have come up with a great answer to this type of draft. And as you said, you know, I imagine that Mineski did watch that last game and maybe just not feeling like wanted to try their own hand at dealing with this draft. Like they felt like they could deal with it, but
I mean, honestly, this draft hasn't really kicked in yet, right? Tro and Juggernaut hasn't really done the Tro and Juggernaut stuff yet. It's more so just getting outplayed in the laning stage. I think Mineski expected to win their bottom lane, which, to be fair, they have the lane advantage with the Clinks versus the Nyx. The problem is that Miracle just dies like 8 times, and now they're going to make a go here to Tibbs. It's going to be a 4-man gank. They are going to get the kill.
And they give it to Miracle. That's really good.
Yep.
So something at least going back into the favor of Miracle, as Mineski struggling right now to find an answer. And I mean, it starts with that, but it's certainly not enough as of yet. They're moving in towards mid now, trying to pressure this out. We'll have to see if Mineski are opting to come and defend. It looks like the answer is certainly yes.
Yep. I'd like to see actually Ninja Boogie taking up his Nova, because I feel like even though it's not a very strong nuke, it's pretty much all they have as an option to actually, you know, at least soften up the push a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, Acid Spray, as you mentioned, is there too, but this is the big problem with the draft as a whole, is that you've got CM, who's not a great deep pusher. You've got Dazzle, who can be, but he puts himself at risk, and moving in towards Roshan now. Besides that, there's not a whole lot of other answers for it. And with Roche going down, this to me just feels like a carbon copy of the last game. TNC are going to run down these lanes, take down the towers, and Mineski need an answer. They will have the Radiance online much earlier than we saw in the last game with Clutch Gamers, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
No, the Radiance alone is not going to be enough. He needs Radiance bots and Manta, which, you know, gonna take a while to get there.
Yeah. And Nyx can go in for a Spike Carapace stuns too if he wants when that Acid Spray gets dropped. And that is when things get quite scary.
Here comes the tier 2 push, and Jules doesn't even have access into Weave yet. He's maxed the Poison Touch, which is going to apply a stun, but because of that Healing Ward being available, it's actually doing 0 damage.
Yeah, Clink's bottom lane pressuring this tower down, but we'll see if they decide to take a fight here. And very scary moments for Mineski, and the answer is just, we'll hold high ground.
Yep. Well, the Blink is available to the Centaur, so if they're looking to make one big fight, they can. And again, the danger of losing a team fight against an Alchemist is always very high because of the net worth swing.
Well, I like what Mineski are doing in response, because this is what they have to do. Go farm around the other areas of the map. You know that they're all inside your jungle, so Miracle is going to head into theirs and maybe look for a kill as well. And if not, he can just farm up this area, try and get himself into something. And that way you're at least not completely held inside your base.
All right, they're pinging out top, but oh, can they cancel the TP? No, Raven completes it. So he's out to safety. I think Miracle could consider backdooring tier 1 towers, like straight up, and he's doing that right now.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually you're going to get 3 tier 1. So this is something that Clinks can still do despite not having, you know, the excellent items.
Right. Yeah, and you're still getting that farm on the Alk now. He's got his Radiance. He's moving around the map, going into bots next. He's only about 1,000 gold from that. The answer, or the question is now, what did TNC do? Can they take down the rest of these tier 2 towers?
Oh, for sure they
get
can.
themselves another Aegis and think about going high ground?
Well, if you're going to wait to the next Aegis, it's going to be a long, long while. So I might give Mineski more time than TNC would like. And you got to keep in mind they're working with the Alchemist, right? So I think TNC, we really have to kind of push the button a little bit here with the Aegis.
All right, well, they're at least moving out along this bottom lane, trying to pressure it. Mineski again doing the best things that they can, trying to keep this creep wave pressured out. But Alchemist now forced TP back. They're in on top of them. A good hoof stomp on top of them as well. Crystal Nova. There's the catch on a Cuckoo as well. But can they bring them down? The healing ward is in the back, and nobody is able to take it down. Jules just walks up and punches it. So that stops the push, at least for the moment.
Yep, but that's half damage at the tier 3. They did get a tier 2 fully completed out of the top lane as an exchange, and that's actually pretty big. I like the item choice here from Clinks. He goes for 4 staff first. When's the last time you've seen that from a Clinks? But he understands he's not going to carry the game by going at Dragonlance or Deso. That's not his role. His role right now is to help his team to survive and hopefully win late. I think that's the only way that TNC could win, or Mineski could win right now.
And to be fair, they're doing that. Like, you take down both of the towers in the top lane. You're now in a position where maybe the Knicks can find a kill. They go on to RR. Don't know if that's necessarily the play. The stun is going to come out in a second. They have the Stampede to try and run. Cuckoo, though, in trouble. It's going to fall. That's the Aegis already down. Sam H, realizing he needs to escape, is going to TP, but RR goes back in. They cancel the TP for Sam H. Can they bring down Bimbo? Sam H is still falling low. They turn to fight. Omni Slash is there, still not dead as of yet. TNC are going to lose Tims and might end up losing more. No, the armlet, it's already down. There's the grave. The chase continues. TNC, have you overstepped your bounds? Raven might have ended up falling as well. They throw out the stun, but it's not going to be enough, and Rior's going to fall as well. 5-man wipe, ultra kill for Bimbo in 16 minutes, and that's what they needed.
That is a comeback. You're going to see this goal graph. It's going to shoot straight up, and I honestly think that TNC, perhaps one of the few rare occurrences where they are just super aggressive. They had the lead, but they just thrown it completely away. It's not just about the 6 kills that Mineski's got. It's about the time that they have purchased with those 6 kills. And
the Aegis gone.
Yep.
That blows my mind. So Yasha done now. How does this sort of switch up now? Because you're also looking at a lineup from TNC that's not the best at coming back into it or playing from behind. Not that they are at this point too much, but it's a little gold advantage. Pretty big.
I mean, TNC still has the picks. If you look at the heroes they got, they still got the Slaughter and Nyx, right? They still have the minus armor that could extend them into the late game in the form of Corrosive Haze, as well as Way of Terror. So I wouldn't be too worried for TNC yet, but this game went from a freebie to now they got to work for it.
Yeah. And again, a smoke play, now feeling bold as brass. Mineski moving across the map. They will run into most likely Sam H on the high ground. And they see, they actually have dust as well, so they're going to spot it. Oh, they wait for the pop in the dust. Yeah, and they're going to miss that potential for a kill. So, well, it does not end up being a huge play. TNC still in a good position. And they have the blink on Slardar too.
So here's the thing, though. I don't think Mineski needs to make any huge plays after the fight that they just had.
Yeah.
They just need to draw out the game and kind of go late. Now, you can make the argument that Troll Warlord and Juggernaut can scale into the late game and actually tackle toe-to-toe versus the Alchemist, but I don't think it's as simple as that. You got to keep in mind that Alchemist will give an axe to the Centaur if need be. Well, actually, Centaur is working towards his own axe. But, you know, Dazzle getting an axe is a huge, huge part of it, too. And CM could also get an axe and give TNC a bit of headache.
Yeah, all of them. There's, I mean, Clink's obviously is nothing, and Alk isn't really anything either, but it's a little something, the extra stats. And I think that, too, the big issue is that, like, it's not even the super late game when everybody gets ags. It's even just that point when Alchemist is 6 slotted. And how do you deal with him at that point? I don't think that they have the tools to kill him off and stand toe-to-toe, because there's enough stuns, there's enough disables that are out there. Maybe with BKB Troll, they'll be able to stand up to him.
The key problem with killing an Alk after the Manta Style is that your best damaging spell, the Corrosive Haze, gets taken off whenever he wants. Yeah. So you need to apply it and then reapply it, which, you know, that's a lot of time where, you know, he's railing on your team.
All right, this could be the play for them, although they're heading off the wrong direction. Expecting that was going to be where they TNC are. Maybe they're just trying to like rush down the towers. Oh, they expect that Alchemist is going to push it out. This is a really good play. They realize that Bimbo is going to go farm out this wave.
Dazzle's there, so I'm not sure if it's going to work out. Smoke breaks, they're going to go. They need a Stampede and get Dazzle into place. Dazzle comes in, drops a heal bomb. Grave very early, and now the ult's going to get popped off. Jay is ready for this. The Omni Slash is going to fly out. It's going to be right next to the tower. And now they're going to try. Oh, one of 4 staff. I believe that was from Miracle. And now it's going to be Raven in a lot of trouble. Jay is chasing for the kill. He will get one. And now the rest of TNC is just running with the tail between their legs. Rior going in on the right side, but the plan has failed. They've only gotten Miracle, but Miracle is the support Klings at this point. Jay moving forward. Rior going to get stunned up, and Jay back to full HP. And that is a dead bench.
And a bounty rune to boot. Why not? They're all over him. Mineski doing a great job. I think that they also didn't even reveal that they have a ward there on the high ground because he tossed the stun before they went up the steps. So every little thing, you know, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, Mineski making the plays that they need to. And now this graph is going to shoot even further ahead. Yep. Almost 20,000 net worth on this Alchemist at this point in the game. And he's never going to look back.
Yeah, and we're starting to get a point get into a point where Mineski, when they win fight, it's not just time that they're getting, but now it's objectives. It's tower, it's Roche. And it is a big, big concern for TNC fans out there.
So another troll ulti used just to get these ancients. We're still a little ways away from Roshan. It's actually going to be a really short timer as well, which could favor Mineski. If they could get in there, I think it might be worth it for them to at least attempt Roche. What are your thoughts?
I think it's more about not giving it to the troll than having it on a Klinx or an Alchemist themselves. I don't think they need the Aegis, but they would definitely not want Troll or Juggernaut to pick it up.
Now they're going to back out after seeing that it's not there. 10 seconds away. Imbo himself is going to back out as well, and
Raven's switching things up here. You don't go. He's not going for the standard diffusal blade.
Oh, they've
Miracle.
Got him. What? Do you have vision? Miracle looking?
Maybe,
what?
No. Maybe he just clicked into the trees and he got path because there was a hero there blocking, right?
Oh yeah, and he's gonna. That's probably what happened, and now he's out of there. All right. Well, Juggernaut made it work, and now he's out. They're gonna do the split pushing game. That's what they have to make happen.
You're playing the out game now, though.
Yeah. Alchemist is a monster. Like you were talking about earlier, all of these Aghanim Scepters he can give away. Which one do you like best? I mean, it looks like Centaurs wants to build into his before Alk could give it to him.
Probably the Dazzle, but it's not really a higher priority anymore. It's really the Centaur that you care about the most, and if he's building it for himself, it's fine.
Yeah.
I think honestly, like, RR maybe could have just went straight Refresher and gotten an Ag, but obviously the Alchemist could go, you know, items for himself. Octarine into Shiva's Guard, that kind of stuff. And they're going to be able to steal the Roche away from TNC as well. TNC need this to have a shot.
Well, Mimbo picks it up. We've got the Alk out along in his merry little way. Gonna farm some more. Can do whatever he wants from this point forward. Miracle, who was so hemmed in the early stages, is still lacking a lot the net worth that you would want on this hero. So I think that Mineski are making the right decision here. If they lose Alchemist this game, if he dies, it's just as much of a swing back into the favor as TNC as that one team fight mid happened. So I like the decision from them to play it safe, get him the Aegis, and make sure that before they really go for another big engagement, they end up getting some more net worth on this Klinx and these other heroes. Although that being said, they're jumping in on top of them. The Hoof Stomp going to catch onto 2 Jules. Going to be forced up to the low ground and looks to be fine for the moment. They're also going to break the TP at Sam H. He goes down. So they lose the Nyx in that attempt at a gank.
I can't say how many times Miracle's 4-staffers has saved his allies, like 2 or 3 times. And when you were behind, and now even when you're ahead, saving your cores or saving your heroes just it's always good, right? Like even from a carry position.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons why OD is like one of the top tier picks for so long, because there wasn't another carry that could play that same type of, you know, saving ability. So they're moving in now. Feel like the time is nigh for taking some more objectives. Age is still in hand, building towards that 10k net worth lead, taking down towers, and Miracle scouting the whole way through.
That's 2 more towers, relatively for free.
Well, they're pressuring it on, and looks like there is some pressure that's going on the top lane as well. Can they actually force a reaction, though?
Well, Alchemist is going to TP in,
No.
and that'll be the end of that push.
Looks like the tower is just about to fall. They should be able to get a deny from this one. Yeah, if they want to. They might just hold on to it for the moment, though. And in the meantime, Raven, you mentioned that he did not go for the Diffusal Blade, instead going for the Maelstrom, and now finishing off the Mjolnir off the back of it. I'm imagining just more about the split push, less about the all-in on the team fights.
Yeah, it's also a very good item to get versus the Radiance, right? You put it on yourself or one of your teammates, and it's going to proc as often as possible because of the Radiance burn.
I like the decision from TNC to be going for the rest of the Midases as well, because the game plan right now to me feels to be more get your farm on whenever you can and then try and stay away. Actually, it looks like Tim's went back into a 4th staff afterwards. So I thought he had the Midas queued up, but decided to switch it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they really need the Force Staff to take the fights, but maybe saving somebody from our Stomp, I suppose.
Oh man, Bimbo again in the mid lane. Like they're smoked up behind him. They're ready to go.
Look at his net worth.
He's got an AC. He's sitting at almost at 1,070 GPM at 25 minutes. This guy is crazy farm.
All right. There you go. The Manta takes off the Corrosive Haze, but they could haze him a second time, and they do. So I think Jay should respect this. He gets swapped back into a straight crush. They need the Grave. They do have the Grave. In fact, he gets pushed back out. The Grave was out rather early. Now they're going to focus on the Venge. Crystal Maiden drops O in a pretty good spot. Now she disengages. Crystal Maiden will go down. The Miracle will go down as well. Now the haze up onto Jay. Jay will Manta off. And now he gets spiked, he's stunned up, he wants to fight this perhaps, his ultimate is down, he's actually walking in, he wants to take this fight, he sees Raven, Raven spinning away, that's a two-man stun, the ult comes back in, he sees Rior, Rior is gonna get two-shot here, that Radiance is doing so much work.
What?
And the impossible boss of Jay, in fact, he's not giving a chase 3 heroes, he's like, okay, you come to me.
He's going back in. Are you kidding me? They're at the shrine.
All right, he needs to Manta off this haze again.
I mean, they're on top of him. There's the Crush, the Impale as well, the Spike Carapace. He's still not dying. Has a Manta style after this, but that's going to be the Aegis. The rest of his team is gone. They're all dead. So he's going to need to find some way to take it 3-on-5, 3-on-1, and it's just not going to happen. That is a throw and a half.
That is Jay for you.
Okay, so a couple of things. The Crush, all the Omni Slash was happening onto 2 to keep him in the spot was a huge initiation and a way to find those couple of kills. We're going to see a huge swing of gold back into the favor of TNC. Oh, wow. Wowzy, wowzy, wowzy.
All right, so a couple of things. First, I want to talk about, none of this has to do with the decision-making of Jay there, because, you know, that's just a Jay thing, right? Let's talk about his item choice. The AC instead of the Shiva's Guard. You see Shiva's Guard so much more frequently for a couple of reasons. When you pop the Shiva active, you get the nuke out of there. That's more regen off your Octarine core. And the attack speed slow, although not as relevant because of battle trends, will make you somewhat more tankier over to the AC. The AC is much more of a defensive choice, especially when you're pushing for buildings. R needs to blink out right now.
Oh, he's going to get caught, though. They got the Frostbite. There's going to be the Impale, the swap to put Rior in position for the stun. Now chasing further. Can they kill off the CM? She's amped up, so no way out. There is going to be another Blink Crush available. They find Ninja Boogie. Ninja Boogie is going to be brought down, and Alchemist, you know, he's back up again, but there's some pressure being put on by TNC.
There's a lot of pressure. The second issue that went wrong in the last team fight was that the Grave went way too fast. I think Jules just picnicked. He saw his carry got swapped in. You know, maybe he thought he would die instantly. And with things like Battle Trance and Corrosive Haze, you got to be worried about that. So he just popped the early Grave, and they needed
every back to a rejection. They're on the top here. They're taking down the tier 3 tower. Miracle and Mineski in a ton of trouble. There's another Spike Carapace to stun him up. That's one lane of barracks dead. Can they even find any more? Like, there's no Aegis at this point.
They need to get some picks on the way out, but without Centaur. Oh no, Centaur is back. They have Stampede if they want it. Raven will probably spin off the stun. No, he doesn't. Here comes Miracle. He gets spiked again.
He's controlled again. This is BKB. They're on top of Jules. They're taking down Miracle. Possibly. Can they kill him off? They are going to be able to. The Muleprocs making it work. Jules is going to die as well. Sam H is going to fall, but look at him. They're on top of Bimbo. He's dead again. The Crush is there in a second, but they're going to have to buy back on the Alchemist, and that's more than enough for TNC. They've completely thrown this game away. What?
Oh, Mineski throw. Classic. I don't know what to say. They were so ahead.
Yeah.
It just shows you that anything could happen in Dota 2. Anything could happen.
Look at the net worth graph and the experience and just every damn thing. It's really, really hard right now, and well, I'm struggling to see, because like the BKB charges are so important in these fights. You've got a good amount of damage coming out from the Alchemist because of the AC, sort of, but like, and the Radiance is doing a decent chunk. But really, it's like Clinks' lack of farm that we've talked about over and over again. He's still 3,000 gold behind the Nyx.
It's okay before that he didn't have farm because he was really there for the utility. But now in a stage where it's about the right click, it's about the damage, you're just down in core. And unfortunately for Klinks, there's really nowhere from the farm, right? Because the nature of Alchemist, he just eats the map. And I don't know what this Clinks could do, really.
You keep talking about the amp damage as well. So imperative in these fights for TNC, but they're making sure that it's applied on the right heroes. And
Tim's is not even level 18 yet. Like,
yeah.
That is not even his final form. I like the item choice here from Alchemist. He's going for a BKB next. He just... I mean, we saw previously in these team fights, he just gets absolutely changed them between Impale, Spiked, Slithering Crush, Magic Missile, everything.
Yeah.
And the Manta is just not enough, and now Cuckoo goes into the pit.
DD Rune as well. This is going down, and with an Aegis in hand, and this Tri-Core, now a Quad-Core, as the Slardar overtakes the Clinks and farm as well. I'm really struggling to see how you hold this right now from Mineski. They gotta like cut creep waves. You've got the Ags on Centaur. That will probably make enough of a difference, but I mean, Juggernaut is catching up to Alk. He's still 7,000 gold behind, but you're supposed to be a whole item ahead on this Alk.
Yeah, and it's also tough for the Alk to leave the base and farm by himself right now because of the possibility of a Nyx gank. Alchemist, I do believe he dropped his armlet to fit the BKB, which makes sense here.
Yeah.
And to me, the most important player is RR and Jules. They need to make sure the protection spells are done perfectly. In that high ground siege that they did on the TNC high ground, they used Stampede as well as Grave when Jules or when Jay was 100% health. That was perhaps the biggest throw as well.
Yeah. I think that it's because there's so much burst damage from TNC that you feel the need to make sure that it gets out in time, but it's still like it just doesn't work like that. You gotta make sure that it's hit right on the money.
I mean, the window, your room for error, like in this game, to cash a Grave is actually so tiny because the damage is flying out so fast.
Well, I remember you saying that they didn't need to push up for high ground, and it's really come back to bite them. You think that how long ago that was that they were pressuring this tier 3 tower, and it's down, not even barely below half HP. TNC have really pulled this game back from the clutches, and you've got a Nyx that is so farmed. Blink, Yules, Force Staff, he has a gem at this point. All of these heroes are set up well for the late game. Slardar has a BKB as well, so he can get in, make sure that he gets that stun off whenever he wants it to. Yep. They're going to need to make sure that these defensive abilities by Mineski are used on point. But
Abyssal Blade.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, the way that Jay plays it, right, with the BKB, he's basically saying, look, I'm going to kill you guys in 10 seconds. And I just don't think that's possible. Like, everybody on TNC is tanky. They have items like Force Staff and Glimmer Cape to save each other. And I don't think his team has enough disables to allow him to just go focus on a target within that 10 seconds. And as that BKB gets wear down, he's going to get changed on. All those items that you mentioned on the Nyx is going to just keep him locked down completely.
Well, this is a smoke. They're showing the troll in the mid, but...
All right, he's gone.
This is a scary moment. There's the first stun. Troll ready to walk up on the high ground. Cuckoo with the Aegis. And they are going to go for the stomp to start it. Abyssal Blade is still ready to go from the Jug if they want to jump in for it. Cuckoo controlled. Can they get the save? Can they make it happen? Can they turn it around? He's controlled for the moment. They're on top of the Alk. Are they going to be able to bring him down, though? The stun, the bash, it's there on top of him. Jules was who really ended up going on with the Juggernaut, but it's not enough. Cuckoo still there with the Aegis. They've already lost the Nyx, though.
They can't chase more than this. The BKB has ran out, but looks like they're going to surround the Troll Warlord. Troll Warlord walking away from that freezing field. His team has abandoned him. He gets frostbitten up. And now it looks like Jay, he wants more. He wants the 2 supports to clean down Cuckoo. It looks like that is going to happen. In the front line, they've gone, I believe, one more was Avenge porting out.
Yeah.
This is a big opportunity. That was an Aegis push not working. It looks like the high ground's the bane of these two teams. And now it's going to be Mineski walking the other direction.
They did have to buy back on the Clinks, which is something, but they don't have buyback on Troll.
Yeah, Miracle's not a...
I think that they can actually make this happen. Like, honestly, even for tier 4s, if they wanted to try and like really go for it, because it's to the point now where it is starting to get pretty scary. They're moving in with the mid lane. The tower is about to fall. They end up getting the glyph, but will not regen any of that HP.
All right, Nyx is back. Nyx is actually going to slow down this push by quite a bit thanks to Impales and
All right, they're not going to go for it any further. They're just going to take the melee.
Jay is going for, or sorry, Miracle's going for the Rax. He's going to get swapped and stunned immediately. The Grave.
They graved the wrong. What? Oh, they graved the illusion. It does look like he's still going to get out. Well, lift.
No, he's done.
Oh man, I can't. Oh, jeez.
I mean, he was dead regardless whether the Grave hit him or not.
Yeah, it's just rough. This game for Mineski, to get so close against Faceless yesterday, and then also to be performing at the highest level that we've seen out of Mineski in so long, there's a ton of pressure on these guys, obviously.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't know who's really ahead at this point, right? Both teams will run Raxus. I think I still might want to be on the Alchemist's side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard to argue at this point who's actually ahead. I think TNC is slightly ahead, but just for the nature of what an Alchemist can do.
I just think that, like, right now the Clinks is so under-farmed that I don't know if... I would want the Alchemist on the team. I wouldn't want the Clinks on my team. Let me put it that way.
All right. Here comes the high ground. The Weave, in particular, is going to do so much work. Kuku going forward. He's going to get Hoostom. He's going to get stunned up as well. The BKB from Jay. They swap him back in. That means Tim's in a lot of trouble. He pops a BKB as well. They want to kite Mineski outside of the base, and Mineski will not oblige, because that's a quick way to lose this game.
Yeah, they're out of there. They're good. The Weave, like you mentioned, it's on top of them now, about to wear off. And it looks like everybody from TNC is going to go back to farming for a little bit.
So whenever Jay plays Alchemist, he has this thing where he switches items like 80 times. I still remember that the last major qualifiers where they had an 80-minute game against Fnatic or some other team where he went through, like, I don't know, 8 items. 8 new items apart from the 6 that he's got. So my question is he going to switch more items, or is he going to get Axe for his team?
I mean, I think that you probably need to get some amount of farm on these other guys. Like, Miracle has had this Deso queued up for the past probably 12, 15 minutes.
All right, he's going to get it now.
Like, you need to be able to get the farm on somebody else in this game to get them some more damage out. And probably, like, the CM is the best bet.
No, I think you put on Dazzle. The Weave is actually what's giving them so much more survivability, especially against the Troll and Jug. So that's my bet where the ag goes.
You can't get caught out here though. This would be terrible, and they are going to run into him. Hoof stomp there onto Tim's. The stun on a Sam H as well. They swap him back out to try and keep him alive. Ninja Boogie controlled for the moment, and does look like Bimbo chasing down Tim's. Going to be able to find 1 kill. Can they get any more? Grave is there onto CM. Cuckoo trying to find a target. Has finally found Bimbo, but he gets stunned as well. Now turning back in towards it. The Manta illusions are on top of Cuckoo. Mjolnir proc still going wild. And they can continue the chase. They take down the Centaur, looking for more. Sam H is there. He's stunned up Bimbo. They've got Raven on top of him as well. Forstaff trying to save the day.
They got Grave again. They got Grave again.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. He's gone. They can't even do it, even if they did find it.
And you got to keep in mind the buybacks are running out. They bashed, canceled out the TP. Miracle looks like he's alive for the time being, and he's going to port home. They ping out the mid-raxes again.
They just don't do anything.
Like, Jay needs to buy back now, but even with the buyback, okay, he's got the BKB back up.
I just, like, TNC's heroes do so much more right now. They buy back onto 2 and continuing to build up this lack of farm on some of the heroes. Alchemist is still there, but...
I question the Grave on the Crystal Maiden, because who cares if your Crystal Maiden dies? There's actually no point, and there was a good 5 seconds where Mineski was unsure because they had the 2 Manta illusions surrounding the Troll. It's like, do we back up? Do we go? And that moment of indecision to stay there made them lose, what, 3 more kills and 2 more buybacks? I think if they said, okay, CM, you got Grave, you're going to die, we're going to just run. Good luck.
Right.
I think they would have been in much better shape, but... I mean, hindsight is 2020. So.
I like that they've gotten at least a little bit more farm on Miracle now. The Deso is going to be able to at least threaten the supports, which is what he has to be able to do this game.
I mean, they have Glimmer Cape, they have Duels, they have so much.
Oh god. Alright, they're forced to pop the Stampede to get the Centaur off the cliff. And everybody gearing up for Roshan. This is going to be one of those, game-determining factors, as another smoke play by TNC. They're going and calling out right down mid. We'll see who they can find.
I think they want to actually go through bottom.
They're going to break the smoke on Miracle. Do they have reveal? They have the gem. Miracle caught out outside of the base, just runs into hell. TNC is there.
No buyback. 1 minute without the Clinks. But is that going to be enough for TNC to go high ground? Nope. It's going to be enough for Roche.
Yeah. And Roche is up and online. TNC going to push out mid, move in towards there, and in a great position to lock out this game number 1. If they can possibly make it happen.
You think this game's over? I don't think this game's over yet.
I don't think it is, but I think that they're in a good position. Like, they have everything that they need to try and end the game.
That's true. I agree with that. And looks like Jay is going to start his musical chair of items. Or items, not items is.
Going back for the Abyssal.
Sure. I mean, he needs to lock people down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's just trying to do it all by himself. That's the goal for him. But, man, I still think you give Axe to at least Dazzle.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that it is a pretty cool upgrade. It also increases the AoE of it. You increase the scepter armor per second, so 1.75 at max level. He's only 1 away from that 18. It ends up being quite good. And yeah, just a bigger AoE as well. All right. Ready to go. Let's see what they can do. Mineski backs up against the wall. Can they hold on in this game number 1? Oh. Force staff there. Drums for CM. They're getting into position, wanting to hold on to this fight. And it's the butterfly almost done for the troll, but obviously buyback status going to be really important this game. Cuckoo gonna go in, hitting onto that tier 3 tower.
All right, minus armor on top of him. He's losing the HP very rapidly. Look at that. Ooh,
Yeah.
that weave.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that, buddy. They got the heals coming in for him, but the urn canceled for the moment. They'll wait until the weave wears off and then probably go in for another round, I would imagine.
Oh, Jules, be careful. Don't get swapped out. He is, I don't want to say the linchpin of the team, but a big factor. Like weave and engrave.
Yeah.
It's going to be how Mineski is going to win these fights.
He goes MKB instead of Basher. And also, I mean, still doesn't have buyback, so it doesn't matter. But
What is he dropping? Octarine or Manta after he uses it?
yeah, I guess. He needs it to deal with the evasion from the troll, though. So it makes sense to me. Still looking to go in here.
I mean, if the pacing of the game stays like this, the Aegis will wait out. I imagine TNC is going to make a play sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, they can kind of make sure... They want to make sure they take the perfect fight, though. That's the other thing.
They have the time to wait, so it's okay.
All right, sending in the illusions again. Backdoor protection, still disabled. They have the butterfly there now, fully completed onto the Troll Warlord. And we already have the answer in the MKB for the Alchemist.
So here's the thing right now. Alchemist is putting the Mantis out into his backpack in between to swap through with MKB. The problem was that the Manta refreshes, like, you know...
At a lower rate.
At a much lower rate. I think you actually put maybe the Radiance if you're not using it. He's putting the BOT right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably the best play.
Yeah.
Because he needs to make sure that he can continue to spam this. Otherwise, the creep wave is going to be
Juggernaut
there.
blinks on the high ground top here. Tier 3 is actually being under siege.
Yeah, he takes it down quick and easy. Everybody's eyes were over here mid.
Lift was also baited out.
A little bit of subterfuge used, and TNC make the play.
Yeah. Hey, Klings is trying to kill those illusions. He can't. Goes bad.
Oh my god, they're just going to take it down like this. Yeah, you send illusions at us, we'll send illusions at you. What do you think now?
Yeah, Alchemist needs to concentrate on pushing the top wave out. This cannot happen further.
No. Well, another stun going to be thrown. They get the weave onto 3.
Whew.
But again, you've got the Juggernaut who can push out the top wave. He's invis for the moment. Could think about just going for a Blink Abyssal Blade Omni if you wanted to, if one of these heroes happens to show himself.
Oh, Sentry Ward gets dropped. That's huge. There's a random invis rune on a jug.
Yeah. Still waiting for that opening as Cuckoo is going to step forward. Hit the tower a couple times. This frostbitten for the moment. Tim's jumps forward, threatens the crush. They're going to take down the ranged barracks in the top lane. Nobody's there to defend against it. Cuckoo as well, controlled for the moment. Is going to lose the Aegis here. Now, can they do anything else?
Are they going to surround him is the question. Spike going on. They're going to impale onto Jay as well. Glimmer keeping him alive. Delusions being sent onto the melee racks. Slow and steady, but Aegis is out. Can TNC just stay in front of the base like they've been doing?
I mean, this is the thing, is that this base hold is so much on a knife's edge, because if one person misplays, they're going to lose everything. But even in the status quo, yeah, they're going to go for the smoke now. They have to make a play, but already everybody from TNC is out. What a heads-up decision to back out here. Can they get out without any casualties, though? Cuckoo there breaks the smoke. He's trying to run away, but now in some trouble. They have the swap app to keep him alive, and now the Stampede to chase. Can they find anything else, though?
Rior is going to be the first one to go down. Impale hits everybody. The CM ultimate gets just killed. Tim's going in with the right click, and so far 3 dead, and now it's going to be Grave onto Jay. Jay getting completely locked down. His BKB is not going to be enough. They just call GG. They understand that was it.
They needed to do something. They needed anything at all, but it was not nearly enough. And Mineski lose game number 1 off the back of just some really good decisions by TNC, but also Mineski, maybe a little bit of nerves, some questionable decisions about when to go high ground.
I like your diction choice of saying instead of
Turn to ban.
Qualifiers for the Southeast Asian region's Mineski facing off against TNC Pro Team. I'm Lyrical, going to be joined as well by Lumi. Lumi, we're in this one. We're in it deep. Mineski decide to first phase ban the troll, in fact.
good choice.
I think that we were talking about this earlier. It just gets earlier and earlier in the draft. Why is it that you think that it's this highly prioritized by Mineski?
I mean, they've seen it 3 times in a row by TNC. They won 3 games in a row, and I think more importantly, it just fits with TNC's playstyle. Allows them to be aggressive early, but yet retains the late game prowess of the hero. So, I mean, I don't think Troll is overall worth a first phase ban, but against TNC and against the Shriek and that they're on, you gotta just ban it.
Yeah, it makes sense. Lone Druid also taken out, as well as the Ogre and the Slardar. I think the Ogre, a very wise choice. We've seen just how good that hero can be across all regions. Very high win rate, and Mineski are going to go for the first pick, Earth Spirit.
All right, so I had a debate outside with the boys asking whether Nyx is perhaps more of a priority pick in the C region than the Centaur.
10 seconds.
I heard
remaining.
some mixed opinions.
Okay.
Which one do you think it is, and which one do you think
5
TNC is gonna
seconds
pick?
I think that the Nyx is more highly prioritized in this game in particular. I think as a whole, I would rather have Centaur on my team. But
Okay.
against the Earth Spirit, I think it's really, really good. Because it gives you, like, with the Earth Spirit, it enables you so many different ways to go with the fight, where you can, like, go in for a Disruptor, or you could go in for some other wombo combo, and Nyx disrupts all of that.
So they go for the other one.
I would have gone for the other one, but I think that Centaur is fine.
All right. I mean, Centaur's fine is perhaps a very understated.
Yeah, right? No, totally. I mean, it's not like this is a bad pick by any
Oh
means.
no, for sure.
But I think it does speak to a way that they want to try and take this game, which is take heroes. Like, this enables heroes that otherwise wouldn't be able to fight early to maybe fight a little bit earlier. You think about something like a potential Sand King. Granted, it's had one of the lowest win rates at the tournament, but you can go something like that, and he doesn't need a Blink Dagger to be effective early.
All right, we're gonna go with the Weaver so far. I really feel for Miracle seeing that last performance. It's not just about him playing poorly. It's about that their draft really needed him to play well. Because if
Yeah.
you look at the draft, it was a Dazzle and Crystal Maiden on the back line. They gave you like no damage once the team fights are breaking out.
Right.
They needed that Clinks, and I think Miracle understands that he kind of needed to step up. Unfortunately, could not. And hopefully, I hope he doesn't kick himself a little bit too hard. But he's a fighter. He's been around the block.
10 seconds.
Let's see if he can bounce back and force a game 3 from TNC.
Definitely. We got the Alchemist band now, as well as the OD. They're going to make an appearance in this game. I think that if you did want to end up running another hero for TNC here, probably take the Jug. I honestly wouldn't mind that. I feel like it's a hero that gives them a lot of different possibilities. They can run it with Raven, they can run it with Cuckoo, and it also, I think, kind of fits well within the ethos of the way they play the game, because you can also go late or pressure early.
Okay, I could see that. I'd rather they target out a Tim's hero. Slardar is still in the... No, Slardar is already taken out, excuse me. Huh. You know, I honestly only remember Earth Spirit and Slardar from Tim's, because he's so destructive on these two heroes that I failed to recall.
You could take an Undying.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
If they wanted to take that one, I wouldn't mind it Undying. It sort of fits the bill with the trying to roam around and disrupt things a little bit. You can make that happen.
TNC's turn.
But yeah, Undying or Jug for me. I like either of those. Kind of ban out the Terrorblade too. Another TNC classic. Oh, they go the Rubik, of course. Rior. He loves that hero.
All right, so that means Tim's is going to be playing the Dazzle instead.
Very different look. Maybe just tries to play it the same way that they were doing earlier with like maxing Poison Touch. Going in.
Sure. I mean, if not maxing, at least putting a point or two. But Jules went for the max, and there was a lot of instances where he really wished he had the higher grave, right? Porting in to save the Klings. I don't think Dazzle actually saved anybody early on.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
So that was...
Well, it could have also just been because those ports were a little bit late. There was one instance, I think, by the bottom tier 1 where he could have saved them, but couldn't get the grave off. But all the other ones, he was too late with the port. But I'm with you. And Mineski, anything that you like in particular here?
I'm just trying to read the draft whether to feel that whether this is a support or carry Weaver. I think because you already have Earth Spirit, this is more likely to be a carry Weaver.
I think Mineski as a team would really like to get Miracle on that hero as well, whenever they can.
I'm thinking Shadow Fiend here for Jay.
Okay.
It's definitely one of his go-to heroes. There's a lot of minus armor synergy, and more importantly, there's not a lot of like insane lockdown. I mean, there's the Hoof Stomp, but I feel like Requiem and the right clicks rather is gonna do a ton of work, especially against this rather squishy lineup that TNC's got.
And I think the Nyx Assassin sets up a little bit for the Shadow Fiend as well, because you don't want to give away the Nyx. I guess they couldn't run the Nyx anyway, so yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. I think it's fine still taking that Shadow Fiend. I still like the Jug for TNC. I imagine they saved Cuckoo's hero for last, and they could go like... I don't think you can go...
Oh, there you go.
I don't think you can go Tinker this game against Nyx. So you have to probably go like Invoker or something. Something like that.
I mean, there's also the TA for Cuckoo. He's
Yeah.
very proficient with the hero. I mean, I think if Mineski goes Shadow Fiend here, it's very likely that the Templar Assassin comes out.
10 seconds.
And then you just have Dazzle sit mid for a long time and just sort of try and pressure.
You know, we did see the Dazzle harass on the mid lane. It's actually like much more impressive than we had thought. Okay, now there's an Ursa, which normally is a hero that Miracle plays. Does that mean we're gonna see a support Weaver then?
Maybe. I'm not sure about this. I don't know if I like the Ursa. I'm not gonna lie to you. It does feel like it's a good answer to what TNC do, and they do ban out the Shadow Fiend.
So they're expecting a support Weaver as well.
I'm not sure if I love it. I mean, it's a lot of different ways to save him if you get that Ags up for Weaver, but it feels really greedy against this type of draft from TNC. Maybe they're just hoping to try and go in and secure Roche a bunch, so that way TNC can't build that.
I think it's fine. I think Ursa's a hero that kind of comes online relatively quickly, right? And
I mean the support Weaver. That's my read of that part at least.
I think the support Weaver is fine, particularly because again the disable from the TNC side isn't too impressive. I mean, there's a lift and there's a Hoostomp, but Dazzle's gonna get circles ran at him.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I'm just thinking like later on down the line, we know that TNC likes to group up and push. How does Ursa deal with the push? How does Nyx deal with the push? Like, are you using Pale to push waves? Or
no, this is like we fight into you kind of thing. We're not gonna stand behind our tower and D-push. We're looking to jump into you and kill you. That's how we're gonna D-push.
Do they have better team fight than TNC though?
No. I mean, not at the moment, mostly because of the Centaur, but you know, we'll see what the last pick here for Jay is.
Fair enough. So that you feel like they need team fight for their draft to work is what you're saying then?
Or a ton more damage.
Okay. We'll see which route Mineski want to go for. And what is it that they're going to need then? Probably at this point, Invoker is still in the pool.
I never see Jay play Invoker, so I'm not sure if that's...
Ember? Ember's pretty decent.
Yeah, Ember's not bad, actually.
I don't know. I'm still very concerned in this draft, but if they can relieve all of my concerns with one pick, it is going to be the Ember. All right.
TNC's turn to pick.
All right, a lot of pressure on these stunners on the TNC side to do their work. Gonna be a Magnus by Cuckoo mid. Well, I think Ember, first of all, is gonna have a tough time against the Dazzle, I presume, that will go to the mid to support the Magnus. Keep in mind that Poison Touch and Healing Wave is both physical, thus going through the Flame Guard. Thus would wreck Ember pretty hard. And then you got both the ARP. Remember I said they need more stuns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is more stuns and a lot more damage as well.
I think that TNC might have what they need this game. I think that they might 2-0 Mineski and be going to Kiev. What about you? What's your thoughts on this?
I'm inclined to agree as well. Unfortunately, I want to see Miracle going to his first major LAN major Valve LAN, because he's just too good to not have played in that kind of environment. But this draft, I think Mineski needs to play a lot. I keep focusing on TNC's lack of stuns, but they got way more than what Mineski is working with. Mineski has what? Spike Carapace, Impale, and Earth Spirit stuff, and maybe some Fiery Chains. That's it.
Yeah.
So a lot of these stuns are not even pretty guaranteed. So yeah, Mineski needs to perform, but if they can.
We'll see if they're capable of doing it. Mineski facing off against TNC. Tournament life on the line, qualifier life on the line. And they are definitely up against the ropes here off the back of a Miracle, Ursa, and of course Mr. Bimbo himself playing on that Ember Spirit. We'll see the movement out now early on, placing down a couple of wards. Tim's going to actually be playing the Rubik this time, so are you surprised by that at all?
Yes and no. Normally Rior is so good on this hero, so I expect him to be the one that's playing it. At the same time, Rior also plays a very hard position support like the Dazzle. So maybe it's one of those things that Tim's is more familiar with the Rubik than the Dazzle, so he takes the hero.
All right. And we could even end up seeing it be just like a one-on-one with Miracle against the Centaur, if they wanted to leave it that way. The Centaur ended up going for a Boots first build as well. Looks like Ursa hasn't, so he's going to be able to outstrip that Ursa for a while. Just to be careful about the Earth Shocks.
Yeah, my other major concern with this Mineski draft is that it's ultimately extremely greedy, especially on the support side, right? You got Earth Spirit, who can technically be played as a 5, and look at his current item, Ninja Boogie. 2 Tangles and a Clarity, and this means his role as a mid harasser, a gank setup person is going to be a lot less effective, right? You really need that Orb of Venom to do what he does best, which is rolling in and harass people.
Yeah, and it's sort of what I was mentioning, that I feel like, what are you going to do when you get the group up push from TNC? Like, they can try and team fight their way out of it, but it's going to, feels to me again like they're going to need perfect execution, whereas TNC, if you get a Blink Dagger on Magnus, you just sort of jump in, you RP him once things start to get chaotic. A very high ease of execution win for TNC. We'll see if they can translate that, though, and staying out that range creep first.
I think, honestly, one of the major game plan for Mineski is to kind of put them in a big deficit before that group up push actually happens.
Okay.
Because Ursa, I could see him getting off into a very good start in this lane, get the quick blink, and just kill.
Yeah. Oh, and he's going to get the deny as well on that range creep. So this should push in pretty effectively, although looks like they might have gotten one on the Radiant side as well. And laning-wise, we're seeing, of course, RR facing off against Rior on this Dazzle. Raven continuing to his pressure, but mid lane is into the favor quite heavily so far of the Ember, in spite of having that early Empower.
Yeah, I find that pretty surprising here. And this is actually for the first time in a long time, having a true 1v1 in the mid lane. Nobody coming in here throwing out ignites and poison touches. All right. Bottom lane here, RR in a lot of trouble. Drops the Impale, runs left away from the Telekinesis lift. Great play by RR. Any other way he would have done it, he would have been dead. But Tim's getting that movement speed. There's one teleport coming in. He gets lifted back to the low ground. He cannot run that way anymore. And now here comes Jules. I'm not exactly sure what he can do, but at the very least, Raven could not have gotten off that spin.
All right, Battle Fury going for
kidding.
RR. They're going to be able to take him down. He went back in for a moment, and now also Jules forced to pop the Shrine. Oh, man, that is a disastrous start here. They use the Shrine. They lose the Nyx. He's not going to have that regen in lane, and it's into their favor.
Mid lane, push back in here. Cuckoo brings Jay under the tower, but tower too busy with some creeps. So Jay, no harm, no foul for him.
Wow.
RR makes the 9k play and then walks him in time.
Yeah.
Oh, feels bad.
I mean, he did his best, and unfortunately, the Jug, just a really good answer to the Nyx in general, and they're going to keep applying this harassment onto him. They have the Blade Fury up again, but not fully deciding to go for it. And in the meantime, you compare that to Sam H's lane, he's still getting experience here. He's having himself a decent time at the very least.
For now, I think once Ursa gets to face boots, he's going to have to go into the jungle.
Yeah.
I mean, he could stay in the trees to sap experience, but he's never going to hit a creep once face boot is online.
Another lift. RR in trouble yet again, going to get ran down by Raven. Jules trying to get it aggressive, but you can see he's barely even going to miss out on a creep here. Raven has been doing a great job of applying pressure when he needs to.
This is an issue that Mineski used to have, which was they have so many superstar players. Unfortunately, not all of them shows up to play Dota every single game. An issue with consistency, and seems like at least today, that old trouble is plaguing them again.
Well, mid lane at the very least, again, is going well for the Ember Spirit. He's about even with the Magnus. I'm curious to also see how Cuckoo chooses to build his skill build up. Obviously taking a lot into Shockwave early to be able to deal with what the Ember Spirit is throwing out. But later on, also, he's going to be able to help secure Juggernaut even more quick farm as the game goes on with that Empower.
Yep. Also, the other interesting thing to talk about regarding to Bill is what kind of Bill we're going to see from Miracle. Whether it's going to be Blink first, HOD first. We also seen the casual Mask of Death first. So, obviously, you know, each one has its own benefits and weaknesses, but once it gets close to that point, we'll kind of talk about that.
Yeah. Ember moving over here, does guess right with the rune, is going to get a DD as his reward. And again, this dual lane just not really feeling like it's getting that much done. And oftentimes these support weavers, they'll head off into the jungle to try and get farm. We haven't seen Jules do that. He's level 2 at this point and only now going to start heading back to pick up the bounty rune. But, well, guess what? Tim's has already done it.
Yeah, so far I've been feeling zero impact from the Mineski supports, both from the Earth Spirit as well as from the Weaver. And I feel like both of them are trying to do the same role, right? Which is harass lanes, get kills, and they're both kind of playing the 5 now because they have nothing to do. Just kind of pulling creeps and...
Even to the point where they're sticking Ember in the jungle because they need this Weaver to get a lane for himself for a bit. And it's harder and harder to deal with Cuckoo in his lane also, so...
Well, I wouldn't say they're purposely sticking the Weaver into the lane. It's more that this is a pretty common duck into the jungle to farm kind of pattern for Embers. So it's more of the Weaver just taking advantage of the fact that there is an empty lane. But you're right, he is going to get some stuff now.
And again, like Sam H, he's gone off to the jungle to farm. Nyx doesn't have the same luxury as far as his ability to farm early on, not quite as good. Aura could get lifted here if they wanted to, but not deciding to go for it. Raven still happy as a clam, got himself his own lane. He's not quite as far ahead as the Ursa has been, but still having a really good time.
Interesting that Raven actually skips his point of Blade Dance.
Yeah.
Not something I've seen too often. Maybe they're thinking of grouping up and pushing with the healing ward.
I think that's the plan here.
But their team is not really exceptional at that, though.
Yeah. I think that if they can find kills off the back of like that Blink Dagger later on or whatever, that's going to be one of the ways to do it. But they can probably take down at least the tower.
All right, bottom lane here, they lift up RR, they throw the poison on him, but unfortunately,
they
nice
have the Omni
silence. The
Slash
Stun's
as well.
going to be there, the Impale's going to be here as well. Raven taking a ton of damage, Omni Slash not going to all bounce. The Grave
the
comes
Grave!
in, and the Healing Ward, that's a level 2 Healing Ward. They're going to beat on Raven. There's a lot of Fury Swipe stacks. He is going to be dead. Overall, great trade here from Mineski, even though they did have to bring in 2 other heroes to get it.
That was just about the best that they could have hoped for, and a really good play also to make sure that they end up TPing in with the bear. And this also gives a little bit of room up here at the top. Like, you could say, oh, you don't want to, like, you know, move your Ursa around too much early, but honestly, for that, that's well worth it.
Yeah, they need this next to catch back up, and now Jay makes the port up top as well. I think they have some ideas about this Centaur, but is it even possible?
Yeah, I mean, they're actually going to bring Raven up to the top side, and he does have no Omni Slash, but can at least...
Oh, they're baiting him pretty hard here.
Yeah, they want to go back in. Triple Remnant forward. Raven goes for the spin, trying to run away. They're TPing in now with the Dazzle. Can he get out, though? That's the question. In range, looking for the save. Does have the Grave if he wants to use it. No, it was on cooldown. Oh, Rior not able to save him. So again, TNC throwing away a little bit of advantage here.
I mean, you can't blame them, right? Juggernaut wanted to go up top to continue to stay in RR's lane and shut him down and slow him down. Did not expect Jay's rotation, so not really a TNC mistake, but a really great play from Jay instead. And I would say that they're kind of back in the game, right? 2 kills in a row over the enemy carry.
Yeah, absolutely. And down here bottom, Miracle trying to make a play. You got Ninja Boogie in the area. Could think about going for the silence. The stun is there as well. He's already used the chase, but there's going to be the Stampede to try and make his escape.
Oh, that would have been a sick guess if that hit him. But still, forcing out Stampede usage, and Miracle's still farming in the bottom lane. Looks like he is going to be going for the 80. So he feels that this game is not the Roshan sneak, nor is it about killing people left and right. You just want to get the basics and kind of scale into the mid game a little bit smoothly with a little bit more farm.
Alan, see mid lane. That is going to be a haste turn picked up for Jules. You've got Tim's. Does already have arcane boots for himself, as well as building towards a couple of different things. But they've got good vision over there on Tim, and they're not going to be able to bring down Rior there either. Already Weaver picking up the medallion. Things have definitely turned around at this point for Mineski, and it's to the tune of, you know, still very even in terms of the net worth.
I still don't think it's necessarily enough right now, especially from the level department. Mineski still lacking some critical level 6s, and as a result, they're unable to pressure the way that they would like. And very silently, Cuckoo has been able to build up a lot of net worth, just through the fact that he's, you know, just got that Iron Talon. He's jungling very efficiently. He does have that Echo Saber queued up, so he's looking to be the secondary damage dealer, apart from just a utility/initiator for the team.
Yeah, and this is a build that we've seen used in the CIS region. I think that it was Dendy that started it. A lot of other people have done it in the past as well. There's some movement down here towards bottom, hoping to find the Ursa, but as you can see, this ward that's placed spotted all of that movement and realized that they might need to come and defend this if they want to hold on to their tower.
No, Ursa not gonna get caught this time around. Notice how he left the creep towards the left side of his tower, expecting some sort of big smoke wrap around there.
Yeah. They aren't going to find him. Pressure continues. A little fade bolt on a Miracle. Why not?
And the critical thing right now is that Radiant, because of the ward behind the tower, they see all of that information. They know that there's a trap being laid for them, so they back off.
And it does force over the Ember Spirit here as well, just to make sure that they're not going to go down. And this ward, all the vision in the world, will expire now. Could even bait out a sentry by that, realizing that, you know, they're in the area. The regen picked up there as well for the Ember Spirit. So top lane, your Nyx Assassin, currently level 6. You also have the level 7 on Sam H.
Bottom
Almost
lane,
got
they're going to
level
make a go here onto the Dazzle. Dazzle gets netted up as well. Great play by Ninja Boogie, connecting the kick as well as the silence. And Stampede was also baited out from that, so
yeah,
got a lot of out of the deal. And I think with the Stampede gone, I think Miracle feels a lot safer trying to contest for this tier 1 bottom.
All right. Well played. Find a kill. Looks like the Centaur as well is going to have the build in towards the hood. They're just gearing up for the late game. I think they feel comfortable with their lineup, and this is showing a little bit of diversity with the TNC group up. They're not just all about pressuring towers and taking them down at the start. They've got a Juggernaut with Empower. They've got Magnus, who's going for the Echo Saber build.
Yep.
You know, Centaur is a great hero in the late game as well. It feels like they're very comfortable with how this is looking. As Sam H going to get initiated on. Veil is out, but so much magical generation, able to triple remnant away and stays alive.
That was a great play. Using that RP whipping as well.
Ugh.
That triple remnant dodged the hoof stomp and just laid in the damage at the same time. That was a beauty.
All right.
And meanwhile,
Mineski.
yeah, Alvin takes the tower bottom. So they're kind of hemming in. I like to kind of point out what you said about the versatility of TNC. I'm pretty sure they'd rather be the team that's, you know, being proactive, taking towers and whatnot, but it's really hard to do so against the Mineski lineup. This is kind of where they're hitting one of their first peaks when the Ember is so big. And now Ninja Boogie on the bottom side finds a go, and that's a net coming through from the Ursa. They're trying to get the kill, but the TPs are coming in fast. Sam H does have the Stampede, and it's going to happen now? No? Ninja Boogie's going to be the one they claim, though.
Yeah. Well, a good pickup there at the very least. They give it over to Cuckoo for the kill, and he is getting ever closer to that Echo Saber. I believe he just finished it off and should be brought out to him now, which just gives him more possibilities to farm, as we see Raven going for the spin TP away, pushing out the mid lane, making sure that they don't overextend at various points. The Ember is here, and they don't have a spin on Jug for another couple seconds.
Does he see the root big? Don't think he did.
They scan. Right clicks. They had a lift. Tries to go for it. Stealing a spell. Gets a stun out as well, but still alive. The healing ward making it work.
Yep. Fortunately for the Rubik, there was, I believe, only 2 Fire Remnant, thanks to the cooldown. Bottom lane here, they're trying to make an escape. The kick not connecting here. And I don't know where was Miracle's trusty Dark Troll Summoner. That's really the reason why he has that creep, to get rid of a Stampede escape.
Yeah, off somewhere else across the map, no doubt. Looks like Rior is most likely dead. They do have Magnus here.
Are you sure? Drops the sentry immediately, but now the Rubik's going to take one for the team instead.
It was a good lift up. They try and go for the catch, and they are going to be able to hold on to R here. That is a pickup. They need to trade those kills in that way. I think that's definitely worth it for the Knicks.
And I don't think they're done yet. Sam H gets somewhat spotted by Ninja Boogie. Looks like Jay cannot rotate here in time.
All right. 5-6. Still very even. Is there a team that you're feeling like is getting more of what they want at this stage of the game, though? A team that's more comfortable with their position?
I think even though Mineski is getting all these tiny trades going their way, like, you know, they're trading a support for a core here and there, they're getting a tier 1 here and there, I don't think it's enough to pull themselves ahead, because the other side is working with Empower, and Juggernaut is comfortably ahead of this net worth, despite the 2 deaths he's got, right?
Yeah.
So I think if I'm a TNC fan, I'm fairly happy with the current game state.
You do have the Weaver that's building next towards the treads and then finally finishing off the Aghanims later on down the line.
Right.
So that's something else that we're going to need to keep our eyes on in this fight, but it's still not like the be-all, end-all as far as...
Ooh, if they could pick up Raven here once again, that will be big.
Looks like Cuckoo backing out. They spot him under a ward here, but yeah, eyes down bottom. Tim's.
Swarm's going to find himself Tim's. Can they chain him and cancel the TP? Yes, Jay does it in the very end. It looks like they're going to give the kill. Oh, actually, he wanted to give the kill, but the burn from Jay takes it.
Yeah. He stole Sakuchi there as well, but wasn't able to get away.
Rowan.
Miracle chasing down Rior in some trouble. There's the silence. There's the stun. Can they finish him? Yes, they can. Did he use Magnetize?
He did. Because
what?
I think he body blocked Miracle a little bit, so he wasn't sure whether you know, Miracle will get there on time and whether the Grave will pop out. If the Grave did pop out, the Magnetize would have ensured the kill.
You know, these wards by Mineski have been fabulous. Look at all this vision they've got here in the jungle. This has allowed them to find each and every one of these kills. They spot out all of the areas where TNC would be moving to try and farm, and they know that if they just get into a farming war with TNC, they're going to lose, so they have to find these picks.
Yeah. And Miracle is already on, you know, waiting for the pick up top. Fortunately, I don't think he could solo a Jug. I really love these wards because they don't see that much vision compared to like the best spots, but at the same time, they're super hard to de-ward. It would not surprise me all these wards survive, so, you know, they just kind of naturally time out.
Yeah, and maybe you need to think about getting a gem as well. That might be the answer eventually for TNC, but you also have to worry about who's going to hold it then. And if you're going to be going on de-ward missions and end up losing it, then you're really, really in a bad spot.
I mean, gem's great, right? You're dealing against a Weaver and a Nyx.
Yeah, totally. But they also need the items and abilities to fight Mineski outside of just spotting him out.
Yeah. I think I'm beginning to really understand why Mineski really favors the Ursa. That they pick it up for Miracle so much. It's the fact that they could pressure so effectively. And you're seeing it in this game, right? Again, they're only up by 3 kills, but it's just the nature of TNC. They're just helmed into their side of the map. They're just afraid to go anywhere.
Like, this right here to me, this is RR just completely owning TNC.
Oh, well, his Inventor just ran out, but here comes a 2-man silence. The kick misses. It's time to disengage.
There's the lift back, now in trouble. Gonna be able to steal Vendetta as well. Tim's already used Flame Guard, trying to run him down. Omni Slash used, a little bit of damage coming out, and they find that kill.
All right, but at the same time, Miracle is gonna be going for the Roche. Looks like the Mud Golem was brought there to tank some of the hits. And Tier 1 is likely gonna be forfeited as a result.
Yeah, they scan out this side as well. Spot out that it could have been a hero in the area, but now with the Roche going down, they know that they don't have to be too worried, at least as of yet. We'll see what ends up happening. Ember Spirit, meanwhile, cutting creep waves. And they're getting in position to try and fight, but already gone is Raven.
Yep. That was a really smart scan, because if there's...
Wait, mid lane though. Raven now in trouble. Manta Dodge try to get out. He doesn't have a spin. Needs to run. Out of mana, and there's the Stampede to get him away. That was real close though.
That Mud Golem came in a little late. If he got off the stun, probably likely they're going to get the kill. Jules, is he going to give away Sakuchi?
I mean, he can also do a good bit of damage here. Needs to be careful. Vendetta with the Fade Bolts, no joke.
Ursa, get pushed back, but Cuckoo, Impale going to hit through the trees, and that's going to be a kill. Uh-oh,
no,
he got Sakuchi, but the fire is going to be enough.
Yeah, they're kind of feeding away a couple of kills here and there. TNC, they got to pull it back together if they want to make a play. And Mineski, likewise, just not giving them an inch. You're seeing some great play out here from the Earth Spirit as a whole. Like, he's missed that last kick, but by and large has enabled the Ursa to kind of go ham. And they've just said, you know what, Miracle, take it. Game on your back.
Yep. Tier 2 is going to go down. I don't think they could really fight this, especially without the Magnus RP. I think the true test for Mineski isn't about how well they're playing right now, which they are playing super well. It's the high ground, because you're trying to push up the high ground with Ursa and Ember. I don't know who the hell is going to hit the building on this team. And it's so hard to go high ground against Hoofstomp and RP. You know, I almost want to say it's impossible unless TNC make a big blunder.
I think it also comes back to making sure the Weaver gets a good timing on the Aghanims, because if Jules does get it, then you can sort of siege with Ursa and then have the time lapse from far away, because it is that 1,000 range cast with the Aghanim Scepter.
Normally, I agree with you in saying that, you know, the Axe Weaver is a big game changer, but in this game, not so much in my opinion. Hold that thought, because Nyx is... Alright, never mind. We're good. In this game, there's two ways you could go about it, right? Number one, if your whole team gets RP, it doesn't matter if you could time-lapse one person.
Right.
You're losing that team fight regardless. And we've definitely seen that happen in this particular C qualifier time and time again. Number two is, if you're using that time-lapse as a kind of a backup tool, let's say by sending Ursa to siege the tier 3 building, you gotta keep in mind that Cuckoo could blink skewer you all the way back to the tier 4s.
Right.
And that might just be outside of your 1000 cast range, or they could just kill you quickly enough before Weaver could react and close that distance to get off that time-lapse. So, don't get me wrong, I think time-lapse is still an amazing spell once Jules gets to it, but it's not a, a guaranteed victory once you get the item.
Fair enough. Well, in the meantime, Cuckoo going to keep trying to get his farm on. Does have the Blink Dagger. We've talked about how important this item is. We also have it on the Centaur. We have not seen these in a big fight yet. We have Smoke on Dazzle, ready to try and move out and see if they can find a pick, but it's also an Ags on Ursa. This is a great item for him in this game. I think, like, being able to...
It's okay. It's okay.
Against RP?
Yeah, you could break out a RP, break out that hoof stomp. But I'm seeing a scenario where if Miracle gets stunned once, he's going to get chain stunned.
Alright.
I mean, it's great. Again, don't get me wrong. Bottom looks like we're going to see a fight. Oh, Ninja is going to tank one for the team, man.
He's super dead. What was that stolen? Boulder Smash. Alright, so Rubik's going kicking everybody.
You can actually kick the boulders that Earth Spirit leaves behind.
You can also kick the people.
That's true, too.
Gonna make a joke about TNC kicking people, but I don't know.
No, they don't kick anybody.
Demon, man.
That's true. I mean, it seems like they have done fine.
Absolutely. Oh, jump forward. Tim's kick him away.
Ooh.
They're going to actually look for this. Enrage, it's actually about to cool off. They've got Omni Slash slowed up. Diffusal Blade there. If they want to use it to stomp, no. He's still going to be ended up brought down. Bottom lane, there's also a fight breaking out where Jules has taken down Cuckoo, but Miracle Age is gone. Sam H controlled over here to the side, but the read goes over here to the side. Dims, they're on top of him, magnetized. Good Grave Raven still holding on to Omni Slash. Now uses it on the Miracle. They have the Shrine to keep Tim's alive. Turning it on to Ninja Boogie. Can they bring him down? Stolen, magnetized. Everybody is out and possibly going to end up falling. It looks like Miracle is going to drop. And
here comes Jay. He's got no mana. Jay's in there trying to do what he can. It looks like it will be just enough to get the reorg kill. Raven very smartly backs up. He could probably do something, but it's just too risky for him to stay. I mean, at the end of the team fight, it was what, 4 for 2, 4 for 3 if you include the Aegis. Honestly, not too bad for TNC considering how the game's going.
Yeah, I mean, losing 4 heroes here, it never feels good, but the fact that you got the Aegis off, it slows down the timing of Mineski fairly heavily, and this, again, is in power.
Mineski's also not getting any objectives out of that fight, so it's just a 4 for 3.
Let's see, they're setting up for this. They want to go, but do they realize that there is an RP waiting? Oh, man. All right, they don't have vision on Mag just yet, but they almost do, and Raven has no idea that they're wrapping on him. If they go on to Raven right now...
Here's the thing.
Oh, God. This could be big. They're going in. All right, they spot him now. Cuckoo. Jump ward. What? Oh, the Sentry Ward. They spotted him up here on the high ground, but there's the counter Impale. Now trying to jump away. It looks like Mineski are going to back out.
Yeah. Well, another RP down.
All right, yeah. Nicely done.
Miracle's here. He actually wants to fight this. It's going to be hard to kill Raven. Raven, with the Manta Diffusal Blade, pretty much has Miracle's number from this point on. Oh, here comes the Troll Warlord.
They jump in. Trying to find him. Chain's on the mark.
The Troll Summoner, excuse me. Troll Warlord not in this game.
Now they're all weaved as well. So this fight becomes a lot harder. Are Mineski really going to stick around and try and go after them here?
I think they're sticking around, going to hold the tier 1. I don't think they could actually pursue TNC, though.
Okay.
Especially without Ninja Boogie, who is kind of lumbering up top.
Oh, Miracle.
Wait, Miracle?
Miracle? He has Enrage. Time lapse.
Oh, just baiting it up, and now perhaps... Oh, the chain's not hitting, and now here comes Miracle re-engaging Ninja Boogie, coming in from the backline as well, but that Impale making a big happen here for TNC. Damage is dropping high, and looks like we're going to jump in. Jay doing a lot, and now it's going to be... Oh... Wait, Omni Slash?
They're turning it back around. They're going to be able to bring him down, but already Raven, the kills! They're all over him. 5 dead from Mineski. The plays All right, so Omni Slash from Jug with Empower is pretty good. That's first.
Yeah.
Second of all, Rubik is a goddamn god. Tim's with the Impale twice, and then Fade Bolt as well.
I think his Impale hit like 2 to 3 at least.
Yeah.
And that just removed the Nyx immediately.
And also Echo Saber on Magnus. This is the reason why Mineski's draft can hurt, because you've got these two just heavy damage dealing cores, and there wasn't even an RP in that fight.
Yeah, that's the scary part. It could be worse.
And I think that this is why we picked TNC's draft to be quite strong in this game. I am very concerned for Mineski off the back of that. You look at what this graph is going to start doing.
Wait, Nyx on Cuckoo's tail.
Oh, that would have been the play.
No, he just blinked Tip Fog. RR had so many chances. Now he was waiting for his team to come by. Now Swarm's going to come through checking the Roche. And Force Staff going to be coming away. Stampede, what a stun.
Yeah. R redeems himself there. That was a good play. And they're able to pick it up. Mineski still very much a threat in this game with the Aghanim's Weaver. All of these things end up working out to be, creating a potent force, but it needs to be a really good fight for them.
I'm not sure how much of a threat they are anymore. Again, they have to win at least one fight to have a chance to push high ground, and then they have to win a second fight at the high ground to actually take buildings, because the team just... I mean, they hit building for like 150 damage. Who cares?
No, it's true. It's not easy. And it's not like they have amazing comeback potential, but if you can blow up one, that's where you're sort of, I'm assuming, what they're looking to do here. And it's just a scary prospect. Raven, empowered. He is so farmed, 4,000 gold ahead of the next highest in the game. And I mean, even just the empowered damage there onto Jules, it's bringing him so low. Stomp?
Stomp. They got him. They know they got him. They dust him up. He goes time lapse, but he gets lifted, and now RR comes in.
Oh, he stole time lapse too.
I mean, that's only he doesn't have Axe, right?
Right.
So it's just a time lapse for himself. But Jules just playing super cocky. That high risk and the low reward play.
All right, movement now up to high ground. Raven is there. He's gonna try and move forward and take down this tower. Can they stop him? I don't think so. Ends up going back, stealing mana burn.
Somebody's got to deal with that healing ward, or else all of Jay's harass is, useless.
What a freaking game right now. TNC all over it. They jump in with that.
Oh, no.
They got the lift. Bimbo in trouble. They get the RP as well. Can they bring him down in time? Omni Slash as well. He's going to fall, and Omni Slash is over all of them. The Empower doing work, but they are going to need to stampede out now. Raven 4-stepped away. Again, Tim's trying to keep his buddy alive. Manta trying to get out. He is going to fall there. Still, though, the damage coming in from the mag is quite significant, but they have stepped too far now, and 4 go down. Mineski hold their high ground.
Oh my god, that was the best Earth Spirit play I've seen in a long while. Ninja Boogie put his whole team on his shoulder. He started off the fight by silencing the Dazzle, which was the target that Miracle was going on. Without the Dazzle, without the Grave, that fight just looked so lopsided. And then he came back in with multiple man stuns. He was like a Silencer and a TIE Hunter together by himself.
Yeah, and I think too, when you're looking at this, it gives them access towards Roshan, and you talked about needing to win a fight and then also push up to high ground to get an objective.
And then win another fight there.
Like, this is the other answer, is going to get an objective at Roche, and now look where they're at. Their top lane is pushed in. They're all moving over in this direction. I think that they've got the capabilities to put the screws to TNC right here.
Yeah, and that was a super risky play by Jay. He didn't even have a Remnant down, but he blinked in just to kill the healing ward. And he got lifted, he got RP. It would have been really bad, but...
Skewer back. Miracle going to be pulled further back. They've got the chain stun. All right, there's the time lapse. Yeah.
I really appreciate that. Like, he could have ulted any time to just start walking away, but he had trust in his teammates. Like, I got you. And Jules did get him.
Absolutely.
Ooh, the smoke, the fake back.
They want to go. Nyx is scouting, but is passing by a sentry ward. No other vision in the area to see that the Nyx is looking.
Okay, Sam H. Outside the base. Is that the one you want? Oh, they want Raven. Raven is by far the most important target. Line it up.
They're there. Oh, it's all through in the stun. The counter RP, though, is it going to be enough? The Omni Slash there on to 3. He's already dead. Miracle now in trouble, too. He's going to drop. Oh, it looked good for a moment, but the reactions were there for Cuckoo, and the Aegis now gone.
They got Aegis, and they're going to try to go for this. Here comes Shay on the way back. They're going to try to focus everything on Miracle. He needs a time-lapse. Where's the time-lapse? Jules, get his back. Miracle trying to... Oh, that time-lapse at the very last second, and they're going to try to fight this. But the Magnetize doing so much work. I think that was a Magnetize from the Rubik, and all in the end is still not enough. Raven survives to the very end. But it's a 4-for-3. Weaver and Earth Spirit is still alive, but I don't think these two supports could actually take an objective.
Yeah, they had to buy back on the Rubik there to get into the fight and help out. But you can see damage done. Ember Spirit did a ton, but the Omni Slash again is just so hard to deal with the Empower there and all of those heroes grouped up.
That time lapse though.
I know, that time lapse was absurd.
That was some true trust test. He still died there. I mean, that team fight though, they started the fight with 3-man Impale on, I believe, the 2 supports and the Centaur, and it still wasn't enough because you need to get the Magnus.
Yeah.
Well, I think you need to get the Magnus and the Centaur.
And think about how different that fight looks if you don't get the time lapse out from Jules as well.
Yeah.
Like I'm still thinking that it's a scary sight, and it could go either way. But I feel like right now, TNC don't have to hit a huge RP to win a fight, whereas Mineski kind of need everything in their arsenal.
Yeah, Mineski needs to outplay every single fight. I mean, we saw TNC playing perfectly for like, I don't know, 40 minutes straight.
Yeah.
Way bottom.
Yeah, Ninja Boogie most likely going to die here, able to interrupt him and do that, and there's the second double edge for the kill.
All right. Not very important kill. But again, Mineski losing a big opportunity because that Aegis was kind of their one-way ticket to win a fight and perhaps do some high ground damage. But without that, I think it's, you know, TNC advantage again.
So Shrine, the first one, about to die. They're pressuring this bottom lane, and TNC now looking to keep the pressure on. Like, I'm not sure if they can really go for it, though, because top lane's still being pushed in. Yeah. And it is an advantage right now, just ever so slightly into the favor of Mineski. 2,000 gold, right around 7,500 experience.
That number lie.
That number lie?
Yeah, it's not in the Haas. Because right now the tier 3 is down for Mineski, so TNC eventually will be able to remove all the shrines on the map.
Yeah.
So that pocket, that's like what, 750 gold, whereas Mineski don't have the same luxury. And TNC is working with a better late game, in my opinion.
Yeah, people underestimate how good Empower is, and particularly with the plus 15% now that you've got on the level 20 talent for Magnus.
Yep.
This makes it even better. Plus 50 bonus cleave and damage. It's quite significant.
Especially Juggernaut, like just building just stats item, right? Agility items.
Yeah.
Once like he gets a butterfly, oh my god. Even more damage.
Well, there
Look
it
at
is.
him. He's hitting for 400 damage.
And I mean, that's the cleave is going to be applied retroactively. I think so. The next cleave is when you're really going to start to see it ramp up a little bit more.
Yep.
I believe that's the way that interaction works. I'm sure it is. Yeah, 880 crit. That ain't bad.
So 400 damage without crit, without mana burn. My goodness.
I mean, he still has to be worried about the Ursa. That's what's the thing.
He has butterfly.
I mean, physical damage once you get the MKB, he's far away.
Yeah. Once you have the MKB, that's a different story, but...
Oh no, it does apply it right away. So yeah, he's still sitting at the right amount.
I'm just reading the numbers.
Okay.
It says 400 or more.
Alright, the Dire scan it. They realize that they're there.
No, Jay trying to push this tower by himself. And in fact, TNC looking to go on the high ground. Here we go.
They're going for it. Need to be very, very careful. They're gonna jump back in. The stun onto Raven. Does have that healing ward still there. Misses the skewer. Fine.
Jay blinks forward. Whew. Swarm on the... they're slowing things down. There is a fairly decent-sized creep wave on the bottom. The siege unit going to work on a tier 3 tower, but will TNC continue with their push? I think they should go back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, again, they weren't able to bait out the glyph or anything else like that, but they can keep farming, and still with the better late game lineup, they're going to be fine with this, I believe.
I mean, Raven's net worth looks like an Alchemist net worth bar right now.
Yeah.
He's just like so far ahead.
And I do not believe that smoke was scouted either. They're going to be moving into the jungle. If they could find Jules somehow at the start of the fight. That's the other thing, is that they just need a way to be able to shut down that Weaver.
Oh, they're clumping up. This is not looking good. Did it have vision is the question.
They got Ninja Boogie, though. He's going to drop so quickly. It's going to get off a stun.
Oh, they're going to get an RP as well. It's going to be Blink Skewer onto... Okay, first hit bash by Miracle.
Oh, God, he's dead. They've so got him.
Yep.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, no Enrage, no nothing. He's gone, and they do have buyback on the Ursa, but no buyback on the Earth Spirit, and now it's time to pressure. They still have this, Ember Spirit down here in the top lane who's trying to get counterput.
They got a TP. So
Yeah.
I don't think TNC can push.
I think they can.
You
Right?
think they're going to push without Magnus?
I mean, Magnus can join up with them. I think that they could, honestly, if they wanted to.
No, you're not pushing without Magnus. That's no Empower, no RP.
Maybe they'll wait for him.
Yeah, they'll definitely wait for him.
He's making the trip. Look at this guy plot along. He's going down the mid lane. I'm coming.
That ass, man. Look at him. Look at them legs.
All right, mid lane again. They're in position. Stun onto Raven. Still holding strong. They have vision of him even through that Glimmer Cape. Now they take it out. They're actually able to burn through the healing ward, but there's the lift. They found the Ember. Hoof Stomp is also not going to quite be on the mark.
They have time lapse, so it's not that. Oh, Stampede just used to get the hell out. Okay.
We don't want to be here anymore.
All right.
Yeah, maybe with the
mean,
healing ward down, or I don't know exactly what that was.
Mineski goes like, all right, seems gonna defend it.
All right, they hold.
Yeah.
I like that, though, because they made a decision. We're leaving. We're not going to stick around any longer.
They made a definite decision to leave, to Stampede out. I mean, that is the ultimate. We're out.
Yeah. Like, I think that oftentimes what you end up seeing in some of these qualifying games is indecision from teams that aren't like, the tippity top cream of the crop. And because of that, you now have, situations that were that backup where you get punished from it.
Yeah, I mean, we see Mineski just making those mistakes last game.
Yeah.
When they kind of momentarily got ahead and then lost the advantage. A Lincoln Sphere from our Juggernaut, and he's far enough ahead. He's got the Empower, so he's okay to actually go back for a defensive item like that. And the possibility of Aegis.
Yep. In towards it, and now no real way to come and contest this for Mineski.
Just critting from 900 with the freaking Lincoln Sphere on his inventory.
Yeah, it's nuts. And actually going to drop his boots as well to pick up this Aegis.
Jeez, as well.
Let's see who takes that one. Looks like it's going to be for Tim's. Again, though, the thorn in their side. You've got the Ember Spirit pushing this in, even through the backdoor protection. They're going to back out through it.
Feels like somebody needs a BOTs too.
Yeah.
I'll take that as tribute.
Do you expect that we're going to see some type of I mean, I guess you can't really go all in at all, but I don't know. What do you feel? How do you feel like TNC break this base at this point? Do you just need to try and get all the creep waves pushed out and then go down mid, or what's your read on that?
Yeah, just keep the waves pushed. You know you got the better late game. Just can't keep sending Juggernaut in, right? Eventually, you're gonna wear down the base. Maybe switch over to the range racks in terms of the focus instead of the melee. Just start wearing that down. The only kind of big issue is that Jay is about to hit 25, and with Octarine and the possibility of perma-searing chains, that can make the push extremely difficult if your plan is only sending in the Juggernaut.
Right.
So, and he's about to hit 25 now.
I mean, he does have Manta and Blade Fury, but there's an opportunity to catch him at the very least.
Jay is going to push bottom again.
And that one pressured.
Rat.
But that does leave open an opportunity here in the mid lane. Raven gets stunned. He's back in. The Fusel Blade, or rather the Purge Creep on top of him. Raven gets stunned again.
Mana burn.
Okay, they're on top of him there, and everybody's jumping towards them. The healing ward, they've stolen chains. There's the jump in, the skewer back out. Miracle in trouble. Okay, he's fine.
Yep. Raven looking for Jay. Jay taking a ton of damage. We'll have to blink back. The Raxus will need to be glyphed right about now. It'll get popped.
Yeah.
Blink in, trying to bash him again. Raven's out of mana at this point, so no Omni Slash, no healing ward just yet, no spin.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get it now, and there's the turn. There's the melee barracks gone down, and TNC maybe going to be happy with that. Can they find anything, though, on the retreat? The chains onto 2. Remnant forward. Rior pops the glyph, or rather the grave, and there's the TP away. Tim's going to be controlled and killed off, and it looks like they actually do get the dazzle as well.
They get 2, and I think they're looking for more. Cuckoo, I like his positioning. He's in the trees. He's looking to RP. Do they have detection? That's the problem. They have gem available from Sam H.
Now, Oh god, this is actually really scary. TNC need to get out.
TNC could wipe them though. Like
Yeah.
if they get an RP, they could literally wipe Mineski. Oh, Jay gonna get the hoop stomp on him. They need that time lapse. Where is it?
RP, they continue it, and the time lapse actually is going to pull him back in towards it. Now Miracle already starting to drop pops the enrage, but can he actually kill them all off? Ninja Boogie as well, starting to drop low. They've got so much damage on this team, continuing the chase.
Ooh, the impale hits through, and here comes Shay again. That's so much damage. The other way back, Raven spinning away. Do they want him or do they want Samage? They want everybody. They want Raven. The stun not gonna hit, and Miracle, he pops the enrage, but Raven kills him through the enrage. Can they actually kill this Juggernaut? I'm not so sure. Oh, the buyback comes out. They gotta run now.
Yeah, they need to get the hell out of here. Sam HE is going to go for the stomp, able to get the silence off. Ninja Boogie is playing out of his mind right now. The Impale Dazzle is not here in time as TP was on cooldown.
That's a
cannot
dieback.
group up with them. A dieback for the Centaur, and no great answer. I mean, they take the melee barracks, but they lose so much in return.
I mean, but, okay, they don't get an objective.
Yeah.
Mineski wins the fight, and then what? They have to farm.
Yeah, this is really tough. You do have the acronyms now there for the Nyx Assassin. Ninja Boogie is really, really playing a great game.
Ninja Boogie for president.
Yeah. He's having a great time with that. You have buyback on all of the other heroes for TNC that are dead except for the Centaur. It's just holding on to being able to break high ground against this team.
The other big thing was that Jay also had to buy back there.
Right.
And he's the one that's taking the most risk every single fight, right? He's the one that's in the enemy base split pushing. He's the one that's jumping in to kill healing wards and all that jazz. What if the next fight Jay dies? That's the game. I mean, like, Mineski's walking on a tightrope as well.
No, it's true. And we're at this stage too. Like, you look at the net worth graph, it's just this roller coaster ride.
I mean, that graph doesn't matter anymore.
No, but I mean, in terms of the momentum of the game, that just when you start to feel like TNC are getting to an unassailable point, Mineski come back and then start taking over the game again. They have a team fight like that just blows it wide open. And I feel like they have to find this Weaver in these engagements. He's been so key to staying alive in there. It's just so ridiculously strong. The 10-second or 16-second cooldown.
Yeah. I also think that it's utmost priority for Miracle to finish this MKB. I wonder if he's even going to forgo his buyback for the MKB, because the next time that the Juggernaut comes at your base to push like that, they need some real way to damage him. And the MKB allows him to do that.
Well, TNC, again, with questions to answer. Raven is still just a monster. He finished off a Scotty on top of everything else this guy's got, and gets the +20 agility to boot.
So how much damage does Empower represent right now?
I'm not exactly sure.
We got to have to wait to see, when it runs out.
No. Weaver also is almost level 25 himself, which is nuts to me out of this position 4. He's got his Lincoln Sphere and now going back for the Deso as well, so he wants to build into some amount of damage and become that extra core for the side of Mineski.
And I think this is the game you take the Sakuchi movement speed, right?
Oh, you always take the Sakuchi movement speed.
I mean, there were some games that you might want to consider.
25 magical resistance? What?
Man.
Have you seen the Sakuchi movement speed?
I've seen it. But sometimes your job is to make sure you survive, you know?
That's fair enough.
I think it's more of for the core Weavers rather than the support ones.
I'm with you.
All right, I heard a smoke popping on the mid lane. Weave is applied, and they are on the hunt.
Want to take down the big bad Ember Spirit that's been causing them so much trouble.
If they pick Ember, they win.
Yeah. Oh, God. And you know what? He's right there.
He's right there.
Oh, no. No!
He's out!
All right, well, they canceled the RP.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for that.
Whew. My heartbeat for this game.
I know. Earth Spirit also, by the way, is building into an Aghanim Scepter. He's only around 1,200, I guess 1,400 gold away from finishing that one off. And another one of those saving items for a single target.
Wait, who's doing that? Sorry.
Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit.
Enchant Remnant.
Yeah, dude, that's gonna be big.
Yeah, either for defensive or offensively. It's really great.
Okay. Definitely TNC advantage, but I'm not sure if they're guaranteed to win this game, man.
Look at this kick. It's like he's trying to pull mid again. That does reveal his position. They know he's up here. But movement now up towards the top side. Backdoor protection is off, and Raven hits incredibly hard.
Well,
Lincoln Sphere on top of him.
He's permanently chained, so he needs to Manta or spin.
Yeah, and he's there, going to hit the tower. They're doing a lot of damage to it. Raven getting hit, backing up.
But he did what? I don't know, 80% of the tower's damage?
Yeah.
Or tower's HP?
Stealing the chains now for Tim's. And unfortunately, it is just the 3-second duration there. So everybody backs up, Boots of Travel online, time to push out these lanes, and they can kind of just do this over and over again. Like, Jug hits hard enough that you can take down the rest of those tier 3s.
Are there any big talents that could be gone, or any 25s that could kind of turn things around? I'm looking more so for the Mineski side, and I just don't really see how can they break this pattern, right? Because TNC could just keep on walking up the hill like that. Eventually, they'll take the Raxus.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think that there's much that's like crazy out there. The +10 Fury Swipes damage is pretty good. I actually haven't seen the level 25 or so which ones they go for, but I can imagine if it allows you to sort of bring down Juggernaut faster, it gets to the point where Raven's not willing to take that risk going up high ground.
I mean, does the axe from Earth Spirit, does it have any value? Like, can you like maybe rock the Juggernaut and kick him into your fountain?
That's probably the play.
Is that really the play?
No, that's definitely the play. Like that, that happens a lot.
Well, here's the thing: he's got Aegis, so I don't know if that's a play anymore.
No, I think it still is. Like if he's up there, then you can try and kick him out of position, because it's not a long cooldown either. The Enchant Remnant, like it's fairly long.
It's more that you put your Earth Spirit in a very dangerous position to make that play work.
Yeah.
So it's not like a no-risk play, right? You gotta commit something to it.
Well, backdoor protection taken down again. We do have the Nyx burrowed here on the high ground. They're going to throw out the Impale, jump on top of him. Sam H controlled as well. Is maybe in some trouble, silenced as well. He's not able to take out and use Stampedia, but they don't care. They're just on top of these barracks, hitting them away at him. Lift up as well. Miracle pops the Enrage. They have no more saves now if they are able to jump in for a big RP, but Blink Dagger's still disabled, and it looks like they're going to run away.
Healing Ward, putting everybody out. Jay goes, snipes the Healing Ward. Weaves gets applied.
That is so risky, but
this is Jay, man. He does that for you know, breakfast. Oh god, Jules, what are you doing? Jules, you're being seen right now. Jules, get out of there. Oh my god.
That was really close, but now they're jumping in again. A second time, Cuckoo pops his BKB. Can they break the Blink Dagger? Miracle is on top of Raven. They use the RP for Miracle. They use the Time Lapse and the Enrage at the same time, but now the Omni Slash comes. Is it going to be enough damage? I think it's not, and, well, trying to chase down, see if they can kill off Jay. He's going to be able to Remnant away. Jules gets hoof stomped as well, but they can't bring him down as of yet. So close, but so far, it's not enough. Sam H onto Miracle, another Enrage, another Time Lapse. He's going to live, and now Jay jumps back in. They burn through the Aegis. I think Mineski are doing it. Cuckoo is going to fall as well.
Raven's right there. He's actually going in the base. He's getting bashed right now. They need some truly RN Jesus. Where's Jesus?
He couldn't find Jesus.
It's Forsaken.
Oh my god. They ended up doing it though. They hold the high ground by and large.
But they don't get anything.
I mean, yeah, it's true. That's the rough part about it.
They get 3 kills. Who the hell cares?
Yeah.
All right, Jay on the bottom side, gonna try to get some wave back out. This is what they needed.
Yeah.
That was his Jesus Miracle. Man, he went for the ultra safe play, right? He saved for buyback, but if he went all in to get that MKB for that fight, oh man, it would have made all the difference in my opinion.
Yeah, I think though that you still have this point where you can at least think about trying to force some type of reaction. Like Magnus is dead for 40 more seconds. And they could come down here. It's still just so hard to pressure.
Yo.
He doesn't have. Okay.
He does.
Okay.
You know what? You know what I think Raven needs? I think Raven needs to ditch his Diffusal Blade and go for Basher.
As a full Abyssal Blade, maybe.
Yeah, because currently there's no fear, right, from Jay. Like unless Jay messes up, which I don't think he will. Like he's not gonna die to at least the Juggernaut. By the way, Miracle working on these shrines. In fact, I think both shrines are simultaneously being taken down. So. A little bit of going towards the pockets.
Yeah, I mean, that's the value there also of being able to take down this top tier 3 tower. They can finally start to secure some of these outer objectives and not give away Roshan for free every time like we've seen. So 48 minutes in, 24 to 34, still within a 10,000 net worth lead. It's never eclipsed that for either side, although experience very heavily into the favor of Mineski, and they're making use of it with the level 25 talents.
All right, let's check them out. Anything cool that we've been... I mean, we talked about Ember being so key. Weaver is also 25 taking
hold
the
on.
Sakuchi.
They almost popped that smoke there. He's going to get out of there.
And then Nyx is not 25 yet. They only got 2 25s.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be there soon. And I think that is the Spike Carapace worth it? Plus 200%?
Oh, Jay is blinking into the base. He's working on the Ranger axis.
I don't know if they're going to be able to get him in time. They don't have that instant disable. Yeah, they need that Abyssal Blade, I think. I like that idea more and more from Jug.
Well, I mean, the Abyssal Blade is really good only with Blink as well.
Yeah.
Magnus working for Refresher. Okay. Oh, man.
This game.
I mean, actually, Tim's sister instant disable, right? Blink telekinesis.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe Ember could think about going back for a Lincoln Sphere himself and dropping out that for the Veil.
Sure. By the way, Sam H has Refresher Ags. That's also another issue that Mineski has to deal with.
They have the Enchant Remnant now as well from the Earth Spirit, so 45-second cooldown on that one. And could be a game changer.
This is going to be a crazy one.
Oh, up here in the top, they got the RP onto him. Ember Spirit in trouble. He is going to drop. Just went back in one too many times. Shadow Blade used, and Magnus found the kill.
All right, so you go down mid, force the buyback, or go down top, whatever the lane is.
And Raven, not afraid of anything. He actually hasn't even gotten the Moon Shard yet either, so still has a lot of room left to grow.
Look at Jules, he's moving so fast.
I know, that's the thing. It's such a good talent.
Oh, dude, they're hunting Jules as well. They see him.
They want him.
Get out.
RP is still on cooldown.
Smoke
they break the smoke. All right, in the scary part, they end up catching one. Tim's on top as well. Omni Slash onto Miracle, but they don't have the reveal. And can they actually get out of here? BKB has already been popped, trying to find somebody. The Ember Spirit is chasing now. On top of Rior, is able to kill off Tim's. Raven trying to get out. He is going to be able to make the escape, but Rior is going to fall. So that's 3 dead, all of them without buyback.
At the back here, RR finds himself Cuckoo. Cuckoo's trying to run away, but the Ember Spirit is jumping in. He blinks on the left side. RR skewers away, but is this the right play? They're chasing Ring around the Rosie, around the whole map for a freaking Magnus.
I think it is. Because if you can force out that mag buyback now, they're already going to be able to push.
All right. Again, this team does not push for Jack, but now they have a Weaver, right? Weaver actually is hitting for damage now.
Yeah, and they're going to actually... I was wondering if they were going to come back and defend, and they are going to be able to keep that mid lane pushed out, but they forced the buyback from the mag. Miracle's still holding on to this.
Oh my god, Mineski perhaps is doing it. Oh god, Raven is critting off the creeps and is actually killing Miracle.
They're going in with Cuckoo. He has RP back up now. Does he go for it? He's taking a ton of damage onto him. The stun. They stunned him for the moment as well. The RP connects on it too, but they need the damage on top of him quickly. They find it. They get the kill. Raven.
Top. Jules getting the lane of Rax. He's trying to work for it. And he is gonna get it. Time to get the hell out, boys. Okay. 2 buyback is available on the Mineski guys that are dead. Jay, again, out of buyback for a while.
All right, let's take stock of this game. Again, you've got all 5 heroes for TNC up. They are going to probably try and force some type of a buyback here.
For sure. Roche is not up yet.
Yeah, still a ways away before it could even respawn. So TNC know that. They're going to try and pressure this out and at least force buybacks, but they need to be careful because if they do happen to get caught out, there's no buyback for Magnus.
Yes.
Yeah, he's going back for the Basher as well.
Oh, you're talking about Juggernaut?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think he's got the whole thing. He's got the whole Abyssal. Yeah, he just needed to send it to the side shop, or secret shop, excuse me, to pick up that Vid booster. All right, buyback number 1 from our Earth Spirit.
They want to hold on to the other one. You've got down here the Ember Spirit continuing the push, so the creeps are passively going to go in, but TNC are going to the top lane, and they want to get this. They'll get it so quickly. Spin forward, crush onto Jules. Okay, in trouble. He's going to drop R as well. They buy back twice. They need more buybacks here, though. Everybody buys back. But TNC, you need to run away. And it looks like that's what they're going to do. Maybe even worth committing the Stampede. They've already used it.
They want to fake back that.
I don't know about this play. All of their lanes are pushing in. I think that they need to go back right now. If they lose a fight here, Likewise, if they win, yeah, TNC, you just need to get out.
I mean, look at the bottom Raxus. It's
Yeah,
gonna
they
just go
need to
down
get
the
out of
creep.
here.
Somebody TP the J. In fact, it's going to be one of TP the J. We'll just take a lane of Rax. I think that range creep, yep, that's range Rax now. J not going to get the melee Rax, and it's going to regen over time. Top is
They took it.
done. All right, I think, you know what, Mineski sits in their fountain, or not fountain, sits in their base for the
I like that idea.
next 5 minutes. They need their buybacks back.
Yeah, they definitely do. I completely agree with you. They can't try and push out. Likewise, though, if you give up Roshan because it's now going to be up, it's a long respawn time. But that to me feels like the only thing that you can really go and contest. You can't try and get other stuff done there, really. It's just too risky.
Oh my god. I mean, again, who's ahead right now? It's the TNC that's ahead because they're
I think because of buybacks, TNC is in the lead right now. There's 4 buybacks used. No, all of them. All of the buybacks have been used. So there's this 5-minute window where if they find like anybody, a kill and singular kill, they're going to win the game basically.
But I mean, you could make an argument that it's Mineski advantage in the fact that there's 2 lanes pushing in from the side, and now Jay going for the melee racks. He's gonna get it.
Yeah, this is.
Wait, are they pinging out the throne?
They want to go for it.
TNC question mark? Okay.
I mean, they have buybacks of their own, and they can try and go into this, but this feels really risky to me. Movement now forward. They're going to be able to stun them up.
Into the fountain! Juggernaut's there!
They got him. They pulled him all the way back in, but Raven going for the spin TP. He's still bashed up for the moment, but they're going for those tier 4s for the moment. Over here on the bottom side of the fight, they've been able to catch out Jay. There's the RPUs. They're controlling it for the moment, but still managed to get it. The time lapse. Great played. A second RP isn't going to be enough, though. They're bringing them low. The Enrage, keeping that Ursa alive. They lose the Ember Spirit for 2 minutes. He's out of there. Magnetize onto all of these heroes as well, but I think that potentially TNC could have done it. There's still so many creeps inside their base.
Raven's fighting. He's fighting the bug, trying to get Jules. Jules is able to run away.
Kill for Miracle.
They're stunning up Raven. Raven's getting chain stun. He's not going to be able to do it. Raven's
Ultra kill for Miracle. Sam 8's going to fall as well. I think that they might have done it. They give it away.
And now the base on the other side of the map is fully breached. They have PLTs up the wazoo. Just go, 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 go. Mineski might have been able to force it to a game 3.
They have no buybacks on these 3 heroes. They didn't need to do this. They did not need to pressure this hard.
All right. Checks Roche. No Roche there. Does Jules want to keep going? Like, everybody's HP value is actually pretty low. I'm not sure if Mineski get there.
They are... Centaur is 400 gold from buyback. Rubik is 500 gold from buyback.
30 seconds, and now Magnus is back. You got to keep in mind, Magnus is a damage source. Oh, Raven. Gonna be there.
All right, TNC, they need to go, like, honestly, I think TNC just need to almost give up this tier 3 tower instead of barracks. Like, they need to almost fight from mega creeps because they can't afford, unless everybody gets up in time. Because if Mineski just run down mid right now, and you start to lose heroes...
Mineski doesn't have time to run down mid anymore. By the time they get there, everyone's going to be respawned. I think the Roshan is like... the Roshan is like the safe choice. But also, you know... I don't know. It's so hard to say what is the right move right now. Nobody knows what the right move is.
I just can't believe they didn't have buyback.
How did Mineski defend that, losing only 1? That is the super impressive thing.
Yeah, it's time-lapse Weaver's pretty good. That's one of the things, certainly. And the RPs maybe a little bit off the mark as well from what they wanted of them.
Oh,
yeah,
Jules.
bots level 2 going for him. Tim's chased down. They dropped the sentry ward.
He's on the other way. RP, he's dead.
They've got him. They're on top of Jules. They're going to end up being able to take him down. The Lincoln Sphere.
Wait, cheese.
Oh my god. All right, Jules trying to stay alive and doing his best, but eventually is going to fall. They still time lapse.
That's 2 minutes. He does not buyback. But Jay, look at Jay. He's pushing in the waves.
What is this game? All right, they are gonna. I mean, the tier 4s have regeneration now, so they'll be able to keep it there. But
okay, so here's the thing, right? For the last, I don't know, 25 minutes, Mineski was in this situation where they kill people and they can't do anything about it.
Right.
TNC just killed a Weaver. Can they do something about it? I mean, they're trying to run down mid, but Jay is.
Oh no, he's gonna get caught. They've got the lift. Do they have any extra forms of control?
Where
The double edge.
Oh,
all right, yeah, he's gone.
All right,
that was.
All right. Oh, Aura has a Hex. Cool.
Jay just goes right back in again. He knows what he has to do. This is his life now.
I mean, Jay is the absolute hero. Actually, that's not true. Ninja Boogie is also.
TNC, I think they're going to move down mid. They've got a DD rune on Jug. If there's a time, it is now. And Cuckoo going to lead the charge. He does have RP in 25 seconds, so can have 2 of them for this next fight if they wait for it.
I mean, look at Jay, just like softening up the whole creep wave.
They're in power. They're on to him, looking for the lift. Not going to be there. TNC, I think, I mean, they're going for the tier 4s again. They jump forward. Sam H stun on the Miracle. Continuing the chase, though, they're going to hit this tier 4 tower, and now they pull back onto Jay. Not able to kill him off, though. Raven. On the other side of the fight, Raven is being controlled. They have another RP, which they can use for Miracle here if they want to use it, but Sam H holding on to it for the moment. The triple remnant forward, and, well, now it's some trouble. Ami Slash as well. He ends up canceling it. What? Cuckoo ends up losing the second RP. They're all going to die. Tims is falling as well. They're killing them all off. 2 minutes with no Jug. Why are they going in like that again? The creeps are in the base. That's it. They did it. Mineski, game number 3. We're going to be seeing it, ladies and gents. GG's called.
Oh my god.
I don't know what to say after that game.
Somebody make a top 10 compilation of Jay's Sleight of Fist RP dodges. I think there's enough clips in this game. He dodged so many RPs. Just, I don't know. I think EE Shanghai Ember
Earth Spirit.
TNC's turn.
Weaver.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
League's assassin.
TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to pick.
At game number 3, we've gone the distance, we've made the strides. Mineski and TNC Pro Team are going to be facing off one game to decide who's going to the Kiev Major. I'm Lyrical, going to be joined as well by Lumi. Lumi,
10 seconds.
tell me right now, we're seeing the draft start to play out. What are you looking for out of these two teams in the game number 3?
What do you mean in terms of hero picks or playstyle or?
Most likely play style. Like, you can play heroes in a lot of different ways, but play style is, I feel like, what's going to define this game.
I think TNC does not want to play a game where they are not dictating the pace. I think they're able to play those type of game, but I think they're at their best when they're kind of making you react to their aggression, their tower pushing. So I think that's what TNC is going to aim for. So picking, and not exactly kind of all-in tower pushing strategy, but heroes that could move around the map, that could take objective with ease, and you know, hopefully force Mineski to react and make mistakes.
All right, well, we'll see if that's going to be able to happen in this one. I think that Mineski, likewise, is probably going to be trying to do a bit of the split pushing style. I think in general that suits them well, and we saw it come out to the tune of them winning last game. Just really impressive Ember Spirit play. You were talking about at the end of the draft how much you felt like he did in that game, dodging the RP at the end to secure the win and being able to just spew out all that magical damage. Is that something that you feel like they might think about going back for here?
No, I think it really fit the scenario because we were kind of towards the end of the last draft. We were saying, you know, what should we pick here for Mineski, and Ember was really only the logical choice.
Yeah.
So I think it was more of a good pick that fit that game rather than a pick that you just kind of forced into. I think the other kind of thing we cannot forget is that Nyx Assassin was literally casting Ravages every single fight. So RR, I'm happy to see him getting that hero again, and of course we see what Ninja Boogie was able to do. But I think we might see a little switch around, right? Because generally, Ninja Boogie plays a CM and Jules plays the Earth Spirit instead?
I think so, actually. Yeah, you're right. So that is a different look. Oh man.
God.
You know what they're doing now.
Sam H. Omni Knight. Oh, it's done.
You know,
it's done.
How is the matchup of Omni versus Slark? Because if he is able to get out of the laning stage, okay, I feel like Slark is so good in this match.
I don't think you could beat Omni with a Slark, because Crystal Maiden adds like nothing to the lane against an Omni, right?
Okay.
Omni just walks up to your CM and just smacks her around. So you need a core that actually, you know, makes Omni Knight a little bit scared.
Okay. We'll have to figure out what that is. I mean, they could go for like... Troll's already been banned out. I mean, could they go Naga?
It's banned.
So no, is what you're telling me.
No, it's not. So I don't think the Ursa is either a good pick here.
Yeah.
Simply because it's very good against the Omni Knight in the laning stage, but apart from that, there's so many ways to actually...
10 seconds remaining.
Mirana.
TNC's turn.
So another, I believe, Miracle Classic. This is another one that I've seen him play quite often.
Right.
And just completely destroy on. And a Diffusal Carrier as well for being able to pump out the damage through the Guardian Angel.
I'm pretty certain that the 2 times that he's ran the Mirana, it's next to an Alchemist. Because when you're running a Mirana in the safe lane, you need kind of a pretty heavy physical damage dealer from the mid lane, right? I think Shadow Fiend fills a similar-ish role, and that's maybe something that Mineski will kind of lean back towards to instead. But the Alchemist is already taken out, in fact, by themselves.
Yeah, not wanting to give that away to TNC, obviously, who had already built into the Weaver and Ogre. They could have like gone for an Alch draft with a support Weaver, and then you're suddenly in a position where you're time-lapsing an Alchemist, which just sounds terrible. But yeah, Ban's now there. They're still, I'm assuming, looking for that safe lane hero. Possibly, I mean, the Jug is still in the pool if they wanted to go that route themselves. They ban the Ember.
Dire team bad.
I'm not even sure whether Mineski... Oh, actually, maybe Mirana and Ember was paired together once by Mineski. I recall seeing something like that.
But for now, I mean, the thing to keep in mind is that with Earth Spirit and Crystal Maiden, Earth Spirit's going to be able to have a better time in the laning phase than he might have otherwise, where you have that mana regeneration that's constantly there. They just need to make sure that they're not taking a hero that's too weak in lane against that Omni Knight. And
Right.
Dire team pick.
Well, this is their lane, right? Mirana, CM, Earth Spirit. That's their safe lane.
you think so?
Yeah, they always run safe lane Mirana. They never do mid Mirana.
Okay.
So I think that's actually decent against Omni Knight. Omni Knight does have repel to actually kind of break through this.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining.
Shadow Fiend.
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
Into game number 3. Mineski facing off against TNC Pro Team. And, I mean, it's very clear what each side is trying to do. Pressure early on TNC, hold out the game for Mineski, defend high ground. They've still got great team fight, though, for Mineski as well. They could kind of get some stuff done early as well.
You know, to kind of, not exactly dumb it down, but to like, yeah, I guess dumb it down is the right word for it. I feel like both of these lineups are really doing very similar things. They both have similar timings in terms of where they're strong and where they're kind of weak. Their lanes are all kind of decent to team fights. It's not like, you know, one team has Ravage, Black Hole, RP, and the other team doesn't. It's fairly close on all metrics. So I really, this is a very appropriate last game between the two teams. Who's going to play better? I think that's going to really decide. I don't think any side has a really stronger draft.
All right, well, we're hopping into it now, and no pause this time. Everybody just wants to get in here and play some good old Dota. Ninja Boogie is going to place down a ward in kind of an interesting spot. I do like that one, unlikely to be dewarded. Also, the Ogre is going to be able to move and spot out any rotations that come. We'll see if any of these get taken down early, as it does look like Raven has spotted Ninja Boogie. Might expect that this is getting dewarded over here. That's actually a really cool play. So they're going to maybe even be able to bait out a sentry.
Yes and no. simply for the fact that okay, just you're right.
Yeah, nicely done.
I was gonna say like yes, the smoke was broken here, but then it was so late. If you expected him to TP immediately, which most players do,
30
he's already
seconds to
walked
battle.
around the map a bunch.
Yeah.
But I mean, smoke broke here, so you kind of logically check there. But anyways,
So 1 sentry used with the Weaver in the game as well. It's always going to be a bit of a scare. Raven is playing that one.
Did they not see that ward?
I'm sure they're leaving it for the Shadow Fiends.
Okay. Easy souls.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it makes the most sense to give it to him too. They might even give him another Tango at some point, so that way he can just get it quickly. But we will have to see what way they decide to take this. Juggernaut on Cuckoo. We've talked about the potential for him to play it. He has been running on the every other hero throughout this whole course of the game, but taking the Weaver for Raven, it means, Juggernaut is now going to need to be played by Cuckoo.
Yep. Now, I don't think Jay should ever die in this lane unless he's making a misplay. It also comes down to whether Cuckoo goes for boots first as his major item being ferried out or bottle. Most likely going to see some boots. Jay already under an immense amount of pressure.
Yeah.
Tim's coming in with that ignite.
God, and honestly, like the Quelling Blade and the Poor Man's Shield here on Cuckoo to start this game, this is really looking rough for Shadow Fiend. He definitely needed that ward for any little bit of extra CSing that he can do.
Apart from that ward, he's got no other CS to boost his soul, so.
God, and they have a spin available too if they wanted to try and pressure. They've got this lane. They're pushing it under tower to the best of their abilities.
Which is not bad here. Shadow Fiend's going to have a tough time getting the last hit. And Jabuki's going to help it out. And that's a big wave.
Yeah,
Shadow Fiend's got to be very careful.
This is a lot of pressure. Everybody just run mid, apparently. And if they wanted, they could just spin down this wave, too. It looks like they're going to just go for the regular old denies. But fighting underneath the tier 1 tower, Cuckoo is out of his mind. And, well, he's taking a lot of harassment for this. What is going on already? They're just pressuring the tower.
The next wave is here, so they could actually back out safely. The stun's going to come through. Tim's doesn't have the tower aggro. One raise is going to soften them up a little bit. On one end, it feels like they have taken a lot of damage. On the other, as the Raven gets a first blood on the aura on the bottom lane, on the other, this Shadow Fiend doesn't have that much CS.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of worth, I guess.
It's a very interesting start to this one. Of course, TNC losing out and picking up that first kill on RR. I think that's fairly well, good for the side of TNC here. And we're going to have to see if this Shadow Fiend can really do anything. Like Ninja Boogie going to kick Tim's back under. He's an ogre, though. He really doesn't care. Now the stun, they're going to be able to run him down. Shadow Fiend is going to end up probably falling here. And Ninja Boogie might over as well. Cuckoo, very low until dying to the tower. They find another kill. Everybody run mid is definitely the way this game is going. And Tim's trying to run away, taking a ton of these right clicks, and looks like he is going to be able to regen through it. What a hero.
RR missing that impale, man. That would have been a very clean kill. But very good rotation from both the Venge and the Nyx Assassin coming in to secure some kills. Man, that fight went on forever.
Yeah, the big downside, of course, is going to be the Shadow Fiend dying first. And it's a TNC 1,500 gold lead at 2 minutes in almost. It's pretty absurd how well this early game has started for him.
Yeah, and that's going to be the second death of RR as well. As much as how well RR played last game, a lot of those plays came from the mid and late game. I think his laning stage also struggled rather immensely in that game.
Man, and look at Cuckoo here, just going to dive back in again. Almost ends up getting caught out there by Ninja Boogie. They are going to stun, looking for a raise. Gets one, gets two, very low. Is he going to drop? No. Ninja Boogie can't catch up.
Yep. No, I do believe Shadow Fiend will need to take that Shrine trip relatively soon.
But that Juggernaut already used his, so he has to walk all the way back home now. Yeah, this hurts. Cuckoo maybe getting a bit too aggressive here, and this is going to give Shadow Fiend time to catch up.
All right, checking out the top lane here. Omni Knight already able to pick up a ton of CS. The one thing that is crazy about the Sam Mage somehow finds a way to get a ton of farm on this hero, and this hero is actually amazing if you make it past the laning stage. And Sam Mage has time and time again take it past the laning stage without fail. Now he's not getting a solo kill or anything, but he's doing just fine.
Yeah. A regen rune picked up there as well for the Earth Spirit. Looks like they want to make a rotation and try and find something in the mid lane. They're going to spot out Ninja Boogie. Smoke breaks on Rior, and so, yeah, this is not going to amount to much. Ninja Boogie should just be able to get out of here.
What a
Boulder
kick.
smash and run away.
Yep.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
3-1. The other big winner in this laning stage is Raven. I feel like he has just been the best carry that we've seen out of the C region, basically. And, 30 last hits, 14 denies. He's having a great game already on this Weaver.
I think Black would have something to say about
Maybe.
that in terms of
Yeah.
consistency.
Okay.
But yeah, I agree. Raven's definitely up there as well.
I've just seen him, we don't need to get into comparing the two. But yeah, Raven, quite good. Already off to a hot start here, level 5. It does also look like RR has been able to get a good amount for himself. Level 4, but Omni Knight, a little bit the better of it. He might even end up paying into the jungle with that Iron Talon already in hand.
See, I'm trying to set up a play here against Sam H. I really don't think it's possible. They need to get him in with the mini stun of the Frostbite with the arrow landing at the same time.
Right.
That kind of timing window is a bit too difficult.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, we really haven't seen much out of Miracle yet. Granted, it's just farming away on this Mirana until he gets more levels up and they make a rotation. But look at this movement into the jungle now.
Oh.
Trying to find the Shadow Fiend and not quite going to be able to as he backs out. That would have been a huge kill.
Yep.
Are fortified.
I like the fact that TNC has also swapped up the warding. Hold that thought. RR is going to get gone on here. Terror giving a little bit of movement speed, but he's actually trapped, I think, inside. That is a Ravage, and now against Miracle on the back line. Raven is going to get off the time lapse. Shadowfin coming in. He's going to let those razes fly. I think he's missing those razes because of the tree lines.
Rior's out.
TP's out because of the missed raise. Tim's on the run. The kick is going to follow through. And despite all of the cores coming in, all they get is just one kill.
On the Ogre after losing the Nyx Assassin, yeah. And again, more space in the mid lane for Cuckoo, more space up top for the Omni Knight, while Raven ended up using time lapse, but it's not a very long cooldown, so I think they're pretty okay with that.
Yep. Before that engagement happened, I was going to just point out that TNC switching up their warding spot in a long series. Normally it's there. In fact, I do believe Nyx Assassin is pinging to check there.
Right.
And, I mean,
Don't
they
get
would have
to
been
do it.
right in game 2. Not right here, because the adjustment has been made.
Yeah, good decision. You have 3 heroes now up in the top lane, the dual supports as well as Omni, and it looks like they're going to go hunting again, trying to see if they can find themselves a nice little Crystal Maiden. And actually might be able to do just that.
Well, the ward is going to see Sam H roaming by, and that might tip CM off that she should not be here.
They might have actually spotted them moving into the jungle as well. It's right on the outside edge of it. So they're playing it safe for now, but this is where the look is for a kill.
Ooh. Range creeps will push them away. And in fact, Rior TP's under the vision of the range creep as well, so they definitely know that something is going on somewhere else.
Right. And bottom is where the pressure might next be applied. RR. It's up front and center, and this is the problem with the draft kind of right now for TNC, is that they don't really have that great cash, but they will be able to pressure this out. You got the maxed out wave of terror right now that we're going for the Venge, so Roche could be in their sights as well.
RR definitely looking for the deny. On the right side though, Ninja Boogie's going to get caught. The silence is going to come through. He's looking for the rollway. Nice stun, a secondary stun, but looks like Ninja Boogie's row got blocked off. Ninja Boogie's going to go down. Tower got taken down, I believe, by the siege unit, so a pick and a tower. That's all you could ask for rotations like these.
Great start, and again, we were sitting at about this 1,000 gold lead. It's going to shoot up a little bit further, and so far TNC have been able to make a good go of this. Mineski need to do something to try and stem the pressure that's being applied, and this Vendetta movement might just be it.
Cuckoo. Impale out of Invis, but I don't think Jay was ready. The 2 raises will be enough though. Clean kill.
Yeah, it did look a little bit sketchy there for a second, but they made it work.
Yep.
That's what's important.
And it is very important for Shadow Fiend to have at least a decent-ish start in the early game. Yes, he's a hero that could catch up, but you really wanted to move into the mid game with that, Dragonlance / Shadowblade available to you, so you could be the threat on the map. Make sure that TNC is grouping up instead of farming in jungle or farming everywhere. And I just don't think Jay has had that kind of start this game.
You can see right here as well, Miracle is maybe going to be the one that has to carry the load off of Jay not having the best start of it, but he is building towards that Aghanim Scepter. Does have a little bit of worry now that we do have the movement up from the Weaver into his lane, but obviously able to scout out that the Ogre was over there, and Raven going to try and pressure the next tower. Just go around like clockwork.
I mean, I think Miracle has even less CS than the Shadow Fiend, but...
Well, yeah. But he does also come online, I think, a little bit earlier as far as like being a huge presence in the fight if he can finish off that Ags. They're back, set up, ready to go. Mid lane, Cuckoo gonna get caught, has the Blade Fury, gonna try and spin. No body blocks are there, so he does escape while Venge continues to get a lane to herself down here bottom, and maybe a battle brewing up top.
Mineski just trying their best to hold this push. I mean, I don't think they will be able to stop this push altogether, but if you could waste TNC's time here, that's pretty much all you could ask for. As to say that though, Mineski is rotating in the Nyx.
Oh, Rior, they use the Magnetize down bottom, and he's out of mana. Potentially just going to drop in. Oh, reapplies it as well. That might be enough for the kill. Looks like he's dead nonetheless. They find that kill, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to punish Ninja Boogie here either.
He has to use all his rocks and kick him away, and rolls away.
Nice play. And that also means because they brought the Earth Spirit down, they can't do anything in the top lane. Last couple of minutes looking a little bit better for Mineski here.
Yep.
How do you think that TNC want to play this out now? Like, do they need to wait for a level up and swap before they can really make moves happen? It feels like none of their heroes are really great to start the initiation.
They need to wait for Omni Knight to either finish this mech or whatever his first major item is, because I feel like, you know, Weaver as a hero takes a while to get online. Omni Knight, or not Omni Knight, sorry, Juggernaut at the moment is just an Omni Slash. So they need a hero that could actually help them sustain a long team fight. And Omni Knight's mech, I imagine, is probably the item if he is indeed going for that item. And that means, until he gets to that point, that's a lot of time for Mineski to do whatever the hell they want to be doing. Which, for the moment being, is just farming toward that Axe, farming towards the Shadow Blade on Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, and Miracle has been able to stay alive despite multiple rotations into his lane. Still has the 2 points in leap in case things get a little bit too testy. Right now, Raven on top of him. He will still have vision, and maybe possibly ends up popping that wand charge as well. They're continuing the chase. Right click's coming through. Can they find a kill? Fire blast down, ignite as well. Time lapse comes back. Raven to live, and Ninja Boogie possibly to fall as well. Can they find this chase? Can they get the kill? Mid lane, Cuckoo too far forward, but they can't get him. RR still looking, and it looks like instead they will be able to pull down Ninja Boogie here, using the courier to scout him out.
He's got a roll soon. He's dead.
Yeah, with the ignite, that should be enough. Kill the courier.
He can't kill the courier.
All right, so tower down, 2 heroes dead, Miracle dead. Mineski need an answer. What's the play for them here?
Well, Jay has bought enough time, or his teammates have bought him enough times. He has picked up the Shadow Blade. So now suddenly Shadow Fiend goes from a nuker into a person that can walk around to start assassinating people. And with that, I think TNC is going to have to play rather defensive. If they're making these tier 1 power pushes, they better be coming prepared with sentries. Back in the midnight, RR again. Looks like this time he is going to be protected by the Sentry Ward instead.
Oh, a lot of pings.
Shadow
they
Fiend.
realize that he's over here. Are they going to be able to find it? It would be huge. Oh, might realize that he's in the area, setting up for the Requiem Raven. They end up popping it, but it's not enough damage. Time lapse back, and that is the reveal that they needed so badly to go well. Now repel onto Sam H. He's fine for the moment. They pop the dust as well, so they've got eyes on all of these heroes. They're on top of him, and, well, maybe going to be able to find some more. They get the Guardian Angel out, stunned to turn. Tim's in trouble, is going to end up running down here, but it looks like they might be able to find something else off the back of it.
Oh, Shadow Fiend coming around the right side. He is going to get the one right click off, going to get the kill. The Healing Ward to do so much work throughout this fight. It is a chaotic fight. I think a lot of spells has been missed. Mineski will back off. I think they were looking to get way more out of that engagement, and unfortunately, Jay had to blow that Requiem at the start of the fight.
There's no oomph. There's no, like, get in there, get the initiation. Like, even that Requiem, I mean, it was a little bit off the mark, first and foremost, but that's a tough one. Raven's going in.
Oh, they're going to fight again, and this time Mineski did just use the Shrine, so they're pretty fresh. Raven, not going to get stunned up here. Nice juke away.
Yeah, they have vision on him. All of this vision working into the favor of Mineski right now. They're
Arrow?
throwing an arrow. Yeah, good spin away. Recognition that that could have gone bad.
Yeah. And Earth Spirit's out of rock, so there's really no point to fight anymore.
I mean, in that fight, TNC also had vision up on the high ground here with this ward, but it's not really amounting to much. So, another movement up towards top. Do we see... I mean, look, they see this whole thing going. So, going to be a quick 2 D wards there.
Oh, I think they're looking for a swamp play.
Yo, they got him. Stun. He's he's underneath the sentry ward, but won't
walk
quite
away from the
catch.
sentry. Yeah, he just walks it off. Sentry, no more detection from TNC.
Okay, 5 to 8. And Cuckoo, during this whole time, has just been farming away. But they're going to roll in onto him.
Kick, everything's good. The healing ward's down, though, and now the rotation is coming in from the TNC. Dusts are popping left and right. Ninja Boogie in a good spot. Nice spikes here coming out from... Oh, nice magic missile as well. And
He should die, yeah.
That's going to be another tower.
All right. Tier 1 going to go down. TNC just moving from lane to lane to lane. And it doesn't really feel like Mineski have an answer here. Like, you're still a ways away from that Aghanim Scepter on Miracle. He's split pushing. You know,
That's the problem. Like, he actually isn't a hero right now. Just a big range freak. And that's a concern. TNC is riding this momentum. 5-manning super hard.
Well, Roche going to go down now. And the style of play that TNC is shown to be quite potent with is working again here in game number 3.
Ooh.
And Miracle almost goes down to the Omni Slash. Cuckoo.
Impale, arrow to
This
set
is what
things
they
up.
need. This is so huge. All right, Aegis down.
He's got spin. He's fine.
Now trying to set up the Requiem. All right.
I mean, that was a 0% play, but okay.
It's a pretty long cooldown to use like that. It's unfortunate. So, 9 to 5. You do have Rior that is scouting out Ninja Boogie with this Invis rune, and it looks like they're going to bring somebody mid. Could be a pretty quick snipe.
Gonna be a pretty quick snipe. There you go.
Yep. Fire Blast to boot. There's going to be the Purification, and he goes down to Cuckoo. And now with the Aegis already used, it's a little bit harder for TNC to make these movements. Like, in spite of the messed up Requiem, it's still a situation where TNC lost the Aegis. And that's something that they needed to keep this snowball rolling.
I mean, without Requiem, like, TNC is not really afraid of Mineski. Like, what can they do against the push? Nothing.
Yeah.
So.
And Shadow Fiend showing in the bottom lane as well. Having to split push with the Shadow Fiend, it's not necessarily the greatest thing in the world.
I think TNC needs to take care of their tier 3s a little bit more. Like, right now, all of these pot shots that Shadow Fiend's getting in is actually a big deal. Moving onwards, the mid game for Mineski is all about split push. Mirana at one point in the game will have Blink, Ags, and probably a Lincoln Sphere, so she's going to be pressuring side lanes non-stop. Same thing with the Shadow Fiend's Shadow Blade, so... I mean, I know he just only got, what, 3-4 hits onto the tier 3, but those hits add up, and as soon as the tier 3 goes down, Shrine becomes an objective that Mineski can take as well. It seems like whenever these two teams play, the game goes fairly long, and those kind of objectives also will add up.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like also this Nyx Assassin has just been, throughout the whole series, a real problem for whoever it faces off against it. Setting up for kills. It's just been like the predominant hero of the series so far, and particularly whenever there's the split pushing going on.
This is one of the poorest Nyx I've seen in the C region, though. I mean, normally Ice will have like Midas finish by now.
Yeah.
So this is not a great game for our...
He still does a lot of the same function, though, if they can bring somebody in. But yeah, I'd agree. It's not been a great one for him.
I mean, yes, he can still do the whole nuking thing, the scouting thing that a Nyx can do, but in terms of moving forward, you know, you want a Blink, you want an Axe. I mean, by comparison, if you look at the net worth differential, he's a good 2,000 net worth behind the Omni Knight. The Omni Knight has a full mech on him.
Yeah.
And a gem.
Smoke not going to be scouted. They're going to go for a wraparound here onto the mid lane, or possibly just running right at it while top lane is being pressured by Mineski. They want to take this fight, and they want to take it right now with the mechanism done. Helm of the Dominator done on the Vengeful Spirit that was coming out of the support position.
R is going to break the smoke right here.
Oh, they do. They are actually a little bit in the advantage as far as the vision is concerned. Cuckoo goes forward, finds RR. He's going to die, so they get at least that kill, but everybody else gets out.
They had a gem, so there was really no way that RR was going to be able to run away. Tanked one for the team. That was a 5-man smoking, so not the worst, but it is pretty bad considering the fact that RR probably is the one that needs the most item right now for the team.
Well, they're going to go mid. You do have the Aghanim Scepter now done on Miracle. It's still going to be a very low HP hero relative to the amount of damage that can be dealt by TNC, so you got to be careful about jumping into the midst of all of these heroes. There's no Blink Dagger for the quick escape, and I'm kind of wondering if even right now the Mineski team needs to sort of sacrifice this first Tier 2 tower.
I think so. I think they're going to use this tower as a buffer zone, essentially, and allow Miracle to draw out the game. Mineski is not looking to win within the next 5 to 10 minutes. They're looking to win in the long haul. And split push is the name of the game right now for the next 15.
All right, Tier 2 tower going down. We'll see how TNC respond to this. They know that bottom lane is going to be pushed in by Miracle, and it looks like they're going to think about testing high ground here. It's only a level 1 swap, but Cuckoo up on the high ground. He's level 14. He's got Manta style as well. There's no amp damage this time around to try and stop him from going in, and can dodge away from the stun. Tier 3 tower gain rate of fall. It's 20 minutes in and they're pushing the Tier 3s.
Okay, Impale's going to miss as well. Cuckoo's going to spin away. And I think they're happy with the damage that they were able to do. And more importantly, that push also forced the Mirana to come back. So getting rid of the pressure on the Tier 3. And speaking of the Tier 3, like compared to the Tier 3s on the map, that was a good siege for what, good 30 seconds. They brought it to half HP, but through split pushing alone, the bottom Tier 3 for the Radiant is also at half HP. All of those split push adds up, and I think TNC is being somewhat careless.
Oh, they're pinging out. Is that... It looks like it is the dire pings, so Radiant might not realize that this is happening. Vision right now, they don't have it, but they could potentially run into him here. Mineski need to be careful.
Mineski is actually backing. I think they realize this is probably not the spot they want to take a fight at. But there is a BKB, a fresh one, at Shadow Fiend, and only Swap will be able to cancel that ultimate, so...
Okay. And it looks like they are going to fully back out of there. So TNC, again, good decision to stick together as they all retreated. They very easily could have had a situation where somebody gets picked off on their way out, and suddenly that push-up on high ground looks significantly worse. They do spot out Miracle heading off to the side here, and this might cue them to head over and check the trees, and he is still stuck over in this area. They're moving. They're looking. Miracle... Do they realize where he's at? Sam H is going to run into him here in the trees. He does have Leap jumping away. Raven on top of him, but they aren't going to be able to catch up and kill him off, it looks like. He is still a little bit too quick.
Yeah, if Miracle was paying attention to his status counters, he would have also noticed Deja and Aura being applied to him. Or at least his movement speed changing. It's a small thing to pick up, but I'm pretty sure Miracle is the type of player that pay attention to stuff like that.
Oh, are they going to get the courier snipe here? They might just.
No, it's being microed, and now they're going to go onto the high ground, trying to take down the Tier 3 mid. There is no response. The arrow is going to get spin dodged.
Yeah, they actually do kill off the courier. The Deso on Weaver doing so much damage. It's a Tier 3 down, and there's no response. They're not even split pushing at this point. They can't. It's too hard, and now Shrine's going to be taken down. They're going to set themselves up for a good next Rosh if they want, and Mineski just do not have an answer.
Mineski is really, I don't want to say they're crumbling, but they're making a ton of mistakes. That courier that was just flying through,
yeah,
that could have been easily avoided. Just small stuff like that, man. It's just, I don't know if Mineski feels fatigue from that very long last game, but they're under a lot of pressure again, and they need their A game to have a shot against TNC.
It's definitely a ton of pressure for these teams. Again, this is elimination match. They've been able to, Mineski, pull it back from the jaws of defeat the earlier game that we saw. But it's also their style of play, not willing to take a bad team fight, instead waiting for the one they know that they're at least going to have a chance at winning. Because if they try and jump into there, what's their answer? How do they take that fight? Like trying to jump the Omni most likely, but they can't get into him because there's a gem. So I think that this is by and large the right play. It's really hard to watch for them because feels as if they have no momentum.
It's not about jumping into that fight, but rather how quickly they got surprised by it, right? Because you just saw the whole team of TNC pushing a bottom. The next logical play is to roll mid, and they kind of allowed that to happen, which I found that surprising.
Right. Well, again, a dire scan spots them out, realizing they could be in the area. Might be able to get a courier snipe of their own, which would be pretty nice, although doesn't look like it's actually going to happen. That's a Glimmer Cape done as well. Oh man, Rior is so farmed.
Oh, Mirana, bottom lane, he's going to get Fire Blast by actually leaping in. Oh, now leap to the circle. What, can he actually complete the TPM? Is the question.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
All right, you need a little bit of luck every now and then. That would have been a huge pickup if they could have killed off Miracle right there.
But space is created. Mid lane, Shadow Fiend with a double damage is going to force out a Glyph.
Yeah.
Jules, question mark. Time to get out, man, guys.
Maybe a bit too far. Yeah, he's going to end up force staffing and running away. That's a good decision to get out of there.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Is that a force staff? What happened? Oh yeah, he has a Hurricane Pike. Duh.
Yeah.
It's like I don't see a force staff there. So, Omni Knight next building into a pipe most likely to deal with this high magical damage that's basically you've seen Mineski build into. In this game, do you like the idea of Miracle going back for more right-click oriented builds? Like maybe a Diffusal Blade to deal with the Omni Knight and just also be able to ramp up that damage?
I think it's actually good to split your damage source. Like you want your Mirana to deal the magic damage and then your Shadow Fiend to pack the physical hits. I think it's a good split there because of the items like, you know, Meg as well as Pipe and Guardian Angel. I think it's too dangerous to actually commit to all physical damage. Are checking for the Roche.
Rior also, they realize that they are going into it and Cuckoo's starting to hit away. We'll have to see if there's any type of reaction, the movement in, but there's already a Sentry Ward down. Might end up scouting out RR here as well. Shadow Fiend on top of it, BKB, they get a good impale, the Requiem as well, but it's not enough damage, and now the Raven is all over the Shadow Fiend. He's gonna drop RR in trouble as well. Everybody is alive for TNC, and it looks like they are going to be able to secure Roshan, most likely. Very well played.
I think in a heads-up teamfight, there's really no way TNC will lose it. With the mech, with the Guardian Angel, with the Omni Knight.
I didn't even use Guardian Angel, what the heck?
I mean, he didn't need it, right?
Yeah.
It was really just the mech. I found it surprising that Shadow Fiend just went in there like that, and that was his 10-second BKB.
Yeah.
I think the only shot that Mineski has in this game, especially after that teamfight, is to avoid fight. I mean, you see TNC grouping up like that, you just delay that push as best as you can, and you have Miracle to split push and force them back. I don't think Mineski, at least in the next 20 minutes, have a shot at taking 5v5s.
Well, 14-5, certainly not what we were expecting coming into this game number 3, but based on the draft, based upon the play, everything else, they swap in Miracle. All right, a good impale. Is it going to be enough, though? He's still in trouble. That countdown for Starstorm, it doesn't even matter. Maybe he's going to get to the Shrine. No! Raven found him. They got the kill. Rior not going to die either here. They got the Glimmer Cape. They are going to be able to find another good impale. Sam H controlled, but that's going to be Sam H just out of there as well. Raven may be in trouble here.
And the Raxus is going to go down already. Raven will time-lapse, and they are on the way out. I just don't think Mineski have the mobility to keep up here. And I'm not sure what that leap was from Mirana. Did he leap in or blink in? Either way, that was a one-way trip, man.
Well, it was also the swap, too. That was the other big thing. Like, Venge played that quite well.
Yep.
So...
And Miracle's doing the right thing. He needs that Linken's, but... You know, 2-3 deaths is really slowing it down.
This Omni pick just feels so good to me. You've got all of these defensive abilities, so much magical damage out from Mineski, and now you've got the pipe done too. So I'm struggling to see what it is that you're gonna have to deal with all of this, either damage mitigation or heals.
You don't fight. That's the answer.
Exactly, but when they're knocking on your front door, what you gonna do?
I mean, Miracle needs to be at their front door as well. I mean, they can't trade buildings or anything, but you disincentivize them from pushing.
Well, there's the pressure up on the high ground. They can pipe in a bit if they want, or they can just hit the tower, drop in down so low, and Miracle is up here making it happen as well.
Okay, blinking Kale.
Oh, Hurricane Pike keeps them back. Jules stunned. And it does look like they're going to be able to pull him back in. That's a Shadow Fiend dead. Ninja Boogie going to get ran down here. Jules in trouble as well, but well, eyes on the prize. Another melee barracks to fall. They got the CM ulti, but is it going to be nearly enough? No is the answer. And now RR also forced to run away. They can throw out these Suns all they want. And Miracle doing his best down the bottom. He does get a lane of melees.
Yeah, he needs to come back right now because his team's crumbling. That's a dieback from the Shadow Fiend. Miracle leaps in and gets out, but
I mean, the Ghost Scepter just barely saving the rampage there for Raven.
TNC is going to get Mega.
TNC, they're all over it. They're going to take down the tier 4s. And I think this might just be it. I think that TNC is going to be joining Faceless and Kiev unless something magical happens here at the end. They're buying back, but the Ancient is falling. They don't have an answer. Stun, Raven, possibly. Cuckoo as well. The Mjolnir procs, they're all going. But Shadow Fiend dead, CM dead. Everybody's dead, and good game's going to get called. TNC to another major LAN, and unfortunately, Mineski going to be denied again.
Congratulations to TNC. I think it's really hard to argue against them. They are looking so strong. They won so many best of 3.
Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. Reserve time.